as long as you can see the TV. NFL Sunday Ticket, just $15.
Well, the season concludes week 18, the weekend after this one. And on the 4th of January, you got ESPN and ABC 2 Saturday games. CBS and Fox early Sunday games. NBC has the final game of the season on Sunday night. That's the way the podcast schedule. We'll wrap it up week 18. Meanwhile, as we start the second quarter out, Michael's and halftime, we start with a run, a 1-yard run on a 2nd and 5, make it 3rd down and 4.
Just looking at a note, it says 1995 Super Bowl shuffle season. Bears had finished below 500. You probably already know this, you and Georgie. 21 of 38 seasons under 500.
Well, they've had only one winning season in the last 12. 3rd and 4. Good blocking up front.
Don't remove the native people from images that represent them in some form or fashion. And I'll say this. I'm gonna get to the clip. Just like Aunt Jemima, Uncle Ben's rice, we grew up inspired that black folks had a rice. Leave Aunt Jemima on there, man. No black person on planet Earth thought anything negative about that. No black person on Earth thought Uncle Ben's rice was something negative. It's the stupidest thing in the world. It reminds me of Grandma when she whipped the pancakes up, and I'm thinking Aunt Jemima. But let's go to the Redskins. And this is one thing that I always held true with this whole changeover with I don't even want to say their names. They are the Washington Redskins. They're going to be the Washington Redskins until the day I die. They'll always be the Washington Redskins. I bought a Sean Taylor Washington Redskins jersey, and that's what they're going to be. Now, we all know that before they were stupid enough to take the Washington Redskins logo off and change the name. They did a survey of Native American tribes, and 80% of them said they didn't have a problem with being the Washington Redskins. Let me just express to you guys real quick how stupid these people are. They literally fight fascism with fascism. They fight racism by being racist. And so
교양 시절 폰만에 이슈가 되면서 무슨 됐어요.
자, その時が来る。
速が止まりましたよ。ホースが止めましたね、ついに。すごい位置でしたね。カットしませんから聞いてますよ。
判断がありました。ドクターストップがかかりました。ご容赦ください。PK 勝ちです。ボブサップ選手の PK 勝ちになります。
ボブサップの TKO 勝ち。
お聞きいただきましたように、ただいまの試合、1ラウンド終了時点、各コーナー、ボブ・サップ選手の PKO 勝ちとなります。
バンナの判定でグローブをそのラウンドごとに変えるんですよ。
はい。
必ずルールがいいですし、K1 ルールですよね。だから1ラウンド K1 ルール、バンナがどうする？
一の野獣はどちらだ。まずは踏み込んでいく。バンナが踏み込んでいく。バンナの右をもらった。
そのラウンドの勝負を決めたいところだと思います。
まずは第1ラウンド K1 ルール。K1 勝ちの皆さん。なんとかガードを取っているが、
자, 양 선수 후에 신체 조건 비교를 해보겠습니다. 195cm 대 177cm, 141kg 대 91kg, 인치 차도 엄청나군요. 110cm 대 183cm. 진짜 전국에 했던 데미지를 큰 데미지를 입을 수 있거든요.
Hang in here. You're gonna have daddy. Come on. All right, Julie. Oh, you're so heavy? Oh, you're the heaviest tutors? Oh my God, you're so heavy. Oh, you're so heavy, tutors. Hey, 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 easy. Easy, easy. Hey, 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 hey. Come on, get down.
자,
자, 밤새벽에도 아낌없는 환호를 보여주고 계시는 원주 골프 팬 여러분들인데요.
드디어 시작이 되나요? 초반 김정대 선수 초반 조심해야 됩니다. 김정대 선수가 어쨌든 1라운드 안 넘길 거라고. 네. 둘 중에 한 명은 수평이 쓰러진다고 그랬거든요. 네. 그래도 1라운드 같은 1라운드라고 해도 초반에 같이 승부를 걸으면 제가 보기엔 없고요. 네. 1라운드 후반만 가도 밥샷을 주고 지칠 수 있거든요. 아무리 예전 밥샷이 아니라고 해도 후반에 그 파워가 체중수가 있기 때문에 조심해야 됩니다.
자, 일단 이렇게 케이지 안에 양선수가 위치해 있고 같이 보게 되니까 잡샷이 더 두드러져 보입니다.
그렇습니다. 두 선수가
케이지 위로 머리가 나와 있죠, 밥샷.
네, 다 주먹 풀리고 있는데요.
높이로도 나와요.
지금 시작됩니다. 자, 넘어갔죠. 진짜 넘어갔는데요.
정말 타격으로 갑니다. 자, 큐팅!
좋습니다.
자, 큐팅 놓치지 않고 있는 밥샷.
공을 잡혔는데요. 일단 나가겠습니다. 좋습니다. 잘 잡혔습니다.
사이드로 가는 패스 성공합니다. 김정대. 자, 여기서 이제 이게 좀 들어가죠. 바로 네, 자, 균을 찍고 있는 왼쪽 다리 맞았습니다.
자, 넘어가야죠. 자, 이번에
자, 밀고 방심을 해서는 안 되겠죠.
오른쪽 돌리고 나갑니다. 밀고 그대로 포지션에서 위로 올라가야죠. 위로 올라가야죠.
자, 다시 포워드.
저게 밥샵이 링 체크, 오늘 투지 체크할 때 연습했었던 기술이거든요.
자, 왼쪽 파울링 들어가요. 김정대도 90점인데요. 그 좋았네요. 자, 왼쪽 파울링.
Heading to the coast, authorities are warning people to stay out of the waters on the coast because of high surf. And in Southern California, the Ventura Pier is closed because of those high waves.
Those big waves causing problems all the way up in Santa Cruz yesterday. Dramatic new video tonight showing before and after the wharf there collapsed into the ocean.
And a witness just 20 yards away recounts the moments when several massive waves slammed into the island, sending the end of the wharf and 3 people into the water.
Oh, hell no. No.
Dramatic video showing the moments the Santa Cruz wharf gets hit by a wave, cracking some of the pilings. Before another one takes it out.
Oh no, dude, this might go. And sure enough, it did.
The man filming Santa Cruz local Michael Brantley.
It happened really fast.
Brantley and his 14-year-old son were fishing just yards from where the collapse happened. He noticed the wharf swaying with each passing wave and began recording on his phone. Moments later, the unthinkable happened.
Sounding like trees cracking and falling in a storm, a thunderous like. And when we look back, there was just nothing.
The city of Santa Cruz confirmed Tuesday morning about 150 feet of the wharf collapsed into the water, trapping 3 people on the wreckage. Thankfully, they were all rescued and unharmed. The debris now scattered along the coastline near the San Lorenzo River and Seabright Beach.
My initial thought was like an explosion.
Cal Surf Shop manager Robbie Pappas among those who witnessed the collapse from the shore. He says the massive swell that hit the California coast was unusually large, an event the area hasn't seen in decades.
Come here,
I
Jim.
would say
Hi, baby. Come here.
3
Come on,
biggest
Jim.
swells I've
Come
ever
on.
seen.
Cal's Beach,
Come on, Jim.
located on the north side of the
Come
wharf,
on.
known as one of the world's best
Come on, Jim.
spots for beginner surfers,
Hey.
transformed into a danger
Come on,
zone.
get up, Jim.
And even the best beginner breaks
Good
in the
day.
world
Come on.
have 5 to 8
Come on.
foot faces.
After the wharf faced extensive
Come here.
repairs, people like Brandon feel fortunate to have walked away unharmed.
Because if it had went further, it would have been a bigger catastrophe.
And engineers are assessing the structure of the wharf to determine when they could reopen. The timeline for that, however, is unclear at this point.
You know, Leary Ventures chairman, Shark Tank investor. Chairman, Shark Tank investor Kevin O'Leary. Kevin, don't you love this? I mean, he does start with these totally wild ideas, although when you really think about them, I mean, the Panama Canal Treaty, I remember when it was debated, Ronald Reagan debated with Bill Buckley about it and so forth. It is a contract. And it is a contract that has been broken literally thousands of times by the government of Panama, and China wants to get its greedy hands on it. What do you think the possibility is of Donald Trump coming in and say, hey, look, you guys broke your contract, it's ours?
Well, I think we know it's 100% probability that's going to happen, but Trump is a transactional guy. He's a negotiator. I think everybody understands that now, there's no doubt. And he picks his fights one at a time. Last week it was Canada, now it's Panama, and wow, we got Greenland on this list too. So, I mean, look, it's a very interesting way to start governing before you're actually the president. You do it by social media, you wake everybody up, they come flying to Mar-a-Lago. It makes sense to me. I don't see any reason why you can't do it. But the China thing in Panama is an issue, because if that was in any way affected and we didn't get access, that's a money saver for shipping in a very big way. So my guess is that Envoy goes down there sometime in February and they start squeezing Panamanian heads to get a new deal.
By the way, your microphone is crackling a little. Just give it a little tug or something, just on your microphone there. I think it's there. I think you got it. The difference between Canada and China is monumental. I mean, Trudeau came into the U.S., bowed at the feet of Donald Trump, and folded like a cheap suit. I don't sense the same kind of reaction coming from Xi. What's going to happen with Xi? They're going to play hardball. It is going to be hardball between the two presidents. We know that Xi wants to become number one by knocking us down, whether it's legally through more trade or illegally through things like fentanyl and everything. He's been trying to do that for years. We know that's his MO. How do you think Trump is going to respond to that? I mean, I suspect it'll be like we saw in the first term, where he comes in strong with these new tariffs, don't you?
China's a different issue completely to Canada or any other country. The only way, you've got to remember, since 1999, since they came into the World Trade Organization, they have broken the rules with every country, including the U.S., every year. I'm an individual who does business there. My businesses have been absolutely screwed. I've said it countless times. They don't play by the rules. There's nothing reciprocal in our relations. The only way to make it work with the supreme leader, as I like to call him, is to inflict massive economic pain and risk on him by imposing tariffs on sectors where many Chinese people are employed. I have nothing against Chinese people. I have a lot against their government. And the only way to put him at risk is to say, look, if you want to mess with the largest economy you trade with, then we're going to force a lot of people that make yoga mats or electronics or whatever else it is to be unemployed in your cities. And they'll be rioting in the streets. They won't have any bread. And you will be out of power. That is the only way it's going to work. So very selected, high-impact weaponry, like tariffs, but you've got to be hardcore. He only understands the stick. That's all he understands. Any weakness at all, he plays off, and he has done so for years. Yeah. So I'm hoping this is the administration that fixes the problem. I have really been hurt by China, and there are millions of other businesses in America in the same boat I'm in.
Absolutely. By the way, you mentioned the World Trade Organization. They still designate China as a developing nation. What that entitles China to are all these sweetheart loans that we partially pay for through the WTO, adding up to billions of extra dollars for the Chinese. Should Trump try to eliminate that designation of developing nation for China?
They're not a developing nation.
Exactly.
They're in economic war with us and
Exactly.
many European countries. That's got to get fixed. All that stuff has to get fixed. 40 years of getting screwed. That's what's happened.
And 40 years, by the way, of getting benefits that they don't deserve. And the Euros have gone right in there, and when there's a Democrat in the White House, they go right along. But I think it's going to be different now. Very quickly, the SEC, as we were just talking about in the previous segment, is going to change dramatically under Donald Trump. Paul Atkins is a big free market guy, unlike his predecessor. So what are you expecting in terms of opportunities that we couldn't see in the United States because the SEC played such a tough cop role that we won't see during the Trump administration? What more opportunities will exist?
They'll exist because decisions will be made, particularly in the crypto and digital payment systems markets, where we should be leading worldwide and we're falling behind because we can't make up our minds. Listen, Gensler had a point of view that everybody understood. He just litigated his way into the courts on it. We need to get some decisions so that firms like mine can be compliant. We want to play by the rules as we do in every other market, the debt, the equity, the options market. Just tell us what the rules are.
Yeah.
That's all we need to know. And that, once that's put in place, you will see an
I played drums very, very well.
No, we literally spawned right here, dude. Like, okay. I honestly don't even know what just happened. Literally coming straight down this road right here, and I just freaking spun out into this building. Okay.
Well, I'm glad you guys are okay. I mean, who was it in there? Your friend or spouse or?
Honestly, it's just a friend that I met from the restaurant. Like, I don't know him entirely.
Okay.
I was just trying to help him out.
Do you have any weapons on you or anything?
No,
Can I check you to make sure? I appreciate that. Thanks. Thanks. I appreciate that so much. I appreciate it. Do you have an ID on you? There's supposed to be someone else in the car. Do you see if they're okay?
No, I don't even know what just happened, dude. Like,
well, do you have your ID on you?
Hello. What's going on? Are you hurt at all? You're okay? Let me see. How did he end up backwards into the building? He hit a pole?
Did you rent this or did someone?
No, it's my rental.
Okay, do you have the rental agreement?
Yeah.
Okay, is it in the car?
Yes.
Can you grab it?
Yeah.
Hey, Tim, do you want his info? He said he's not hurt. No, I'm not talking to you, sir. I'm talking to Badge 10 over there. I was talking to the officer behind you. Where are you guys headed?
Oh, he considered, bro.
I'm not talking to you.
You heard what I said, though, right?
Excuse me? I'm talking to this gentleman right here. I'm not talking to you right now. Excuse me.
Excuse me. Sir, why don't you come over here? Why don't you just fight? What are you talking about, bro? Sir, you did nothing wrong. We did it, sir. I didn't say you did anything wrong. Just go on here.
So you got the rental agreement?
Jesus Christ, man. It literally just got smashed up. We were just
I'll take a look at it.
an accident, bro. Like, what the hell?
Where are you guys headed?
He's supposed to be...
Are you moving stuff?
Huh?
Are you moving stuff?
No. You're going to get me McDonald's?
You were going to go to McDonald's?
No, it's going to pick me up some food or something.
Okay. He was going to pick you up some food at McDonald's?
Yeah, right here.
So do you know who he is?
Yeah, I know.
Do you know his name or anything? Because he said he doesn't know you. Do you want to be identified for the accident report, sir? Do you have an ID with you?
No, my situation is quite different.
Your situation is quite different. What does that mean?
That means that I can't get in my apartment.
You can't get in your apartment?
Yeah.
You guys moving?
What's that?
You moving?
I am.
Yeah. Okay.
But I was trying to... Bro, that's literally what I get for being a good guy. I'm literally... Can I tell y'all something?
Sure.
You don't even know this guy.
Okay.
Literally saw him at the freaking restaurant that I was just eating at. Literally met him. He's outside. I'm like, all right, let me help you out, bro. I don't want you to be standing outside because it's freaking cold. It's snowing.
Okay.
So I'm trying to be a good guy. I said, hey, let me just take you down the road somewhere, whatever. I come down the road. I get a pothole. You swerve off the side of the road. Literally right there. And so now I'm here with a guy that I don't even know in my passenger seat.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. You're speechless.
I really don't know. I mean, that's what looks like, right? Pothole, he said. Pothole.
How fast are you guys going on this curve?
I don't know how far because I know what you do. You hit it for.
You hit a ball. That's it, Rob. Well, I mean, there's stuff over here.
Why are they doing so much? I don't have. I swear to God, you guys, I don't know this guy. Okay. And I'm telling you guys, I don't have anything to do with him. Whatever the he has going on, I have nothing.
We don't know if there's anything going on.
I don't know.
Okay. So he hits. So come up, he clips it with the front right. How does he end up there? How fast was he going? Like, was he accelerating as he went, like...
Well, because here's the tire mark. It's not like he said they hit a pole, but they hit a fire hydrant, so that makes it.
Pole, fire hydrant. Hit a stationary object.
Yeah.
It came right here. I mean, you have to be going pretty fast if hitting that takes you all the way over there. Like, how fast were you going?
Can somebody pull us out of this? Because I'm like, my whole house is literally back there.
Yeah, well, we'll have to get a tow truck here to winch you out. I don't know what the cost on the winch is. Oh, no, we can totally, no, oh, if you don't want to, we can totally do it. But if we pay to winch it out, we tow it. Then all your stuff would be it. Yeah, no, that's not how that works. Because we have to pay then for...
I'm like, oh, I'm the person, now I gotta pay for it?
Yeah.
No!
Yeah, no, I told you you don't have to. Like, we could tow it.
No shot!
That will cost you $0 right now.
Bro, no!
Bro, what's your name, bro? My name's Officer Catalani with a C. Come on, bro. Talk to me, bro. I'm talking to me, bro. I'm talking to you.
Have you tried pulling off yet to see if this thing's drivable?
I tried. I just told him. I was like, I tried.
And it's not.
And then, but if you guys will help, can I just get a little...
Well, like I explained to you, we can totally call and get it winched out, but you're going to have to pay, and if not, we're going to have to tow it.
Don't do that.
I'm going to get you the transport number so you can get it over at U-Haul.
No, I got it. No, I just need to pull me out. And I got
Yeah, we got a tow coming to get you pulled out.
Okay, bet. Yeah, I'm going to have to honestly... Okay, let me pull you over here.
Yeah, what's up?
This guy, I said, listen.
Yeah.
He's a homeless.
Okay.
I got literally let him at the restaurant. What's happening?
I have no idea. I'm not sure what to make of this gentleman.
Can my partner here give you a ride up there?
Oh, sure.
All right, I appreciate that. Appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, sir. Okay, I'm going to pat you down real quick if that's okay. Is that okay? Come on over here. Okay. Somebody's going to make... Here you go. Have a seat.
Where we are?
The Sunoco.
Are you sure you don't need medical attention? You're feeling okay? No aches, pains, you didn't lose consciousness at any point?
I'm hurting. You don't need to say.
I just want you to tell me the truth. If you need medical attention,
I need your support. Hold me up. Hold me up.
Okay.
I'm following. Hold me. What do you want, bro? Fine, I just want to go. Jesus Christ, I was trying to be a good Samaritan, and this is what I get.
No, so we're going to hang out here for a moment. Here's your ID. You can sit in the back of one of our cars. You're not going in that car right now.
Why?
Because we have to get it pulled out, and I don't want you going in that car right now because it's a hazard. All right, so you are receiving a citation for reasonable control because you lost control of the vehicle while driving. You do have a mandatory court date on January the 24th at 9 o'clock a.m.
Excuse me?
You do have to appear in Euclid Court.
For what?
For the charge of reasonable control. Do you have any questions about that?
Oh my God, because the weather conditions are bad?
Yes.
Speed combined with the weather conditions.
Speed?
Yep.
I was going under the speed limit.
But still too fast for the weather conditions.
What do you mean too fast? I'm under the speed limit.
Your car's there. Evidently you're going too
That's
fast.
fine. That car is a freaking U-Haul truck.
This is your copy of the citation.
Thank you. You're welcome. Yeah, so what was the number? I need the number.
When they get here, we'll give you all their information.
Excuse me? When they get here?
Yeah.
They're coming. Their information when they get here. They'll already be here.
So they're coming from Wycliffe.
Why would I need their information when they get here?
But you asked for it.
Why would I need their information when they get here?
Okay.
You feel me?
It's
They'll already be here. So I wouldn't even need their information.
going from Wycliffe.
But you know what I'm saying, bro. I'm right here with you on the same page. I get how it works with your job, right? But you get what I'm saying. And I know that you can't sit here and literally legally agree with me, but I know that you get it. I know you get it. I know you do. Because you're not saying it.
You're going to stop trying to intimidate him.
I'm not intimidating him from anything.
We're not doing that out here. Just stop.
Guess what? Hey, man.
That's not something we're doing.
Hey, man. You're a great partner. I know what you're doing as well.
I just want everyone to be peaceful.
Buddy.
You're the only one not being peaceful right now. We're being respectful.
Peaceful.
Well, you're cursing at my partner. Please don't do that. Yes, you just were.
Excuse me? Are you? Hey, can he speak for himself?
Yes, you can.
Okay. So can he talk? Oh, okay. Yeah. Don't do that.
Okay, so do you want a ride to the police station or a ride somewhere else in the city of Euclid?
You're not gonna do that to me.
Okay, so you don't want a ride.
What do you mean? Y'all gonna wish me out like you just told me?
The car's not drivable.
Come on, bro. Come on, bro. Be a human being, bro.
Sir, stay away from the car. Step back from me.
Bro.
Step back away from me. Then step back away from me.
Don't touch me again.
Then don't come near me. Stay away from the car and don't come near me.
Did you hear what I
I
said?
heard you. Just stay away from me.
All right. I just want to make sure you heard me.
Sir,
Bro,
step back.
I'm not going towards the vehicle, bro.
Step back.
Chill.
Step back.
Jesus Christ, bro. I good God. Get grip.
How you doing? Yeah, he tried putting drive, wouldn't go anywhere, so we got to tow it. Sir, is there any property in here that you need to get?
We're not going to argue with you. Answer this question.
Is there any property in here you need to get?
What do you mean?
Is there any property in the vehicle that you need to get?
All of it.
Okay, you're going to be able to carry it all?
No, what do you want?
Well, we have to tell the vehicle this is not drivable, so do you...
Why is it drivable?
Go on the sidewalk now.
Why is it?
Go on the sidewalk. Go on the sidewalk.
Excuse me? Excuse me, once you winch it out, it's completely drivable.
It's not safe. The vehicle hit a building, it hit a pothole, it hit a fire hydrant. It can't be safely driven on the roadway.
Yo, this is what y'all own?
Yes, public safety.
So some of your names?
Droman Gebler still.
And your name is?
I'm Bailey.
And your name is? Cool.
Would you like a ride to the police station, sir, or anywhere in the city of Euclid?
Can we talk like you're an actual person? Or do you just have to do a job?
Yes, we have to do our job.
Yeah, I get that. But can you talk to me? I'm sorry for cursing, but can you talk to me like a person? Because I was just trying to help somebody out that I don't even know? Hello?
Okay, so you would like a ride?
Listen, bro, I just want to...
Okay, if you don't answer me, we're going to see... Stop walking up to me.
Bro,
stop walking up to me.
You just can't...
Last chance. Last chance.
Hey, listen,
You're under arrest. You're under arrest.
bro, I'm not under arrest. I didn't do nothing. Yeah, I didn't do nothing. I didn't even move.
I told you multiple...
Yeah. Right, and I hear you, bro, and I didn't even move towards you. And I hope you got a camera on you, bro.
I do. You're under arrest. Go over there.
No, you don't.
Obstructing official business. I got to double lock these.
Excuse me? Because I'm trying to help somebody?
You're pulling away.
I'm not trying to be difficult, bro. Like, bro,
Bye, babe.
it's literally just a bag, bro. Like, why are you being like this, bro?
Sir, the only one being unreasonable right now is you.
I'm literally being...
Finish my running down the report.
I'm walking with you. Do you understand? Hello?
You're under arrest. Get in the car.
I'm talking to you.
You're under arrest. You're under arrest. Get in the car.
For what?
Obstructing official business. You're under arrest. Get in the car.
How? How?
You're going to get a resisting charge if you don't put your feet in. If we have to force you in, it's resisting arrest. Get in the car.
I didn't do anything.
Then just get in the car and prove that you didn't do anything wrong by listening.
No, bro. I'm like, what the, bro? Like, I'm not.
You ready? All right, the male from 10's NVA, we're going to transport him back to the station so he can be issued a citation.
We're trying to help somebody out. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Best of luck with us, sir.
Record, bro. I got the rest of it. Match. Hop on out. I literally can't move. It's literally like I can't. Like it's stuck on my. Like I can't.
No, you shouldn't have tried to slip the cuffs again.
Well, I can't move now. So what do you want me to do? I'm not trying to slip the goddamn cuffs. I'm just trying to be comfortable.
Okay, you gotta put your feet on the ground.
Well, okay. Now what? I can't literally lift them over my head. Ouch, bro.
Okay, well, I guess you'll walk like that then.
No.
That was an irresponsible choice to yet again.
No, you do this. You do this. Bro, unlike me, I'm not gonna
You
go
could
anywhere.
clearly stand up if you wanted
I
to.
do. Okay. There you go.
Just like that. Sir, you gotta walk.
I'm fixing myself. You want me to walk in with you? Hanging out? Come on, man. You gotta have good time. Come on. You have a good job. Why you do it? Yo, I love how y'all treat me like a criminal.
I'm sure you did commit a criminal act, so...
Did I?
Yes.
What was that exactly?
You obstructed an investigation.
What was the investigation?
We just have to get him medically cleared for county.
Okay.
Sir, can you tell me your birthday?
I'm a criminal. Ask what the f*** is, dude. Justin, take us to I am.
Step over this way, sir.
Mr. Justice. No, he's just being, I'm an asshole. Like you said, we get stuck with this.
I don't know what this is. I will slip into here, but this is the so far.
Don't hide, lady. Mr. Don't you have to be. You know I like you.
Yeah, we're good friends.
We're good friends. You know? You're such a great friend. We're on this way. Yeah. Can you call him, please?
No.
Please.
There's no scenario in which he says that we're going to unarrest you.
Can you just let me talk to him, and then let him decide?
So you want me to call the officer who arrested you and say...
Because I know...
Hold on.
I
You get to
wanna-
talk in the trial. That's how this system works.
Obviously, I know that I can do that already. It's obviously given. I'm asking for you to call right now so I can talk to him.
You've asked. So no. Yeah, the door has to stay open.
No, it don't. I can't go nowhere. Ain't no windows in
Can
here.
you stop acting like a child?
Can y'all stop? Like,
No, we
okay,
can't stop doing this. This is our job.
Okay, so then call him. If he hangs up, then he hangs up, right? What? It's gonna hurt.
You're gonna waste my time.
What time are you wasting? You're not talking to him. I am. And you don't get it. So get the lower away. Like I said, there's no windows in here. Where am I gonna go? Pressure on me.
don't get a choice.
Yeah, exactly. Because you're simple-minded.
Fair? Yeah.
Just about fair. Goofy. Jesus Christ, bro. You're not even a person. Goddamn fly.
Here?
No, lower. Not as much as in. Oh, what the hell is that?
We're receiving a bill for the medical treatment that you get here.
But I'm free.
Yeah.
Thank you for listening. I know you heard everything. He's not here. I know
Yeah, we're not going to shake hands.
Damn you.
I don't think you understand the situation, sir.
Don't call me sir no more. We're not being formal. Don't do that. You don't have to do that. I'm sorry for it. I said, honestly, I know you really do, bro. Honestly. I don't know. It's just me and you. Nobody said you can't see. Honestly. And I do appreciate you. I appreciate it. I watched you in the mirror the whole time. I saw you, and I know that you were listening. I know you're doing your job. I know you're probably supporting your family or whatever.
Just check it out. Here's all your property back. This has got your citation. Now check this out. Huh? Your court date's going to be the 24th of this month. at 9 a.m. Okay?
This is for.
If you don't show for obstructing official business, if you don't show up, the warrant will be posted for your arrest.
Of course.
So, all right.
Is the doctor coming back?
Yeah, just sit tight.
Get well.
I love you, man.
Welcome back, guys, and I sincerely appreciate you for watching. And when police respond to any call, they're trained to look beyond what's directly in front of them. Example, if police respond to a simple vehicle accident, of course they're going to take the report, but they're also observing to see if any person involved, looking to see if the driver is impaired or if anything possibly criminal has occurred. So one day I get an accident call on a 311 shift, and when I respond, it's a minor two-vehicle accident, but the driver of the striking vehicle is being evasive about giving his information. However, I eventually explained to him that he has to give the info, or he will be taken in to find out who he is.
when the two female cops asked this man, "What's that in his pants? What's that bulge in his pants?" and he responded, "It was his personal weapons." Y'all know what he was referring to. It was just his big old thing, pretty much. But just imagine the opposite end. How would that look and sound like? Well, this video that's going viral on WorldStar, some body cam footage, pretty much will let you figure that out. Let's go ahead and listen in.
What's in your pants? Do you have dope in there?
Oh, don't.
Okay, can't find your back.
You got something there? You got nothing shoved in your pants right here. I can see a bulge right there. That's not. That's not.
That moose meat.
What is that bulge, she asked. The male cop was like, "What's that bulge down there?" The female cop was like, "What's that bulge down there, bro?"
That camel chuck.
Are you sure you're a lady at this point, dude? I'm starting to doubt this video, but let's just keep watching.
You're in his car. Do you have anything on? He's got a hurt with the very first. No? Hurt for you, pump for me. Back to your triple chest area. You got nothing shoved in your pants right here. I can see a bulge right there. That's not normal. That's not normal. What do you have right there?
She like feeling on that moose meat. She keep touching it.
This is your chance to be honest, okay? What do you have stuff in your pants?
That's a whole lot of
This is hilarious,
Virginia meat down there, boy.
This is hilarious. Yeah, it comes to a point as, when we doing these reactions, though, just be laughing and tearing up right now, just to see how funny this is, bro. It should be enough to say a lot, dog. And then she goes to offer these guys her OnlyFans link. Y'all go check out the video on WorldStar, man. But nonetheless, hilarious, bro. This is the only way you can pretty much be like, yo, I just got something fat down, man. This is hilarious, yo. Isn't that wild, dude? Like, isn't that wild? Like, your thing's so big, and like, you know, the weapon down there, and you know, contraband, it's just that bad. Like, that, like, I'm pretty sure this girl's probably gonna get, like, a flush of just social media presence after this arrest take. Probably should be. Somebody's just she's gonna be being like the convict OnlyFans girl or something crazy. So the girl with the fat thing down there. I'm pretty sure. But just like how Hawk Tour got famous, this girl's probably gonna get famous.
I say, bro, did you know there's no laws that actually prohibit a man from searching a female as long as it's the jacket, coat, gloves, shoes, and things of that nature? But if they need to get inside that thing close to the moose meat, then it's customary for them to go ahead on and get a female officer in order to do that. A lot of police departments have that policy, and it helps protect them from litigation and everything, because a woman can easily say that a man groped her or some shit like that. It's kind of crazy. I said all that to say this: YouTube be tripping. Now I can present a strong argument that this was educational.
One thing I hate is I'm hanging out with this hoe that I met on Instagram, and at first we was chilling until I got hungry. I asked her what she wanted to eat. She said that she wanted some wings, so I was like, we go hit American Deli. But where we gonna eat at? Because an American Deli is kind of small. She was like, we can eat back at your crib. So I was like, perfect, you feel me? And she was like, before you take me to your crib, can you stop by my crib so I can pick something up? I was like, man, you feel me? I'm thinking she about to go home and go watch that cat. The people end up answering the phone, and she telling them that what she wants. She like, let me get a 30 piece. I was like, a 30 piece? God damn. But then I thought, you feel me? She probably just want one plate, and we gonna share that one plate. You feel me? Until she starts saying the flavors. Just that lemon pepper and like honey hot. So eat that shit. What the talking about? But I was like, keep cute type shit. She probably just want, I don't know. I'm gonna let her get what she wanted to get. Then she turned to me and she like, what you want? I was like, I want lemon pepper and honey hot. What do you mean? She was like, all right, let me get a separate order. A separate order? You about to eat 30 wings by yourself? So I'm like, wait, a separate order? You gonna eat 30 wings? She was like, nah, me and my son. I looked at my backseat like, there ain't no son in this motherfucker. She was like, who's gonna go pick him up? You said so you can pick something up. You ain't say a motherfucking kid. Get your stupid ass out my.
Sit down at the table, look for the sucker. If you don't see the sucker, you the sucker. It's really that simple. So, how in the hell do you feel entitled enough to just do some shit like that, bro? I would disown my daughter if she was doing funky shit like that. I'ma order 30 wings, not ask the guy what flavor he's interested in, assume he's not hungry, right? Tell him I need to go to my house to pick up something, not tell him it's my son, and then order food for my son, and then when this man asks what he gonna eat, you say, oh, let me get some extra wings for this nigga. Bro, what in the hell? Oh, I don't know what to say, bro. Like, they really got women out here rocking like that, bro? And they be calling dudes bums. That's wild to me, man.
I wouldn't do a dog. I'm finna do this nigga. On your march, get set, bark.
Hey, man, I hope her video go viral before whatever she about to do get done to the nigga who she don't feel right now. I just hope to God he's seen this video before she was able to...
Vehicle northbound 161 at 224. To catch up with it, it's driving the wrong way. Actually, it's on the wrong side of the road. Heading northbound on the southbound lanes. Driver stop 224 and 161. Trooper Vidal, let's say patrol. Okay. Trooper Vidal, let's say patrol. Okay. The reason I'm contacting you, did you not realize you were driving on the wrong side of the road?
Oh, no, I didn't.
How much you had to drink tonight? Okay, let me see your license, registration, insurance. So how did you not realize you're on the wrong side of the road?
I was doing sorry. I've been working.
Where do you work at? Huh? Okay. You might step out and talk with me over here on the side of the street, on the sidewalk. Right over here. Alright, Savannah. You gonna need drugs or anything today? Okay, do you mind doing some quick voluntary tests real quick?
Okay.
Okay, so are you sick or injured? Diabetic epileptic. Under care of a doctor or dentist in major. Alright, so go stand with feet together just like this, hands down your side. Okay, go ahead and take your glasses off for me. Can you see the tip of this pen?
Yeah.
What color is it?
White.
Okay, you should follow with your eyes, or only, do you know, with your head, do you understand?
Mm-hmm.
Son. Victory. Yeah.
Alright, so the next test is the walk and turn. Okay, you need to get your hand from walking and turning. You put those in your pocket. No, here, hold on. Okay, so you're gonna walk downhill to, or sorry, imagine a straight line coming out of your left foot. Do you have that straight line? So I need you to put your right foot on that line, your right heel touching your left toe, just like this. Okay. So I'm gonna have you do is walk 9 heels of steps down that line. You get the 9th step, and keep your front foot planted. Take a series of small steps around your front foot, proceed 9 heel toe steps back. Okay, during this test, watch your feet, count out loud, your hands on your side. And once you start this test, you're gonna stop this test, you've finished. Do you understand? Alright, go ahead, begin. As I described. No, I didn't even. Sorry, we gotta restart that because I didn't demonstrate it for you. Hey, go back in the start position for me. So sorry, I'm gonna demonstrate it for you because I completely forgot it. So the start position, take 9 of steps. 1, 2, 3. So it's the 9th step and keep a series of small steps around my front foot just like this. And proceed 9 back, okay? 1, 2, 3. I won't count that first set because I didn't demonstrate it for you. Alright, go ahead and begin. Look at your feet. Alright, go and face me again. You do the first test, heels and toes, touching just like this. Hands in. So this test you're going to take, for this test you're going to raise 1 foot up front, this is okay. Okay? I'll keep that foot up in front of you, parallel to the ground, and you count the matter exactly like this. 1001, 1002, 1003, so on and so forth, okay, stop. Okay?
Same you with this?
No, I'm demonstrating for you, okay? So this test, watch your foot this raised, count out loud, keep your hands on your side, keep both legs straight, okay? So you're going to basically do this, okay? 1001, 1002, 1003, 1004, so on and so forth, okay, stop. Okay? During this test, watch your, you should have a look at balance, you're a dance teacher. So we're going to do dance plays, okay? Count out loud, keep your hands on your side, and keep both legs straight, okay? What foot are you raised? Right foot?
Are you trying to stick in that?
Begin.
Oh.
Look at your toe. Look at your toe. A little higher. Look at your toe. Look at your toe.
1023, 1024, 1025, 1026, 1027.
Alright, go ahead and stop. Alright, let's walk back to the rear of your car. Just lean up against your car real quick for me, okay? Registration is going to be Adam William Robert 8760. Alright, so this next test is a portable breath test. Okay, it doesn't take place at an evidentiary breath test. Okay, and it's just like all these other tests, but voluntary. Have you eaten during the last 15 minutes?
Had ice cream like 30 minutes ago.
Yeah, just keep going for a second. Alright, go with your mouth to yourself. Wow. Alright, deep breath, and blow. Keep going a little harder. Keep going, 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 perfect. You haven't had any alcohol or any drugs or anything, right? Just super tired? Okay, so you obviously are not impaired, okay?
Yeah, there was no other cars on the road.
No, there was a car coming at you.
Oh,
Yeah, I was coming down the hill when I saw you, and there was another car coming right at you.
Oh, I pulled a really dark.
You still got to pay attention to the road. Okay? I don't know how long you were driving the wrong way.
Like 5 seconds.
It was only 5 seconds because it took me a lot longer. I was on top of the hill. Yeah.
I pulled out of something right here and just drove right down. My friend told me to pull onto the street, so that's all I was looking for.
Yeah, but you seem like you're a smart girl, right? You know the yellow line you're supposed to be on the other side of it? Are you registered on the car? Your mom. And you are too.
Oh, yeah.
Adam William Robert 8760. Should be a Kia Rio and a driver's. Three drivers. He's back. You're not there.
Anything to drink tonight?
Yeah, I did actually.
You did? How much?
I had a glass of wine.
Just a glass of wine?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. Alright, let me just check on this real quick and I'll be right back with you. Alright?
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Well, when I bring it back.
Hello? Is there any reason why you're facing the wrong way in oncoming traffic?
Yeah, I tried to turn around. I'm kind of confused because they're kind of manning my GPS because I didn't want to be on the phone and, like, you know, manning the GPS.
Okay.
I have my license in
What I'm going to have you do is you're going to turn around
Yeah.
and then pull over onto that shoulder there.
Which one?
Right back there. You see it?
By the white lights?
Yep, by the white lines right there.
I will.
Pull right up, right over there.
So you want me to, like, turn around this way?
Yep, on block. Do you realize you're facing oncoming traffic,
No,
right?
I did not know that. I'm sorry. I'm not
Okay.
from around here. I'm sorry.
Okay, well, you see that middle barrier and how that's going on?
Right lane is left.
Okay, yeah. Just go ahead. I'm blocking traffic and you're pulling right over there. And then stop. So to the wall. The red is going to be Golf 47 Lima Bravo Bravo. Thank you.
License and registration.
Where are you heading?
We were heading actually to Parsippany.
To Parsippany?
Yeah.
Where are you coming from?
Lavalette.
Lavalette?
Yeah.
Okay. So how exactly did you wind up facing this way in oncoming traffic?
I don't actually have my phone. My phone's back at the charger on Lavalette.
Can you roll this window down? This back one?
Find out the thing on the GPS. We were supposed to be going straight, and we got onto this road, and we tried to turn around. We ended up here.
Yeah, no, I'm
It was
very sorry. I'm very scary.
I actually had no clue.
Okay. Alright. Do you guys have your IDs on you, both the passengers?
You're 16.
You're 16?
Yeah.
And how old are you?
I'm 21.
You're 21?
Yeah.
Alright. What was going on in Lavalette?
Actually, they just got out of school yesterday.
Okay.
So they,
Like my parents had a beach house.
in Lavalette. So
Okay.
we decided, you know, congratulations, you guys finally are done with school. We're going to stay down for the weekend. I'm actually leaving the country on Monday, so
Okay.
I figured, hey, you know, we'll do some time, we'll spend some time together, and yeah.
Anything to drink tonight?
Yeah, I did actually.
You did? How much?
I had a glass of wine.
Just a glass of wine?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. Alright, let me just check on this real quick and I'll be right back with you, alright?
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
all this other stuff.
Come here, baby. Come here. Come on. Come on, son. Come on. Come on, Junebug. Come on. Come on, baby. Come here with Daddy. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here, baby. Come here. Come here, baby. I know. I know. You're sick of sleeping. I'm sick of sleeping too, baby. I'm sorry.
Nothing with your eyes and your eyes only, okay?
Okay.
I want you to keep your head still. Gotcha?
Mm-hmm.
Alright. This is it. Tip my finger.
Yes, thank you, Nancy. No, don't. That.
Okay. Alright, have a seat in the car. I'll be right back with you, okay? Nope. What? No.
She's your own?
Yeah.
She's your deal photo?
No.
She good for you.
Seriously? She's got green eyes. That chick. Oh, that's right. Black hair.
Maybe.
Okay, that's right.
Yeah.
I think so.
I know it's not aggressive, but it just looked like
Yeah, I know.
drastic change.
Why not? Thank you.
In our part one of our documentary on suppressed inventions, we discuss some of the most groundbreaking technologies, from Nikola Tesla's discovery of free energy to the mysterious circumstances surrounding the demise of Stanley Meyer's water-powered car. In this second part, we'll continue with presenting inventions that, for various reasons ranging from corporate interest to governmental interventions, never made it to the public eye, pushed into obscurity despite their potential to revolutionize our world. Cavity structural effect. Viktor Grebennikov was a self-taught entomologist from Russia. His journey into the unknown began with a fascination for the natural world, particularly the insect kingdom, which he believed held secrets to extraordinary powers, including anti-gravity. The cornerstone of Grebenikhov's discovery was the cavity structural effect, CSE, a concept he derived from closely observing the structure of bee nests and the behavior of insects. It all started in the early 1980s while Grebenikov was camping in the vast Siberian steppe. While laying on the ground, he suddenly experienced an unusual sensation, only to find out he was lying atop an underground bee city. He experienced headaches, ringing ears, and a metallic taste in his mouth, which sparked his interest in the peculiarities of the natural structures around him. Delving deeper into this phenomenon, Grebenikov collected parts of the bee nest and began experimenting. He observed an unusual heat emanation from the honeycomb structures, a sensation that could not be detected or measured by conventional scientific instruments. This observation led him to theorize about the existence of a force field generated by the geometric configuration of the honeycombs, a field capable of influencing the surrounding environment in ways not previously understood by science. Grubenikov's investigations took a significant turn when he examined the chitin shells of insects under a microscope. He discovered an unusually rhythmic, extremely ordered structure that seemed to defy gravity. When he attempted to place two of these chitin plates together, one plate hovered in the air for a few seconds before aligning itself with the other. This observation was the first step toward understanding the anti-gravitational properties of certain natural structures. Convinced of the potential of his discovery, Grebenikov embarked on a project to harness the cavity structural effect for human use. He constructed a platform with thousands of chitin shells attached to its underside, creating what he claimed was an anti-gravity vehicle. According to Grebenikov, this vehicle could travel at speeds of up to 1,500 kilometers per hour and reach heights of 300 meters off the ground. More astonishingly, the device supposedly made the rider invisible from below and encased them in a bubble-like force field that nullified inertia and dynamic pressure. Despite the incredible claims and the profound implications of his work, Grebenikov faced skepticism and rejection from the scientific community. After his patent application in 1992 was denied, Grebenikov attempted to share his groundbreaking work through a book. This publication was intended to detail his discovery, outlining the principles and mechanisms behind his invention, supplemented by a wealth of full-color images and potentially including photographs from a museum demonstration of his device. However, in a turn of events that raises questions about the motives behind the decision, the publishers, potentially influenced by external pressures, significantly altered the book just before its release. This involved the removal of hundreds of images and all schematic details that were crucial for understanding Grubenikov's work. This situation begs the question, why was Grebenikov, already under scrutiny and skepticism from his peers, subjected to further efforts that seemed to undermine the evidence of his invention? A longtime colleague of Grebenikov suggested that he was part of a so-called scientific underground, which faced opposition and perhaps even persecution from the established scientific community and government bodies. Perhaps then, Grubenikov's inadvertent discovery was more profound and potentially disruptive than initially thought. It could be that his work touched upon a
battling it out in the ultimate skills competition. Number 2, plumbing is the trade that Craig focuses on.
Set up that plumbing stack right away. Get the bulkiest stuff out of the way.
Well, Justin Kutu gets set next to that utility sink. You might notice that from a utility room or a laundry room, your basement at home.
Absolutely, right next to the water heater that I'm sure they're going to get really intimate with.
Craig Childress already...
This lawyer became a headache for the police when she stripped naked in a bar, but it wasn't her first rodeo. Just 2 days earlier, she had eaten at 2 food outlets and had not paid a bill totaling $38.25.
You should know that as an attorney.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, then I'll take off.
You render services,
this
right?
and
You render
this.
services.
I'll
You
take
have to
him
pay
off.
for it. So do you
I
have money to
understand
pay
that.
for your $36 tab?
Yes, I do.
Where at? You're not driving home today, right?
I'm fine.
No, you don't sound fine.
Yes, I'm totally fine.
If you try to get in this car, I promise you right
I know,
now,
that's
one of
why
these
I'm
gentlemen
not.
is going to arrest you for DUI.
Okay, I totally get that.
Well, then you're not fine.
I'm not fine? No, I totally get that you think that I'm not fine.
You said you're fine. You have your ID, ma'am?
Absolutely. Here, you can, I'm just gonna...
I don't want everything, I just want your ID.
Okay.
Where are you an attorney at?
Here in Florida, 67 counties.
67 counties. I don't think we have that many in the state of Florida, do we? I thought it was at 62.
Yeah.
I don't know, I could be wrong. So you're an attorney in the state of Florida. What kind of law?
Universal. Yeah.
Universal law. You don't specialize in any type of law? I'm just asking. The folks usually specialize in like one particular type of law. What's that? Florida bar. Remember since 2001? I heard one of these before. So where do you practice law at now, ma'am?
I said Universal.
I mean, do you have an office is what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's my home.
What kind of, so when was the last
Just
you
taking
practiced? Last I checked it, my cruiser doesn't say taxi cab or ambulance.
Okay, fine. I'll come with that.
So what's going on today? Why are these folks here calling us? Other than the fact that you debated paying your tab.
Because I'm trying to prove a point.
Prove a point. What kind of point is that?
Where's my phone?
What kind of point is that you're trying to
Would you
prove?
please be quiet? Because
No, I won't. I like to talk. That's my job is to talk.
I understand it, but you're talking. Yeah, but you're stressed out. And you're like stressing me out.
I'm not stressed.
Yes, you are. You're stressed out. No, you're not.
You see that right there?
You're stressing me out.
See that? My heart rate's 65.
Okay,
That's not stress. What?
You're speaking loud. I don't need to hear you over me.
62 now.
Loud and clear.
Blood pressure is 107/42.
Oh,
I'd say that I'm not stressed out. That's pretty damn good, actually.
Okay. Do you want to take me to pause?
Why do you need to go to home?
I don't know because because I've already been to St. Pete Gen and then I went to Palm.
What'd you go to St. Pete Gen for?
Because I had a superficial curetectomy. Like Dr. Bain said, he said it's like a freaking lipo for my corneal.
Superficial correctomy?
Superficial curetectomy.
What's that? Is that for an eye?
Wait, don't get Yes, it's for your cornea.
Okay. Does that affect your vision? I take it?
Yes. I hope I don't get sick and I'm supposed to. Because it's like driving me friggin' bonkers. Like that's the reason why people think that I'm like insane and on drugs. But he's on drugs. And I'm trying to tell him. Yes, he's 29 years old.
Oh, he doesn't look 29 there.
Exactly. No, he's 29 now.
Oh,
and he's
okay.
on drugs and I'm trying to protect him.
Who is he to you?
Well, he's like my stepson because, you know, he's like,
What's his drug of choice?
Well, he has to have up and down, you know, so he keeps like a freaking, you know, he's been at college.
Right.
And he kind of freaking like,
Does he live around here?
yes.
What's his name?
Justin,
Justin. Who do you live with?
my baby.
Your babe?
Yes, my significant other. He's 68 years old.
She was about to deliver the joke of the century.
Yeah, because I have a disability, a
What's your
challenge.
disability?
I was born blue.
You were born, so you're a Smurf? Or are you an avatar?
You know, I like both. Oh, God. It's unbelievable.
So you still haven't answered me. What was the experiment you were doing today?
Trying to teach people how to like love the world instead of like.
So you're getting someone maybe to pay for your tab?
Yes, because I need to show the people, you know, that I can live in my car
I can live on the, I can go and sit in front of.
What does that
log
prove to anyone,
days. It does, because people are hurting.
Yeah, but it doesn't prove anything to anybody, does
Yes,
it?
it does.
What does it prove?
They feel me. They feel my aura.
Who's they?
Everyone. No, everyone.
I mean, I would disagree with you on that because obviously these folks don't agree because otherwise somebody may
Well,
have taken your
Jason
tab.
does. That's the reason why he's here.
Why did Jason pay your tab?
I gave him $20 last week. He said,
So maybe you should pay it forward. Pay your tab.
I
Today.
asked him to. He said,
$36, by the way.
I'm not drinking vodka.
What were you drinking?
I'm drinking water, a little bit of wine for your body, to soothe the soul. No, I did not have
Red or white? Hey, I don't know if you know this.
Yeah.
Did you purposely wear two different slippers today?
Yes.
Okay.
Because when we were up in West
Is that part of your experiment?
Yes, because when we were up in West Shore, you know, by International Plaza, and we were at PF Chang's.
That's West Shore Mall. You ever been diagnosed with mental illness?
Taking note. Because I'm wearing two shoes, and I'm wearing the same clothes. And, you know, I brush my teeth in there, you know, to, like, make sure that people know that they're going through. I mean, I could go return. I mean, I spent 207. Look at, I had 44.77 at freaking PF Chang's. I spent $272 at the CVS up there.
$279.68. Is this like a YouTube thing? Are you filming it?
No. Do I look like I'm filming it?
I don't know. You could have hidden camera.
No, I do not.
I'm just asking.
I don't.
Maybe it's what's that other kind of crazy
No,
stuff?
it's not. Like TikTok or
Yeah, that nonsense.
or like, you know,
I don't believe in social media. It's ridiculous.
No, it's not because
It
people.
is.
No, because that's why people use it because they're calling out for attention.
Yeah.
At this point, her entire personality seemed fake.
I mean, I told her I would give her my. This is a Coach purse that my girlfriend.
Is it real? That looks like it's from a flea market.
My girlfriend gave it to me for my birthday.
Let me see.
Does it have the stamp on the inside?
Yeah, it's just got. You want to find love? Can I look?
Yes, please do so.
It's not real. This is fake. This is made in the Philippines.
It's not fake. Nothing's fake.
It's not a real Coach, is what I'm saying.
It is too.
It's not.
They make them differently. Go.
It doesn't have the little stamp on
Yes,
it.
Mr. Google.
Hey Kelly, how are you getting home?
I'm waiting for my son to come and get me.
Well, we gotta make it quick because you're trespassing here.
Did she pay?
I'm trespassing?
Yeah, no,
You're being
trespassing. You can come back to the riverside.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah. Kelly, listen to me. Make some phone calls and I'm gonna put you in the car.
Got my potassium and my.
Then you don't need potassium. You got it right there.
I know, because I'm on potassium supplements for the rest of my life.
Oh, well,
And
why's
then-
that?
Why? Because
It balances out the alcohol.
Who's gonna come get you?
no, take me to Palms.
We're not taking you out.
I told you, this doesn't say taxi, it doesn't say
You
ambulance.
can take an Uber to Palms.
You're not suffering any medical. You're using that as your
I'm not-
reason to leave.
Well, because
You don't need to go to Palms. You named some obscure eye nonsense.
it's not nonsense. I told you it's liposuction for your cornea.
Okay.
Call Dr. Bain, B-H-N.
Is it to replace your lens to help you see better?
Yeah, but I don't
If it's
really
a
wanna
life
see
or
better.
death situation, we can take
I
you to
don't
the
wanna
hospital,
see-
but it's
I
not.
don't want to see better. I'll get off the property. I'll go across the street. Oh my God. Or whatever. Where do you want me to go so I can like call Lyft or whatever?
We'll go ahead and call them right here while we're watching for a second to make sure that we're going to come. You're not going to get in this car and
I'm not getting in the car.
all the more reason that you should not be driving.
I
Being
can't.
tired is when you're being intoxicated at times.
Really? I know this. Like 150%.
So I would hate to see you lose your law
Would you please? I'm not going to
License.
lose my law license.
over drinking.
I'll favor.
Well, I mean, most folks that live down there know a lot of them.
I know one of the EMTs who took me to freaking St. John. They treated me like a drug addict, gave me a narco, and I don't take narcos. So then I was allergic to it, and it was freaking.
They give you a narco.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a narco.
For drug addicts.
Oh, they gave you Narcan.
Yeah, or whatever.
Oh, because you were overdosing on an opium. Or they
And I
thought
was
you were.
not. Exactly.
You were going to throw up or maybe make you
Yeah, I
angry.
vomit. Will you calm down? You're done. You're like ruining my zen right now. Like seriously.
How do you want to pay for the Uber? Through the app?
My phone.
If you want me to call you a taxi.
Will you please be quiet for a second?
You're talking too much now.
Too loud. Is that what you want me to do?
Where's the taxi?
Right there, in front of Mermaid.
Oh, no, that thing ain't working. It's been sitting there all day.
No, it hasn't. It just pulled right up. Okay. Look it. Now it's moving back out.
Oh, that doesn't come up the van front there. It's been sitting there all day.
Since the woman was unable to call anyone, officers decided to take her to jail.
That is prescription of being in that case. Are you trying to get charged for that too?
No, I'm not.
Yeah, but your fix is good.
Okay, go ahead.
What's in this pocket?
Here's my phone. Can you please answer it?
No.
It's my attorney.
Well, we'll have to talk about it later. Where's that coin? I didn't miss anything on you, right? No other little pills or anything? No other bottles? No? You sure?
Yes.
All right, we're gonna walk over and right in my car.
No. I can't get in there like that.
Sure you can. No, you don't.
I know, but
Can you, there's a step right here.
no, I know, but I need you to push up my foot.
I can't. I'm not pushing up your foot. I don't want you to kick me.
I'm not kicking you.
I'm not gonna take that chance.
I would never kick you.
Well, I hear you, but I'm not gonna take that
Come on,
chance. There's a step
Please.
right there.
Ow, I cannot do it.
You sat down just
All
fine.
right, fine. Then I'll just like get in here.
Put your foot on the step like you had it. Put this foot right on. There you go. Now push up and then scoot in.
Come on, Kelly, get in there.
Yeah,
Wait.
right
I'm sorry.
You're kind of pushing my patience here.
I'm trying to get in.
No, you're
I
not. You're not
cannot.
trying at all.
I am because you haven't closed my.
Okay.
Can you put my
If we
hands?
have
Can you put my arms in the other way?
No, we're not doing that. He's gonna help you in on the other side.
Okay.
Get all the way in.
Fine. Ow! Don't push my shoulder.
That's the only way we know how to help. There you go.
Thank you.
She was charged with allegedly obtaining food and lodging with the intent to defraud, involving items totaling less than $1,000, and her vehicle was impounded. 2 days later, she was found stripping naked in a bar.
She's over there.
Right here.
She just drunk? The lady? I don't know. I just saw her. She saw that. I think she might be
Drunk?
All right, and I've got a deputy here. All right, thank you so much.
Drunk? Hello?
Welcome back.
Hi. Sheriff's Office, how are you? Is there a reason that you're naked, dude? What's that? Because? You don't know why you're naked, or you do know why you're naked? Why? Because what? Just because? Where are your clothes?
I don't take that anything stuff here, yeah.
Where are your clothes? Huh? Put the jacket on, dear.
Okay. Well, he didn't know if he had coffee. I've been over there all night. We've been cleaning this whole thing.
So you get that stuff?
Yeah.
Melissa has
Thank you, guys. She's trying to walk with Brandon's apartment. She's trying to walk with Brandon's apartment. So, she's been in there to walk through it.
Statement calls.
It's gonna take a while to get that.
Are these your clothes here too? Are these pants? Man, idea. Let's put these on.
Great idea.
Put your pants on. Have you been drinking? No. Why can't you get your pants on? Why does your arm hurt? Are you not able to put your pants on? Lift your foot up? Okay. Alright, well then we're gonna go outside. To your vehicle. I don't know, but they're already here. We'll take her outside in my cruiser. Huh? No, she doesn't have it. She does not want it.
She gave you your name and stuff?
Why can you not do it? Put your pants on her. I'm going to take you to jail. Okay. Drop your pants on. Put your hands in the back. I asked you to put your clothes on. You're there to do it. Give me your other arm. Give me your other arm. Huh? She's from Chicago? I'm not gonna touch her.
Ma'am, put your pants on. We're not doing this.
Get in my car. Go slow. Put your left foot on the running board. See the running board? Put your left foot on that. Lori, why are you naked? Lori, why are you naked? What is your name? Kelly, how much have you had to drink tonight?
Not much.
Not much?
You allergic to anything? Yes? Where are you allergic to? Narcan?
Yeah.
You know what, Kelly? You're also allergic to sand.
No, I guess. She just walked in and I work here too.
Okay.
She walked over and across the street. I was there cleaning, tried to come in. Said she was
In where?
in his apartment.
Yeah,
He told her I don't
you're
know
out of
you. She said to go away. So she came over here with that door and just stood there.
Did she get undressed here at the bar?
Yeah.
At the bar, yeah, she was fully clothed.
At the bar, she was inside.
Yeah.
That I don't know. We weren't here for that, but she was fully clothed when she was
She
at
was
my
naked
place.
when she got in.
Was somebody, is there
Yeah,
another
Sherry
employee?
will know if she
Yeah,
came
the
in
bartender.
naked or not.
Hey, can one of you just stay 10-12 with her real quick? She undressed here in the bar?
Oh, yeah.
Did she get served here or no?
Oh, yes.
So she just came in drunk, stood in the
Let
bar?
me tell you something. She's been here twice today. This is the third time.
Oh, wow, okay.
And now we got circle.
Okay.
I said, listen, you gotta go.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, it's not, I didn't know if she was drunk or if she was withdrawing something.
Okay.
But all she would do was, everybody, this is yours. All she did was laugh and smile. That's all she would do.
She did what?
Laugh and smile.
Alright.
And I could finally get her out here.
Okay.
All right, so I had a customer go to the bathroom. And the door wasn't locked. And she goes, oh my God, she had this woman in there naked. I said, where?
So she got undressed in the bathroom?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm assuming. Because it's on the other side.
And then came outside?
And, well, yeah. I told her, I said, man, you can't do this. I said, get dressed and leave.
Yeah.
I've already told you we can't be in here. Well, she didn't care. She just, I think she was going to leave without her clothes. And I said, please go back and pick up your clothes. And put your clothes on and leave.
Well, she don't want to cooperate with me either, so.
Yeah, she didn't want to cooperate with
She's
me.
gonna have to just go to jail, I guess. Alright, yeah, she's back here. You just pop the door, you just let her know, and I'll take care of the rest.
Just tell her she can't come here.
Just tell her she's trespassing, she's no longer welcome here. Kelly!
Kelly, listen. You trespass from the beach lounge. You're not welcome here, okay? All right.
That is it, thank you. I will take care of the rest.
Guys, thank you so much. That's my first naked person.
What's your first name?
No. Kelly, can you tell me anything tonight that might help me figure out what's going on with you?
No.
No? Kelly!
Yeah.
Hey, dude, we're gonna get you out there and adjust your pants and get your pants on. Come on out.
No.
Why not?
Because I'm in pain.
That's why I want to get you out of my back seat.
Well, I can't get out yet.
Get out of my back seat. Kelly, are you gonna act like an adult at all tonight or no?
No.
It doesn't appear to be that way. I really prefer to get your pants on for you.
No.
Also, I'd like to adjust your hands since you said they're hurting you.
You can adjust my hands.
Huh?
You can adjust my hands.
I need you to get out so I can do that.
I can't.
Yeah, you gotta step a little bit, that way you can swing your legs to the
I
left.
can't do it.
Can I help you?
No.
Alright, so I'm gonna drag you out of my back seat if you don't do it. And I would prefer that you just do it. yourself on your own. And I can assist you. Lean forward some. Okay. Now you gotta turn. Okay, I'm trying to help you, dude.
I know, but you're pulling me.
You're testing my patience here.
Ow.
I'm not doing anything but holding you up.
Yes, you are.
I'm going to remove you from my seat if that's easiest. Because we're getting to that point.
Fine. No, don't do it.
You just said fine.
No, please don't.
Let me get on the arm. We can just right out. We can stand right out. Kelly, just slide right out.
Ow! Oh my God.
Right out. Put your feet down. Put your feet down.
She was charged with disorderly conduct for undressing at the bar. YouTube thinks you'll love the video on the screen. Click to watch now.
Wake up every morning pissed off. The first day I smiled when President Trump won this election. I woke up the next morning, I was happy. I smiled for the first time in a long time. But I got news for him, January 20th, the greatest president in my lifetime is going to walk into the Oval Office and take this country back. People die on the border every day. Women are sex trafficked in this country every day. That's why I'm pissed off. And that's why the best day of my life was President Trump getting re-elected to save lives. Trenda Agua, your days are numbered. My gang's bigger than your gang. And we're going to take you out of the country. We're going to port you out of here. Your days are numbered. You're number one on the list. MS-13, you're right behind him. Mayor of Chicago, not a real bright guy, says Tom Homan isn't welcome in Chicago. Well, guess where Tom Homan's going to be day one? Chicago, Illinois. You don't want me there, come get me. How you doing? So look, if I offend anybody today, I don't care. Some of the media says I'm offensive. I'm okay with that. If I get to live in their minds rent-free, that's kind of cool. Hey, look, for the last 3.5 years, I wake up every morning pissed off about what this administration did to the most secure border in my lifetime. I've worked for 6 presidents, starting with Ronald Reagan, and every president I worked for took steps to secure the border because they understood you can't have strong national security if you don't have border security. We didn't know who's coming in, what's coming in, where's coming in. No one's better than President Trump. He was one badass president who secured the border at unprecedented levels. Illegal immigration at a 45-year low. Illegal immigration down 83 to 90%. Extraordinary work. Joe Biden is the first president in history of this nation who came into office and unsecured the border on purpose. Not by mismanagement, not by incompetence. They unsecured the border by design. The first day I smiled when President Trump won this election. I woke up the next morning, I was happy. I smiled for the first time in a long time. Then I got angry again. Because even though they lost the election, they're still moving thousands of illegal aliens in this country every day. CBP One app still running. They're selling pieces of the border wall, for God's sakes, that you, the American taxpayers, paid for at a hefty price, and now we got buyed again. There's no smooth transition. They're going to destroy this country up to the last day they're in the Oval Office. But I got news for him. January 20th, the greatest president in my lifetime is going to walk into the Oval Office and take this country back. President Trump called me a few Fridays ago and says, okay, you've been bitching about the border for 4 years. You want to come fix it? I said, absolutely. I'm back. I got to learn how to retire. This is the second time I can retire to come back for this president. But I love this president because he loves this country. I love this president because he wants to secure the border. I love this president because securing the border saves lives. What Joe Biden did by unsecuring the border is this. Sex trafficking, up over 600%. No suspected terrorists. People on the terrorist watch list, well over 300 apprehended. President Trump in 4 years, we had 13. We ended catch and release. Joe Biden's released at least 8 million illegal aliens in this country in violation of federal law. And I said it before, for the millions of illegal aliens that have been released in this country in violation of federal law, you're going home, and Tom Homan's going to make sure that happens. Think about this for a moment, what they did. They created the biggest national security vulnerability this nation's ever seen. I already said they arrested over 300 people on the terrorist watch list. Well, there's over 2 million known gotaways. Why did 2 million people pay more to get away? Why didn't they pay less to be turned over to the Border Patrol, be released within 24 hours, get a free airline ticket to the city of their choice, get a free hotel room at $500 a night, get 3 square meals a day, get free medical attention, and get work authorization within 120 days? Why did they pay more not to take advantage of this free giveaway program? Because they didn't want to be vetted. They didn't want to be fingerprinted. These are your gang members. These are the ones carrying fentanyl across the border, and these are people from terrorist-related countries. After 9/11, we created all these databases. You got the FBI screening database, you got the DOD intel database, you got the visa security program, which stopped thousands of people from getting a visa to come to the United States like the terrorists in 9/11 did. So we vet them now. We vet through the process. You don't get a visa if we find derogatory information in your background. But what?
Human being is the measure of all things.
What are these things? Are they good or bad? And I think some of them are bad.
An enormous book that defies logic and has been prohibited, hidden, and surrounded by mystery, the Codex Gigas is known as the Devil's Bible and has a prominent place in historical accounts. Legend has it that a monk begged the devil to help him finish the impossible job of writing it in one night. However, does it cover everything? How is it that this sacred literature contains both sacred scriptures and forbidden occult wisdom? Does it include any secrets that are deemed too harmful for the public to know about? The monk's covenant with evil. A condemned monk in a remote Bohemian monastery, deep in spiritual discipline and far from the worldly concerns of the outside world, is where the Codex Gigas first emerged. Historians disagree as to whether this monk's heinous transgression was heresy, insurrection, or something else entirely. Either way, he was condemned to be bricked up alive as a penalty. The monk, who was about to die, pleaded for forgiveness by promising to compile all of human knowledge in a single volume that would include philosophical and scientific writings with hallowed religious texts and accounts of the supernatural. With time running out, the monk came to terms with the vastness of his undertaking. He just did not have what it took to complete such a massive text in the allotted time. Supposedly, he begged the devil for the magical power to finish the Codex Gigas in one night, trading his soul for it because he was so desperate. Legend has it that the devil's likeness etched into the manuscript by this deal will remain there forever. According to historical accounts, the monk was driven insane by visions of eerie figures and the constant chatter of supernatural entities at this time.
The devil watches over the Codex, and it watches him in return. These were his last words to his comrades, and they were a chilling warning. Did the monk release something even darker, or was it merely the devil's influence? The draft's incongruous consistency. Impressive in every way, the Codex Gigas stands at about 3 feet in height, weighs over 165 pounds, and has over 600 pages of tightly packed text and elaborate pictures. Scholars are perplexed by the disturbing consistency of the handwriting over the whole document. Unlike most medieval scribes who show signs of wear and tear as well as changes in mood or health, the Codex Gigas reads like a continuous work from beginning to end. This unwavering reliability begs the question of a supernatural hand supervising the monk's labor, which seems to be going against the laws of human endurance. Additional examination of the ink identifies chemicals that are not typical of the time, such as remnants of mercury and rare metals linked to alchemical rituals. Because of these out-of-the-ordinary features, historians have begun to wonder if the monk tried to use supernatural energy or preservation procedures that went beyond what was known in the Middle Ages. The ink's composition, according to some theories, was intended to do double duty, to bind an evil force into each stroke and ensure the Codex's resilience and malicious presence through the years. What if the peculiar ink qualities aren't merely for durability, but to imbue each stroke with a sinister power? The Devil's Portrait and its Mysteries. The full-page depiction of the Devil himself is one of the most unsettling and recognizable images in the Codex Gigas. The figure's contorted form, wide-eyed malice, and piercing eyes stand out sharply against the backdrop of the surrounding holy writings in this painting. Compared to previous depictions of demons in medieval art, this devil seems so real, almost as if he were about to jump off the page. According to their research, this picture was more than just a symbol. It was an invitation for the devil to live in the manuscript. Wide swaths of white space surround the image, forming a sharp contrast that seems to force the observer's eyes to meet the devil's menacing grin. In the eyes of some, this picture represents an incantation, a spell meant to keep the devil's spirit within the book and grant him control over readers. Some think of it as a barrier that keeps the devil and his wicked minions inside the Codex, while others see it as a protecting ward. Countless witnesses have reported feeling an eerie presence or being overcome by fear after viewing the portrait, which some have interpreted as a sign that the devil is observing and evaluating those who gaze upon his likeness. Is it possible that this picture signifies more than just a picture? Is it a portal through which the devil's might can enter our reality? The restricted information. Chapters of the Codex. Gigas combine religious scripture with esoteric occult activities containing knowledge that is both sacred and profane. The document explores a wide range of topics, including biblical texts, exorcism rituals, demonology, and complex spells. This material would subsequently be used as the basis for grimoires, which are manuals of dark magic. This mixture of holy and prohibited information shows that the monk was very much into occult rituals, maybe trying to figure out what he was doing or gain control of the supernatural powers he had called upon. The most infamous part is Vinum Diaboli, which translates to the wine of the devil, and explains a ritual potion that people use to communicate with demonic spirits. The monk was probably not just recording these rituals, but also experimenting with them, mixing spiritual devotion with black magic, according to the passage's exact description. This duality begs the question, was the monk trying to comprehend these evil energies so he might defend humanity from them, or was he trying to use their power for his own gain? The Codex Gigas has a complicated interaction between light and darkness, and the presence of such information in a holy manuscript challenges the borders between faith and heresy. Was the Codex Gigas intended to be a tool for wielding evil or a weapon against it? Lost documents and secret practices. The disappearance of numerous pages from the Codex Gigas is said to have housed some of the most lethal spells, prophecies, and incantations, and it remains one of the biggest mysteries surrounding the text. The monks allegedly tore out these missing leaves out of fear that the information within could unleash terrible calamities. The intentional deletion of these pages raises the possibility that the Codex contained information that was too dangerous for humans to handle. Information that may cause chaos in the natural world or give power to evil forces that could not be contained. In recent years, researchers have found faint impressions of the locations of the missing pages, which have revealed bits of symbols and enigmatic sentences that may hold clues to what these leaves originally contained. These findings have given rise to speculation that the Codex could contain a spell that can call upon a dark, ancient power, something more dreadful than Satan himself, if it were to be opened. Some scholars maintain that the missing pages of the Codex were never really destroyed, but rather stashed away in secret vaults or other old manuscripts, ready to be retrieved by some courageous or naive soul who would dare to perform the forbidden rite it contained. The specter of these pages' continued existence casts a pall of foreboding over the situation, as if the ultimate evil force slumbering within the Codex Gigas were only waiting to be stirred. Are these pages that have gone missing part of a ceremony that would release the ultimate evil power? The Codex's curse. Many people think the Codex Gigas is cursed since it has been associated with a string of unfortunate events and mysterious occurrences since its construction. Legend has it that in the 15th century, a fire nearly destroyed the monastery that held the Codex. Somehow, some unseen power kept the book safe from the raging inferno. Many took this as a portent, a sign that the Codex contained evil spirits hell-bent on staying alive and spreading their influence. Horrific things have happened to those who have guarded the Codex throughout the years, from sudden deaths to bouts of insanity and obsession. Researchers from the modern day who have studied the text have reported unexplained occurrences such as chills, nightmares with eerie figures, and a generalized feeling of fear that lingers with them even after they leave the room. Some think the Codex has a dark aura that draws readers in, making them obsessed to the point where they lose their minds trying to unravel its secrets. As long as this curse lasts, the Codex Gigas will be a symbol of everlasting darkness, casting a shadow over everyone brave enough to seek out its mysteries. Is there a sinister force lurking beneath the Codex, ready to devour anyone brave enough to open its pages? Textual prophecies. Many see hidden meanings and symbols in the Codex Gigas' dense writing, which they interpret as prophecies about the future. The intricate web of prophecy and warning is weaved with religious texts and occult ceremonies. Some parts seem to foretell major events in history, such as the Black Death and battles, with descriptions that remarkably match what happened in the real world. Many other interpretations have been proposed by scholars due to the fact that these predictions are not literal, but rather wrapped in metaphor and cryptic language. For some, the Codex is more than just a book. It's a prophetic blueprint that, when cracked, would foretell impending disasters and gloomy revolutions. The shadows will rise, and the lost will return. The most terrifying prophecy is seen by some as a sign of an imminent end of the world, when evil forces would emerge from their prisons and cause chaos. This theory proposes that the Codex Gigas is more than just a historical artifact. It is a living document with prophetic power that goes beyond its creation and into the world of future occurrences. Is the Codex Gigas an artifact from our history or a prophecy foretelling our most gloomy future? The Devil's Key and the Monastic Crypt. Myth has it that the Codex Gigas was secretly penned in a crypt under the monastery, a location known only to a handful of monks who took an oath of silence. The last fragments of a wicked ritual called the Devil's Key are supposedly kept in this tomb. It is an invocation that, if performed, can open a gateway to other dimensions, connecting our world to one of pure chaos and despair. Timed synchronization with astronomical occurrences, exact incantations, and the usage of rare banned substances described in great detail in the Codex are all necessary components of the ritual. Legend has it that several monks went into the crypt to carry out the rite, but then disappeared, leaving behind nothing but the haunting sound of their chanting in the deserted hallways of the monastery. Some think that the ritual's last spark comes from an artifact that sits deep within this tomb, maybe even a relic that the devil himself touched. If there is a real crypt and the ritual is as powerful as said, Whoever deciphers its mysteries will have the ability to call upon long-forgotten demons or command ominous forces on an unprecedented level. The Codex Gigas takes on an air of urgent mystique when the thought of such a crypt existing, concealed and guarded by black magic, is entertained. This raises the specter that the ultimate dark power it possesses might be lurking just beyond reach, patiently awaiting the daring soul who is willing to perform the ritual. Is there a way that this secret room might connect our reality to a shadowy dimension? The last words of the monk. In his last moments, the monk scribbled a final cryptic note in the margins of a forgotten chapter of the Codex Gigas, a product of his anguish and despair. "The shadows watch," he said, his words jumbled and mysterious. The text is ravenous. Scholars have been puzzled by this foreboding statement, which has sparked heated debate over its meaning and ramifications for centuries. Eventually, the Codex will assert its ownership. For some, it's a portent of the imminent release of the sinister powers contained within the Codex, which will seize the spirits of everyone who ventures to open its pages. Some interpret the monk's last remarks as a diagnosis of his own mental illness, while others see them as a prophecy arising from his anguish. Along with the other cryptic symbols found inside the text, this message suggests that the Codex Gigas will be crucial in determining humanity's destiny in the future. According to some theories, the monk glimpsed the dawn of the Codex's dormant abilities, which would force the book's contrasting forces of light and darkness to face off. There are still many unanswered questions about the Codex and its mysterious impact, and this letter is a chilling reminder of both. Is the Codex Gigas only waiting for the right moment to reveal its sinister secrets to the world? The mysterious symbolism covered in plain sight. Codex Gigas' strange symbolism is one of the manuscript's most frightening features. Filling spaces between verses, encircling images, and defining the borders of some chapters, these symbols seem ornamental at first sight. On the other hand, when studied more closely, scientists have found that these patterns create a complex network of holy geometry. The shapes and sequences match with symbols from old mystical rituals, which are generally condemned in Christian dogma. Deliberate efforts to embed hidden meanings and esoteric information inside the book are suggested by these symbols, which include interconnecting circles, triangular patterns, and intricate arrangements. Research has shown that these symbols are quite similar to those in early Kabbalistic writings, suggesting that the monk may have studied esoteric traditions outside of Christianity. Because it was highly taboo for researchers of that time to investigate pagan or heretical beliefs, this fusion of symbols from several mystical traditions is unparalleled. According to some theories, the monk was trying to unite different aspects of power and spirituality into a cohesive whole, a work that defies categorization. The Codex Gigas' complex symbolism suggests a hidden meaning. It may have been meant to be a portal to all knowledge, combining forbidden symbols to form a single reality that includes both the light and the dark. Was the Codex Gigas meant to combine forbidden symbols into a single reality vision, opening the door to all knowledge? The shadow side of light. Codex Gigas is unique among medieval manuscripts for its elaborate illuminations. These pictures aren't just decorative. They show weird plants, monsters, and twisted shapes that some have likened to those in alchemical writings from the Renaissance. These pictures give the manuscript a creepy, strange quality, as if it were inhabited by some alien being. An unsettling artwork depicts a contorted tree whose roots entwine with abstract symbols and mysterious characters, giving the impression of veins. In the eyes of some, it is a metaphor for the tree of life, while to others, it is a doorway to the underworld, a route for evil spirits to enter our world. According to urban legend, anyone who touches the page where this drawing is located may experience hallucinations and nightmares, and those who examine it closely often claim seeing horrific visions. Someone from the current day spent hours poring over this artwork, but he supposedly had such terrifying visions that he gave up on historical research completely, leaving behind just notes that hinted at his mental breakdown. Like other images in the Codex, this one seems to have a deeper, sinister purpose. It's like a visual incantation that draws the viewer into a realm of supernatural dread and gloom. further establishing the Codex Gigas' reputation as a medium for evil forces. Are these lights only for show, or are they a visual spell that draws the reader into the book's gloomy world? Strange harmony with cosmological cycles. Not only does the Codex Gigas record information about its time period, but it also seems to be in sync with specific astronomical and cosmic cycles. There is a strong correlation between the manuscript and astronomical events, according to astrologers and mystics who have studied the Codex. They claim that certain portions coincide with lunar phases, planetary conjunctions, and solar eclipses. Some scholars have used these cycles to draw connections between the Codex and major historical events like the Black Death, wars, and other calamities that appear to fit with the ominous prophecies written in it. The most worrisome part is that new research suggests the Codex might have secrets about a great conjunction that is supposed to happen this century. The vague description of this conjunction, which includes the phrase, "The shadows of old will reclaim their place," has led many to fear that it portends calamitous alignment that will access a parallel universe. Some think that when the stars align in this way, it opens a portal for dark ancient powers to visit our Earth from another dimension. The Codex's exact astronomical illusions cast doubt on its intended use as a work of prophecy and cast it instead in the role of a sinister instrument with the power to change the trajectory of human history. Could the Codex be keeping track of the passage of time leading up to a cosmic alignment that would be catastrophic for mankind? Indecipherable Codex resilience. Over its lengthy existence, the Codex Gigas has weathered innumerable disasters, including destructive floods and fires, as well as the devastation caused by war and human strife. The pages and bindings of the Codex have survived the test of time and the efforts of those who would have destroyed it, unlike other priceless writings and artifacts. During the 30 Years' War, Swedish soldiers tried to steal the Codex from a besieged abbey, according to one disturbing account. Even though everything around them was in utter disarray, the troops said the book was heavy as a rock and gave off an unexplained heat. Amidst the ruins of the monastery, the text remained undamaged as they gave up trying to steal it, believing it was cursed or protected by black magic. The locals' subsequent discovery of the Codex, seemingly undamaged, only served to solidify their conviction in its possessed evil power, which they attribute to its indomitable survival. Some interpret this resiliency as evidence that the Codex is still alive, that the
I don't normally do this, but I feel
people, they go to sleep and they wake up.
Such a strange looking device, and yet it's one of the most oddly satisfying things to watch in motion. The first time I saw one of these, believe it or not, was on a forklift. It was so surprising to see this thing tracking sideways like a crab and smoothly at that. I felt like I was watching Michael Jackson moonwalking. It's just the unnatural weirdness of it that this doesn't feel right, and yet it's so satisfying to watch. It's exactly the experience I had. I wanted to know, how does it move like that? In order to really understand how the Mechanim wheel works, we need to see it from the bottom. And that's why I've got this camera set up right down here. What we're gonna do is give you a view from underneath. I've got a remote control card that I've put together. We've got some Mechanim wheels. Let's take this step by step and see if we can figure out how we can get all these weird motions from this interesting tire design. Let's get started. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's start with just one wheel. Turn on the lights. Ah, isn't that beautiful? Focus on this wheel here. We're going to spin this wheel forward. This is the front of the vehicle. Let's see what happens when we tell this wheel to go forward. Okay, it doesn't want to go forward. It actually wants to go kind of forward and towards the inside of the vehicle. Okay, before we go to two wheels, I want to point out that the orientation of the wheel actually matters a lot here. First of all, looking at this vehicle from the top, you can see that this points down and towards the center of the car, like that. But if you look at it from the bottom, even though it feels weird looking at it from the top, I know it's actually pointing in this direction, like this, right? Right, that way. All right, so let's try the left-hand version of the wheel. Now, it should be pointed more like this,
Get your beanbag.
in and towards the inside of the car, whereas from the top, as you can see, it's yeah, like that. All right, here we go. We're gonna spin this wheel forward. This is the front of the vehicle, and what happens? Okay. So far we've learned that the wheel definitely wants to track along the axis of the roller. Because the wheel is free to rotate along this axis, it slips a little bit on that axis, but it's got full traction in this direction. And so without any other wheels to add any other forces, it's going to want to follow that line of traction. Okay, let me put the correct wheel on here because I actually want an X pattern. And let's try it with two wheels. So looking at it from the top, you can see the rollers point towards the inside of the vehicle like an X. And from the bottom, all right, so what happens when we have two wheels going forward?
So, I've been playing this drill for a couple of hours now. No! Come on! Feels like I'm playing this one forever. Let's start with this one in the side pocket, followed by that one. It's so awkward, just a fraction shorter. Disappointing, really disappointing. Believe it or not, this was a pressure shot. But it's such a relief. No! Come on! It's so frustrating, it's so difficult. Alright guys, I'm out. I'm gonna go to bed now or maybe give it another shot. I don't know yet. This right here is by far the most difficult thing I've ever tried to do on a pool table. I mean, just look at this. 49 balls on the table. I'm not allowed to run into any other ball. And most importantly, I'm not allowed to touch any revolve of the cue ball. And this is insanely difficult, believe me. 9 balls on the table. I'm not allowed to run into any other ball. And most importantly, I'm not allowed to touch any revolve of the cue ball. And this is insanely difficult, believe me. I've seen this for the very first time a couple of years ago on Darren Appleton's channel. Always wanted to give this a try. And I decided after 12 hours of endless pain, endless struggle and disappointment to finally share my very best attempt with you. Will it be all 49 balls? Or it might be just 48 balls or even less. Let's find out right now. So I've been playing this fiddle for a couple of hours now, and I gotta tell you, it's brutal. It feels like an eternity, and this is probably the most difficult thing I ever did on a pool table. But what I found out is that if I'm starting with the yellow one, and just bring the cue ball in between this gap, which is a bit risky, but the reward is really high. I can remove that red here, which is kind of a problem ball, together with 49 other problem balls. But you will see why the yellow one was so important. I would say within like probably around 20 shots, you will understand why I removed that yellow one. Now let's get rid of a couple of more reds here. Into the side, stun over again. Then just roll this one in, just like that. And now what I can do is, I can roll that 50 ball in. And for the very first time, I'm getting access to that lower line, which is really, really important. Because what this lower line does, it opens the corner pockets, and this is really important to open the corner pockets. So far, we're still in total control. We want to stun over for the one here. like that. Not ideal, but you can see now what we did is we opened not only space here, but we also opened the side pockets, which is really, really good because we have plan Bs. Now, gotta take the bridge, but that's fine. Using the bridge, by the way, I think is probably the weakest part of my game, but I think here it should be fine. Just wanna draw back like that, either for the 11 ball into the side or for the 4 ball. What do I like more? Let's take on the 11. Like that. Now I can take the 4 ball. I have to draw a bit back though. For the 12 ball or the 13. What do I like here? 12 ball. Like that. Now I can take on the 5 ball. Do I wanna stun over for the 6? That's a bit too risky if I don't get the position. So instead, just drawing back for either the 14 or the red. Now the red is much easier than the 14, but the 14, if the cue ball would be here, I would have taken it, but now it's a bit too tricky. So now let's draw back for the red. Just like that. That is okay. And now I would say, let's probably just play a small draw shot for the 13. Like this. That's fine. And if I now just the question, do I want to get on the red or do I want to get to here for the 14? I would say let's try to get a position on the 14. Even though it's a bit risky. Oh, that was awful. That was horrible. Now I have no position on the 14. And what I have to do is, if I can manage to draw the cue ball towards here for the 14 into here or the red into here, but I have a lot of angle on the 6 ball. Should still be possible though. Just a bit too short for the 14, but what I can do now instead is, I have the red. I can't get access to the 14 anymore, but if I'm just rolling that in on that line, I can continue with this red. So for the first time, we're getting to the other half of the table. Just gotta be precise with my speed here. That could be too much. That's tricky now. That could be too much. Now I have to probably stun to here for the 7, for the brown or the green one. And I only have half a pocket. This is a bit of a tester, the first big tester here. Gotta focus on that one. People needs to stop. Not ideal. Do I have the brown? Yes, I think I have the brown. So let's just, it's important, I don't want to play a stop shot. I want to be where the brown is right now. So this has got to be...
On alert, and some even maneuver.
Joe the Joe Rogan experience.
So, you know, I've had the privilege of interacting with a lot of government organizations over the past few years as I've been digging down this rabbit hole. Law enforcement at a federal level, DOD, executive branch, legislative branch, and some of the folks that I've come in contact with, they specifically work on weapons of mass destruction. Okay, so that's their job. So if there's a loose nuke in the United States, among other agencies, they would be some of the people that would be sitting in a skiff for 24 hours a day trying to figure out where it is and to go get it, right? So you can imagine that would be their number one priority, right? So I engage with these folks. I ask them, you know, what's the sense here? You know, people are kind of starting to panic a little bit, and this message is getting out there more and more broadly. And they assured me that's not the case, that there is not a loose nuke or other type of weapon of mass destruction that these objects, whatever they are pursuing right now. Otherwise, they would be working in a skiff nonstop to make that go away, that problem go away. So, you know, that's part of why I have a high confidence level that this is not a response to a massive imminent, you know, weapons of mass destruction threat on the eastern seaboard. So I just want to try to dispel that rumor right now. I've seen a lot of talk of that online, and I don't, you know, although this is a, you know, I think a dangerous and a scary situation that's going on right now, at least from that particular angle, that's not the indications I'm receiving.
So how would they persuaded you? Just by saying that's not the case? Or have they given you any information that leads to this conclusion? Like,
they would be the people actively working it, essentially, right? So,
and
they're not working it, right? So either the government is holding back that secret from the direct resources within the government that are responsible for finding these systems, or they're not working the issue because there's some issue there to work.
So the thing that I had heard was that it was a missing nuke from Ukraine. And if that was the case, what could they do? Is there any truth to this idea that we have the type of drone capability that we could send these things out and they would search for gamma radiation and they'd be able to find a nuke?
So there are teams that respond to those sort of potential emergencies, typically within the Department of Energy. Having, you know, potentially hundreds of drones flying around trying to identify these isn't necessarily the best way. Gamma radiation is typically well shielded in weapons, and at very high altitudes or even moderate altitudes like we're seeing these objects, it would be pretty difficult to detect them. And the way that NIST, DOE typically operates in this environment is ground-based teams searching for radiation itself. So it's not necessarily consistent with how they would do it to begin with. And then based off of that other information, that's what leads me to believe that's not the case.
Well, that makes me feel better because I was freaking out this weekend.
I think a lot of people were.
Yeah, I got a couple, but it's one of those things, especially in this day and age with social media. There's some narratives that get spread and retweeted. And, you know, I know a guy who's an insider and he says to get out of the East Coast and, you know, head for Nevada, or, you know, there's a lot of that shit going on.
Yeah.
There's a lot of different versions of these drones, and this is what's weird. If they weren't ours, if they're not ours, you would think that they could just track them and find out, well, where are they landing, who's got them, how are they being used, is it RFI, like radio frequency, is it some sort of a different technology that's allowing them to pilot these things, like what is it?
Yeah.
They'd be able to tune into that and figure it out, right? So how come no one's been arrested? How come no one's been caught? How come they haven't, you know, tracked these things down to the source?
Yeah, so there's a lot of good questions there. Let me back up by starting with the fact that this started about 2 years ago, at least. So
not like this.
A little bit like this.
Really?
So,
in this volume?
Not in this volume. That's the differentiator right there. But so Langley Air Force Base, you might be familiar with the fact that they had drone incursions of an unknown type, unknown origin last year.
Right.
That happened during about a 2.5, 3 week period right before Christmas. Right where we are now. That also happened the year before over Langley. Unknown objects operating over the base. They couldn't tell where they were going. They were unprepared for them. Same period of time, 2-3 weeks before Christmas. This is year 3, right? And they were expecting them to come again for third year in a row over Langley. And there was, some effort put forward to be able to better understand these when they came back. And they did come back, but they came back in a much wider swath, right? Now we have them all over New Jersey, all the way up to Massachusetts. And it's hard to tell exactly with the quality of the reporting right now, because it seems to be, the bigger the story gets, the more people are just looking up and seeing anything and pointing it out. But there are reports from Texas to Florida to California, Ohio.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Do you wonder at all if this is a massive psyop and this is all just to cover up some very advanced American weapons technology?
I think it's a very good question, and here's why I don't believe that. Because I have done 30 years of field research, right? So I've gone to China, I've been to Russia, I've been to Australia, Africa, South America, Canada, Alaska, all across Europe, United States, and I've investigated close encounters of the third kind. And I would ask your audience, don't take it from me, but the United States Air Force investigated and categorized close encounters of the first, second, and third kind, right? During their official capacity, Project Blue, Project Sign, Project Grudge, Project
Great
Blue Book.
fucking movie, by the way. If you haven't seen it, folks, Close Encounters of the Third Kind, probably the best alien invasion movie of all time.
Dr. Hynek has a cameo appearance in that film. Did you know that?
I had heard that.
Yeah,
I don't remember who he was, though, but wasn't the French guy? Didn't he?
Yeah, Jacques Vallée.
He's supposed to be Jacques Vallée.
But Jacques Vallée has a cameo. Well, there's a guy acting his part, but actually, Dr. J. Allen Hynek, who is the scientific advisor to Project Blue Book all those years for the Air Force, actually has a cameo appearance, smoking a cigar during the encounter. And
that's
him.
right.
That's
That's
Dr.
right.
Hynek.
That's right.
Yep.
Smoking a pipe.
Smoking a pipe, and a lot of the cases, right down to Richard Dreyfuss's face being burned by the UFO, those came directly out of Project Blue Book files. Even the description of what the entities looked like. Close encounters, again, Close Encounters of the Third Kind. This is the United States Air Force documenting this stuff.
Yeah.
And he took it directly out of Project Blue Book files and made a movie out of it. And as a little wink, wink, nudge, nudge, he has Dr. Hynek have a cameo appearance in the movie.
You know what?
Most people don't know that.
It's a fantastic movie, too.
It's a great movie.
Because it's a movie that's filled with, it's not like standard UFOs land. Like, there's some play going on. There's some weirdness to the way they interact with us that sort of is much more realistic in terms of like the things that people experience.
Yeah.
They experience interactions, very strange interactions. And when they had those little orb-like things that were flying around the movie, that's all straight out of...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, 100%. I remember I had a buddy of mine who was a pilot over Europe in the 70s, and he used to come for family dinners, and he was always talking about it. I was like, yeah, whatever. And then later on in life, when I started getting interested in UFOs, I was like, Michael, tell me about that UFO encounter you had, that red orb. He goes, it was just like it was in the Close Encounters of the Third Kind, Steven Spielberg's movie. It was like, they took those files directly out of Project Blue Book files and right onto the big screen.
That's what the Foo Fighters were, right?
Yeah, Foo Fighters too. They had little orbs.
Yeah,
These little orbs.
Fighter pilots are flying around. They're seeing these things with them.
Well, but let me ask you, and this is why that I don't think it's a PSYOP thing.
I don't think it's a PSYOP either.
Well, the reason why I don't is because, I don't just believe Grush because he testified under oath and he's a high-level intelligence officer. Well, that's very impressive. I believe Grush because his claims align with my personal research in the field. Remember, I've investigated crash retrieval programs, crash retrieval cases, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so when I put out Moment of Contact, when I went in to put out Moment of Contact, people were going, James, you just dropped one of the biggest, most successful UFO films in terms of transcending the UFO community and penetrating a much broader, more mainstream audience. Are you sure you want to put out a documentary that deals with an alleged crash and live aliens walking around the town of Virginia, Brazil? Like, seriously, that's what you want to put out there? You've got access to, like, Harry Reid and all these intel insiders, and now you want to do that? You're going to tarnish your reputation. It's a bad...
Who gave you that advice?
A lot of people did. I
wish you called me. James, you can handle it.
You probably heard about Moment of Contact, and then you thought, this sounds too crazy. And then you watched it.
No, I thought, I always think a crash and contact sounds crazy.
I know,
and
it does.
I always think that. But I would have never told you not to do it.
Oh, okay.
I would have never told you not to do it. You're really good at this. You know how to, you're really good at, explaining.
But you look at half the town talking about it, including the man.
That's an incredible story. It's an incredible story.
It's a phenomenal story.
It's one of those stories where you're like, if everybody's in on this, this is crazy. If everybody's telling it, and there's not one contrarian that comes out and goes, they all told me to lie. I'm not fucking lying. This is stupid. They're doing it for tourism.
Oh,
Not
yeah.
one person? Come on. There's always some hater. There's always some hater who wants to ruin your gag.
I remember.
If it was, you know what I mean? If
Oh,
it
yeah,
was
no, I totally do.
some-
I remember when I was making Moment of Contact and it wasn't done with it yet, Lou Elizondo was like, he's like, James, he called me up. He goes, I need a copy. I was like, the film's not done. I don't care. I need a copy. Give me a rough cut. I don't care. I was like, okay, what's the urgency? And he's like, you don't understand who's watching this right now. So I was like, okay. So I'm giving him copies, and I had absolutely no idea ever in 100 million years that I think we're going to be having, months after the release of Moment of Contact, a congressional hearing under oath that was just a crash retrieval program.
What year did
Biologics.
Moment of Contact come out?
And it came out at the end of 2022.
Do you think Biden watched it? Do you think he sat down with Biden? That would have been wild.
You know, he's been
Could you
so
imagine Biden?
he's been so dismissive of it all. Like you know, Obama said a lot more
You
about
know
it.
why? Because he's already in space. He's in space right now.
He's like, go talk
He's
to
in
Obama.
orbit
I'm like,
right now
I was
around
like, really? That's the
Saturn.
best you can do?
He's like Dr. Manhattan. He's on the
Oh.
moon in a glass house.
Okay, let's say if Biden, if you're listening right now, you have nothing
Sir,
to lose.
You're the
right?
president of the United States, sir. Release the hounds.
He's never running ever again.
Exactly.
He's not running for a second term. Come on, we're done.
He's already pardoned more human beings than any
Listen-
president ever, other
Listen
than Carter.
to the advice at the end of the program
Yeah.
by Senator Harry Reid, who's now the late Senator Harry Reid, and I said to him, what advice would you give the president? It could have been any president at the time. And he said, don't be afraid of tarnishing your legacy by addressing this issue head on. And I hope that Biden gets to see that, and I really hope that President-elect Donald Trump gets to see that. People are ready for the truth. They've had enough of the lying. I think we're way beyond that at this point.
I agree with you. However, when I confronted Mr. Trump,
Oh,
he
yeah.
was very cagey.
Was he really?
Very cagey. I've seen some things. They told me some things. He didn't tell me shit. He basically,
Really?
it
Did
was
his eyes tell
basically
you?
like neither confirm nor deny. No, there was no eyes. I don't do that shit. Especially to a pro like Donald Trump. Like, you're not,
Really?
yeah. We're going to do it to an actor or something. Shut up. You're
Really?
not going to know what the
So
fuck
just
they think.
poker
Yeah,
face.
Daniel Day-Lewis told you that he just ate a baby. You'd fucking believe him. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like, this idea that, like,
little
what did his
plus
eyes
looking
tell you? What did his eyes tell you? It depends
No
on the
way.
person.
Yeah.
Depends on the person. If it's your regular crackpot and they tell you a
Yeah.
lie, you're like, something's up. But there's people that can hide things. They can hide things behind their eyes. But I think he knows something. I don't think he's that interested. I think he's more interested. I think he's a sort of a no-nonsense type of guy. This is why. You kind of have to be managing multiple businesses simultaneously, right?
Yeah.
He's always done that his whole career, right?
Yeah.
Manage being on The Apprentice while running these golf courses, while having these buildings, apartment buildings, hotels. He's constantly doing something, right?
Yes.
So while he's doing all that, and he's playing golf, while he's doing all that, there's no time for fucking aliens, man. There's no time for nonsense. There's no time for sitting around with your buddies, you know, smoking a cigar, going, "What do you think, man? I mean, if I was them, man, I would do what they're doing." You know, I wouldn't even, there's no time for that nonsense talk. That guy's got businesses.
But we got objects of unknown origin flying over residential areas, flying over military bases, flying over
Right.
nuclear silos.
Well, now I think he's much more interested because
That's a matter of national security. I mean,
it
people
is
are
now.
freaking out. Like, what the hell are we seeing? And they're going, we don't know what they are, but everything's fine.
Well,
We're
he has
totally
addressed it.
safe. There's no national security issue here. We don't know what they are, but you're fine. Don't worry about it. You remember, what was the Steven Spielberg movie with the shark, the great white shark?
yeah, Jaws.
Jaws.
Yeah,
Remember?
yeah,
They're like,
yeah.
everything's fine.
The mayor.
People
the
are-
mayor's like, keep swimming.
Yeah, keep swimming. The water's fine. Everyone say people are getting bit in half.
That's the
like-
perfect analogy, dude. That is the perfect analogy. That is it.
Everything's
That's the,
fine. Go about your lives.
They're definitely
Nothing
not
to
nuke
see here.
sniffing drones. Come on, nuke sniffing drones. So what if some nuclear
Oh my
material was
God.
just stolen
Oh my
off a
gosh.
cargo ship? Whatever, guys.
All the online conspiracy stuff is crazy, and I get a lot of it because obviously what I do.
Of course.
And people send me all kinds of stuff. I was like, well, hang on a second. I wish I could put boots on the ground, but no, there's something really weird going on, and the fact that they don't know, or they're claiming that they don't know what it is.
The subject is much more open to discussion, like I was saying, amongst serious people.
Yes.
Where it didn't used to be before. And now I think with this drone thing, I think there's so many people that are going, okay, even if they're ours or they're China's or what's going on?
Yeah.
Why are there so many of them? What are the answers and why can't you tell us? Is it because they're searching for a nuke? Jesus Christ, maybe you should warn people and get the fuck out of here. Yeah, is that really what's going on? Like, if it's not, what is going on? And if it's not ours, what are they? And how come you can't track them? How come, like, what kind of...
Very bizarre.
It doesn't even make sense.
It's very,
It
very
doesn't make
bizarre.
sense when you think of the capabilities of the United States military. It doesn't make any sense. They can't figure out what's going on. I think what Trump said is probably correct, that the government knows. They know what's happening, and they don't want to tell people.
Why wouldn't he
reason.
know? He could tell us. Why wouldn't he tell us?
I don't think he knows yet. I don't think until he gets into office. He gave a speech about it at Mar-a-Lago.
I saw that. But did he say?
Well, let's watch it. We'll watch it. We'll watch it.
Yeah,
pull the speech up.
Yeah, because I wondered if he. Yeah, well, we're about to find out.
Yeah, essentially, he was saying that he knows that the government knows what's going on, and they're not telling us.
So
and that means they're not telling him.
So they're not telling him.
No, I don't think until you get into office, you're not the president, right? So he's the president elect. I don't know
Right.
what kind of
Clearances that he has.
Yeah, I don't understand how that works.
God, I'd be very curious to know what he knows.
Right, especially with this. Like, who do you even ask? Like, who is the person that can lay out the information? Like, which department, which agency?
Yeah,
Let's
right.
hear
It seems like they're so compartmentalized.
What about the
Thank you. Good to see you. Good to see you.
Can you comment on the drones that are flying around New Jersey ports? It seems like the American people have a big
The government knows what is happening. Look, our military knows where they took off from. If it's a garage, they can go right into that garage. They know where it came from and where it went. And for some reason, they don't want to comment. And I think they'd be better off saying what it is. Our military knows and our president knows.
Our president
And
knows.
for some reason, they want to keep people in suspense. I can't imagine it's the enemy, because if it was the enemy, they'd blast it out. Even if they were late, they'd blast it. Something strange is going on. For some reason, they don't want to tell the people, and they should, because the people are really, I mean, they happen to be over Bedminster. You know the truth. They're very close to Bedminster. I think maybe I won't spend the weekend in Bedminster. I decided to cancel my trip.
Yeah.
I think I won't spend the weekend in Bedminster.
Yeah. I
Wow.
mean, I bet someone told him, Mr. President, it's pretty important that you don't go to the golf course. Yeah.
God, that's so crazy.
Yeah.
Hey,
so what does that mean?
I gotta, if you don't mind, I was contacted. I went to this.
Are you gonna switch subjects?
Well, no. This is all about exactly what we're talking about. This is something that I really need to put out there because it's very important.
Okay.
And it's an unprecedented effort spearheaded by this woman, Andrea, who runs a number of communities on Reddit. And she said that they're banding together for the first time ever. It's the biggest grassroots campaign for government transparency. This is happening on Friday, the 20th of December at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. And this has the potential to reach millions and millions of people. It's the most unprecedented event on Reddit in history. And I'll post all of the necessary information on X because this is a very grassroots effort. And
what are they doing?
At James C. Fox on X, formerly known as Twitter. It's the Reddit community is banding together for a huge grassroots campaign for government transparency. So basically, all the various platforms on Reddit, like paranormal, UFO, they don't usually get along too well, but they're all combining their resources and they're getting together for the first time ever, and to push for government transparency. There's a couple of government insiders that appear in my film that will be appearing on this to answer questions and what steps need to be happening, what's going on today, and this is happening on the 20th of December, 3 p.m. and I'll be posting more information, the very specific details on X at James C. Fox. I just wanted to get that out there before because...
Well, the more of this stuff that happens, the better. The more people demand it, the better. The more politicians hear from the people and want to... I mean, especially politicians that are up for re-election and they want to show that they're doing what people want them to do. Yeah, I'd like to know more, but obviously I'm very happy that we're hearing much more about the subject in a serious way.
Yeah.
You know, whatever the hell's going on.
thank you. Thank you so much. I'm honored to be here. President Joe Biden just pardoned Lee Harvey Oswald. If President Trump wants to make Canada the 51st state, one stipulation, at least one of the senators has to be a moose. Unlike Oprah, I am not being paid to be here. I'm here because I love my country and because Donald Trump surrounds himself with intelligent women who are very good looking. What a crowd. Wow. There's got to be 5,000 people here, which is double MSNBC's primetime viewership. Well, what an election. Wow, I haven't seen a man beat a woman that brutally since the Olympic Games. We don't want to be like the Democrats who want to destroy American traditions, like counting votes by hand. They don't care about you, they only care about themselves. Remember the Democratic Convention? They had a big fence around it and check people's IDs. All I want is for this country to have the same level of security as a Democratic convention. Well, thanks to the Democrats, we may not know what women are, but at least we now know what women are not. Qualified to be in charge of the Secret Service. I've seen more competent female Ghostbusters, frankly. Well, the Democrats still seem confused as to why they lost this election. They want to think it has something to do with misogyny or racism. Well, let me clear it up for those still bewildered Democrats. You lost because you tried to tell the American people that the economy was great when they couldn't afford to buy groceries. You lost because you ran a moron in place of a president you knew was a corpse attached to a car battery. Even the Amish, who never voted. It's like, go get my horse. I don't know what electricity is, but I know one thing, I'm definitely voting against this dipshit. Democrats, you lost because you tried to convince the American people that it was racist to close the border and not let people come in illegally to rob and murder them. You lost because nobody gives a fuck about the term Latinx. You lost because your Justice Department called parents who showed up at school board meetings terrorists just for not wanting pornography in their children's classroom. You lost, Democrats, you lost because you lied about January 6th, calling it worse than Pearl Harbor or 9/11, instead of what January 6th really was, the FBI guided tour of the Capitol building. You lost, Democrats, because men can't have babies, women don't have dicks, even if they play in the WNBA. And free speech isn't a privilege like a driver's license. It's a God-given right guaranteed by our Constitution. You lost because you colluded with tech companies like Facebook to silence Americans. You lost because you fired doctors, nurses, scientists, and frontline workers for refusing to take an experimental gene therapy because my body, my choice only counts if it's about abortion. You lost because during the pandemic, you closed churches and small businesses, but kept open strip clubs, liquor stores, and Walmarts, and wanted us to mask up between bites. You lost because they just finished counting the votes in California this morning. You lost because flying Haitians into Ohio in the middle of the night just to increase your voting base is kind of a shady thing to do. Now, I have no problem with legal immigration. I'm just not sure Haiti is sending us their best cat-eating rapist cannibals. Sorry. That was too much even for me. I apologize. You lost because when Bill Clinton goes on The View, Whoopi Goldberg doesn't ask her about Epstein's Island. You lost because you put Kamala Harris in charge of the border. The Democrats finally acknowledged they screwed up the border when Biden removed President Trump's Remain in Mexico policy to stop illegal immigrants from flooding into our country. And now President Trump has an even better policy to stop illegal immigration. It's called the Joe Biden Remain in Delaware policy. And lastly, you lost because you can't give $100 billion to Ukraine and only $700 to American fire victims in Maui. And only $800 to American hurricane victims in North Carolina. Zelensky is obviously a cokehead. All the signs are there. You give him $1 billion, the next week he's broke. He's always wearing the same dirty t-shirt that Sean Penn gave him. He's always saying delusional shit like, I'm gonna defeat Russia. Well, 29 days until President Trump takes office. And the Bidens are already starting to pack up. They're going through their drawers, checking under beds, looking, they're looking under in closets, and that's just, gathering up Hunter Biden's coke stash. I wrote this late last night. A lot of pundits, liberal pundits, are wondering how the Democrats can spend $1.2 billion and lose. They're wondering, how did the Democrats lose men? That's a tough one. Have you tried not trying to physically turn them into women? Just spitballing here. Democrats, looking back now, do you think it was a good idea to spend $1 billion to have every P. Diddy party suspect at your event? No. You got to give credit where credit is due, though. Last week, Joe Biden achieved a major foreign policy breakthrough. And a literal al-Qaeda terrorist is the new president of Syria. Come on, man, I'm serious. Come on, man, I'm serious. Look, man, he's a bad dude. Why? Probably dementia. You know how senile people sometimes, they put, their clothes in the oven, they do weird shit. Sometimes they install a literal Al-Qaeda terrorist as president of Syria. We are the party of compassion, the Republicans. Nancy Pelosi fell down and as much as I disagree about her politics, I feel horrible about her fall. Because I had all my money on Mitch McConnell in the office broken hip pull. I did not get paid to be here, like I said, like Oprah got paid because I got doged by Elon and Vivek. I'm just grateful that the American people saw through Oprah's lies, saying that you will never vote again if Trump wins. America didn't fall for Obama in his mama jeans, trying to shame black men into voting for Kamala just because they may have mommy problems or issues. I'm glad nobody listened to Kamala Harris because she never really said what she stood for. Because at the end of the day, just like her party, she stood for nothing. The Democrats had no policy this year. Their only hope, besides calling Trump Hitler every chance they had, was that their hope was that Americans would hate Donald Trump more than they love their country, and they failed miserably because Americans love their country. Americans love their country. It is a nation under God, with liberty and justice for all. And as we bid farewell to the third Obama administration, and as we witness the woke mind virus gasping its last diversity, equity, and inclusion breath, we welcome the gift the Democrats have bestowed onto us, that now the Republican Party is the party of the people. President Trump, who will be on the stage very shortly, has been handed a mandate by the American people to rid our government agencies that have been captured by the industries they're supposed to regulate, to end the war in Ukraine, the slaughter of all those people, to end the war in the Middle East, to make America energy independent once again. To make America healthy again. I'm grateful to President Trump for having Robert Kennedy as our next Health and Human Services Secretary. Because we need to make America healthy again. 70% of our American men no longer can qualify for the health standards to be in our Army. We need to get all of you need to get healthy again. Walk 10,000 steps a day. We need to get all of us healthy. We need to. Because if you love your country, you want to have your kids healthy again. We got to get to the bottom. We got to kick out the pharma stooges who have been in charge of our CDC. We need to somehow, we cannot have food that is not okay, that Europe won't have, that Canada won't have, but is okay to poison our own American people. That shit has to stop. This is a nation under God, and America has decided that Donald Trump will make America great again. Let's help get President Trump, all of his appointments in by the Senate. And let's, just like Americans stood up and said no to this bill, thanks to Elon Musk and Twitter, we need to get all his appointments in, including Tulsi Gabbard. Let's get them all in to make America great again. God bless you. God bless all of you for fighting and loving this country, and God bless America. Thank you so much. We'll see you now. You can do it, America. Thank you.
shit. Oh shit. Let me tell you in a minute. Help me. Help me. Help me. Oh, help me. Oh. Help.
Florida, there's a Salazar for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Secretary. Wonderful to have you here. You know, I just want to make the observation, what a great republic we have. You, the foreign minister of the most important country in the world, you have to come to talk to the representatives of the people and have to go through this very torturous process. You know, and I'm sure that that is agony for you, but my constituents in Miami would love to have the foreign minister of Venezuela or Cuba, right, or Nicaragua right in front of us, sitting in the same chair you are. So once again, thank you for being here, for your service, and long live the United States for that beautiful system. I just mentioned Cuba. A week ago, your State Department took Cuba out of a semi-black list for countries that support terrorism. Not the main one, but the second one. On Monday, Cuban officials were at the Miami International Airport that I represent, reviewing how we do counterterrorism. Cuba, those two facts are a clear indication, sir, that you have all the intentions in the world to take Cuba out of the list of terrorist countries, even though Cuba supports Hamas and harbors American fugitives. So my question is simple. Have you begun the 6-month process required by the export controls law to remove the island from the list?
Very quickly, first, just to clear up a couple of things if I can, although I will come to your questions as quickly as I can.
Yeah, but remember that my time is running. I have 4 more countries.
Okay.
So tell me, did you start the process required by the export controls to remove Cuba? It's 6 months, and you need to start the process by July 21st.
We have an annual requirement to review the not fully cooperating list. We did that, and there were changed circumstances, including the fact that Colombia was no longer seeking the extradition of the ELN members who were in Cuba.
But that's a little excuse, sir. Cuba has fugitives from the United States. It supports it. Come on.
They do, for sure.
All right, so then, but my
they're not
question is, are you going to take them off the main blacklist, which is the terrorist list for sponsor of terrorism?
In the near term, no, there's no intent to do that, but as necessary, we'll review, and we always have to.
But you have to review up until July 21st, according to the law. So are you planning to do that?
Not see anything happen by July.
So will you commit, like you did last year, and you fulfilled your promise not to remove it from the list this time from now until November 5th, the election time?
Right
and
now,
you commit to that?
All I can tell you is that right now, in terms of July, that is
July 21st.
Yeah, July 21st.
Colombia. Let's go to President Petro, who has threatened to change the Colombian constitution without going through the Colombian Congress, similar to what Hugo Chavez did 25 years ago. Last month, Petro broke relations with Israel, and you know that President Biden loves President Petro. And my question to you is this: if Petro dares to break the Colombian constitution, just like Chavez did, do you think that President Biden will change the perception he has on President Petro?
I'm not going to comment on President Biden.
Will you change what you think of Colombia?
Let's see what actions are taken. We look to see in any country, partner, ally, adversary.
Mr. Secretary, President Petro has said that he is going to change the Constitution. He said it himself.
I appreciate it. Let's see what actions are taken. I don't want to.
And if he were to take that action of changing the Constitution and becoming another child,
I am not expert enough in Colombia's Constitution or its laws to know exactly what he is contemplating and what that.
Contemplating on perpetuating of staying in power forever and ever. Amen. Just like Chavez did. That's what he's planning to do.
Presumably, that would be something we would object to, but again, I don't want to get into hypotheticals. I just don't know the.
But by your answer, you're giving him a green light to do that. You know that.
Hardly.
All right. Well, at least send the message that the United States is going to be very aware of what he's doing. Let's go to Venezuela. You know that Maduro will steal the presidential election July 28th, 2 months from now. He's going to steal it. You and I know it. I salute you and the White House for having reimposed oil sanctions on the Maduro regime. We both want democracy in Venezuela. What can we do from this chair to help, sir?
I think actually doing what you've been doing, which is to keep the pressure on to make clear that the things that Venezuela and Maduro may want they cannot and he cannot achieve absent actually moving down the path to free and fair elections and doing what's necessary. The unitary platform reached, as you know, reached an agreement with Maduro. We've looked to see whether that agreement is being implemented, and in critical aspects, it's not being
No,
implemented.
Maduro's going like that on us. So let's go to Argentina. Javier Milei is the most pro-American president in the history of Argentina. He supports your agenda. Ukraine, Israel, anti-China, Venezuela, Cuba, Taiwan, open markets. I just sent to President Biden a letter asking for Argentina to be asked to be joined or to be put in the APEC. Would you consider putting them in that signature economic plan for Latin America?
In short, yes, I was in Argentina just a couple of months ago with President Milei. I think.
Ladies' time is.
And
We need more Mileis in Latin America, don't you think, sir?
And I'm happy to look at your letter and certainly happy to consider that.
Wonderful.
The gentlelady's time's expired, and I know she's got other countries to get through, Mr. Secretary, so she's going to send you those in writing. Gentlelady deals back. I now recognize the gentlelady from California, Ms. Jacobs, for 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Howell, and now recognize myself for 5 minutes of questioning. Well, I think that we agree on the end goal. So thank you. I like very much what you have been saying. So I just have a few questions here for you, and I'm going to start with Mr. Jacobs. As you know, last month, Cuban regime officials were at the Miami airport inspecting something, a tour with TCA. And we just learned that last week, there was a second secret visit of 4 Cuban regime officials to the same airport, Miami International Airport, but this time 4 agreements were signed with the United States government. What type of agreements are those? Do you have any idea, Mr. Jacobs?
Thank you very much for your question. So in terms of TSA, I would say TSA has coordinated with the Cuban Civil Aviation Authority and the Cuban Authority for Airport and Services for years on airport security measures and best practices, always in the U.S. interest.
Signing agreements with the Cubans, do you think the Cubans ever, once they sign, they ever fulfill their promise?
So I'd just say in terms of the visit of the FAA, I don't want to speak on behalf of the Department of Transportation or the FAA.
Yeah, but you're at the State Department. You know everything that the United States government is doing vis-a-vis Cuba.
I would say the rationale for this visit is clear and very much in the U.S. national interest. We're interested in aviation safety.
You're going to tell me that the Cubans are going to help the Americans fight terrorism if they are in the list of terrorist states? So maybe, and maybe you can clarify this, not sure why maybe you guys are trying to create a scenario where you can take Cuba off the list of terrorist countries. Do you think that's what you guys are doing? By granting, by saying, you see the Cubans are here in Miami and they're signing agreements and they're going to help us fight terrorism. Tell me.
Absolutely not.
Good. So you're not going to take Cuba off the list of terrorist countries? Is that what you're telling me?
You asked me about these visits. These visits are intended to promote aviation safety and security, especially for U.S. passengers. That is fundamental and critical to us. We want all these passengers, including Cuban Americans who go back and visit their family members,
I
to be
agree
safe.
with that, but at the same time, you're talking to Cuba officials. So go back to, it's not what Cuba wants, which we know what they want, is what the United States, in this case, the Biden administration is looking for, which I really would like to be wrong in thinking that you're just laying the groundwork so you can take Cuba off that list. And I just want you to tell me that I'm wrong. Am I wrong? You're not planning to take it off.
So as I've said before, U.S. law establishes specific statutory criteria for sending a state-sponsored terror
I
designation.
am not asking you that. I'm asking you something different. Do you think the State Department at this hour is trying to, is creating the conditions and the scenario in order to take Cuba off the list of terrorists?
At this time, there's no review ongoing on
Say that again?
state-sponsored. At this time, there's no ongoing review on the state-sponsored terror designation.
Oh, you have until July 12th to start that ongoing, or to start that investigation or that study, because you have a specific date. So you're telling me right now, of course, it's what? It's it's June, 28th? But you have until July 12th. So what are you guys planning to do July 13th?
There's no specific time frame for a review, but at this.
Oh, yeah, 6 months before. You need to review according to the law. You need to review 6 months before, and then you take them off or you leave them on. So July 12th would be the day.
I don't think that's accurate to say that July 12th is the day, but I just would say again that should any review happen, any future review would be based on the law and criteria established by Congress.
Can you just ask yes or no if you guys are thinking about taking Cuba off the list? And the only reason why I'm insisting on this is because if you were to do that, you're giving that cruel and despicable regime oxygen to do what you just said right now. 1,000 political prisoners are in jail just because they went out and they claimed libertad. So can you tell me yes or no? Are you guys thinking about taking Cuba off the list or not?
I would just say again, any review of Cuba's status on the SST, should one happen, would be based on the law and the criteria established
That
by
means
Congress.
yes, you are thinking about doing it. And that is very bad. But we will talk about it further. Now, but I want to congratulate you at the same time because there's a new application on your phone called I'm not going to say it, but it's very good, and there's good news for the Cubans because now, for what I hear coming from the Biden administration, you're going to have an app that the Cubans are going to be able to use, and then when a TEDSAT shuts down, then this app is going to allow the Cubans to connect to another form of internet. And that's great. So, en español, para los cubanos, no están solos. Aquí en el Congreso estamos haciendo todo lo posible para que haya una aplicación en el teléfono y que se puedan conectar en el internet cuando el TEDSAT tumba la señal. Do you know anything about that?
I'm not tracking this specific issue, but happy to discuss our efforts.
But you just said it right now that you wanted digital. You said digital connectivity. That's number one, and Mr. Howell said it too. If you give connectivity to the Cubans, you're giving them the possibility of them demonstrating in the streets of Havana, and everyone will see them, even though they're being beaten by the regime. That's great. Connectivity, that's all we need. Do you agree?
Yes, the administration supports the Cuban people access to an open, interoperable, secure, and reliable internet. U.S. regulations already allow for certain activities to support the Cuban people's access to information on the internet, and the actions announced by OFAC, by the Treasury Department, on May 28th, including supporting greater access to U.S. internet services, applications, e-commerce platform that builds on that support. And then on top of that, I would say our programs through the Bureau of Democracy, Human Rights, and Labor, they increase Cubans' on-island ability to access information and to communicate freely and securely using digital security, best practices, and censorship circumvention tools. So this is very much at the top of our mind.
Good. And we're going to work with it because I'm just saying it to you and to the Cuban people who are watching this hearing that there's hope coming. And I don't want to extend my time too much, and I don't want to fatigue my colleagues' patience. Just one more, Honduras. The State Department was supposed to give Congress a report on democracy in Honduras. It was due last week. What happened?
I will follow up on the status of the report as soon as I'm back.
All right, good. Why haven't you finished it?
Sometimes these reports lag in time for a number of reasons, but I don't have anything further than that.
Well,
I'm happy to deal
you're
with
not
that.
giving me, but I'm giving, unfortunately, Madam President Xiomara Castro, I'm giving her an F on the report because democracy is not being protected in Honduras, and I'm going to give you two examples. Madam President just honored Nicolas Maduro, the highest honor of the Hondurans can give. How embarrassing for the Hondurans de Francisco Morazan medal to Nicolas Maduro, really. And Madam President is China's best friend in the region. And not only that, she has established colectivos. Chavez style. You know what those are? That she formed sort of a paramilitary, a group of people with guns so they can go and attack the police. So, in my book, she gets an F. What do you say about that?
Thank you very much. So our goal...
I'm sure she thanks you too.
Our goal through the root causes strategy in Central America is to focus on promoting democracy, prosperity,
Talk
security.
to me about Honduras specifically. How do you view what she's doing?
Specifically in Honduras, there are of areas in which we cooperate on migration management, on investment facilitation. We recently signed a memorandum of understanding on gender-based violence. Yes, there are challenges as well. And for example, just last fall, there were violent attacks on members of Congress during the selection process for the Attorney General. And so we, in response, used the Section 353 report to put a sanction in place for Ricardo Arturo Salgado Bonilla, who's a current minister.
Are you sending, Madam President, the message that she should not be messing with Honduras democracy, and she should not be moving to the left, like Chavez, Maduro, Ortega, Fidel? Are you sending that message?
Throughout the region, we absolutely focus on the need to have
And
good,
what do they respond in exchange?
good governance is critical in all the countries of Central America.
But what do they respond? What do they tell you when you send that very noble message?
We have countless conversations. I won't get into the internal diplomatic conversations, but this is something that's top of mind, along with our focus on shared economic prosperity, anti-corruption, migration management,
Of course.
and a host of issues.
Finally, another 30 seconds, Nicaragua. As you said, Rosario and Daniel, they have a big piñata. They are now, Nicaragua has become this platform for people to arrive, to come to the United States. We're talking about 1,000 flights. Each person pays $10,000. You've had 300,000 people from all over right here. You have people from India, from Pakistan. You have 300,000 people coming to Nicaragua, and happens that 8 of them were terrorist members of ISIS. They wound up in New York. So, what list would you put Ortega on?
Absolutely. This is top of mind for us. No one should profit off of vulnerable
What
migrants.
are you going to do about it?
We've taken a number of steps, which I outlined.
Tell me 2 of them.
For example, we implemented a new 3C policy Secretary Blinken announced in November 2023, in which we're revoking visas for charter airlines who are facilitating irregular migration through Nicaragua. We put in place a number of sanctions just on May 15th,
Why don't
which
you
I
put
mentioned.
them on the list of terrorist countries as well? Can you do that? Put Nicaragua? I mean, they're sponsoring terrorists. They're letting terrorists go through to come here.
Happy
Can
to
we do
take
that?
back your recommendation. I would say that
Now,
we've
do you
taken a
think
number of
Would you agree with that?
We've taken a number of very robust steps to deal with the irregular migration challenge, and you've seen a reduction in the charter flights. It's still a huge challenge, and I'm working very closely, in particular with commercial airlines, the International Air Transport Association, on the margins of the Los Angeles Declaration ministerial meeting that Secretary Blinken attended in Guatemala, put out a robust statement on the work they're doing. So we're working both inside of Nicaragua and outside of Nicaragua to address this
Thank you
critical
for your
challenge.
efforts. I yield back. And sorry, I
No,
appreciate
yeah.
that. We're now represented.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you.
Someone's time has expired. That will go to the gentlelady from Florida, Representative Salazar, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to you, Administrator Guzman, for being here with us. And last time we spoke was at your office in December, where we went to your office to review and to visit the headquarters. So thank you very much for having us there and showing us around. Just want to concentrate on something major, which is that most federal government agencies like the SBA are required to have an annual independent audit, just like publicly traded businesses do so in the private sector, right? And this past year, the SBA retained a very major important consulting firm by the name of KPMG. Highly respected, widely trusted, so we are in good hands. Unfortunately, KPMG found not too many good things when they did the SBA audit. And I'm going to tell you 3 that were found: inadequate loan process reviews, poor record keeping, and legal compliance issues. Did you study thoroughly? Are you abreast? Are you aware of everything this very important company said about your agency?
Yes, and I've met directly with KPMG, who was retained by our independent inspector general, of course, to perform this audit. Those Those findings were regarding the COVID portfolio, which again was established in 2020. When I came in 2021, my focus at the President's direction was to ensure that we had strong fraud risks and controls. Unfortunately, those findings stand on the existing 2020 portfolio.
So that means that these findings do not show your performance as an administrator.
No,
you
because
have no responsibility for what the findings found.
I take responsibility for SBA's programs.
All right,
and
so they're right there.
operations
So
since
each one of the
2021,
findings, oh wait, you've been there for 3 years. This review or this study was conducted in November of 23. So you were there 21, 22, 23. Which one of these findings is the most damaging to you as an administrator? You gotta own something.
I view all of the findings, well, they are in the COVID pandemic programs.
Okay.
The COVID IDLE PPP, obviously, that were established without controls. We instituted guardrails, and you'll note in the KPMG audit, they recognize our progress against all of these. My team has been working very diligently to ensure that we're implementing strong controls and also situate the SBA.
Yeah, but you know, when you tell me, yeah, I've done it, and you know, just give it to me in one sound bite. You were there for 3 years. They came in November 23. They're saying that things are not the way they're supposed to be. So where does your responsibility fall?
And my responsibility lies in fixing the problems that were established when the COVID pandemic programs were established in 2020. And that is what we've been doing. And we've been making incredible progress as KPMG, the IG, the GAO, we're all testing.
Wait. The IG has said that we missed $20 billion. I'm sorry, $200 billion. So I'm just trying to understand your leadership. How good has it been or not for the agency based on this report by these independent people?
The 200 billion.
I just don't hear where do you own responsibility?
I own responsibility in the reforms that we've implemented that have stopped and thwarted over $500 billion, 21 million attempted frauds, attempts against the agency in these COVID
Did you
programs.
fire anybody? Did you fire anybody?
The
inadequate loan process, poor record keeping, legal compliance issues. Is everyone that committed these crimes to our small business community are still there making a living or getting a paycheck?
The leadership that made the decisions around the 2020 implementation of the COVID pandemic programs served in the previous Trump administration and are no longer there. My responsibility is to...
No, I'm asking you specifically.
Improve those problems.
Anyone who was there during the pandemic and was responsible for these faults, are they still there?
The responsibility is the leadership and the leadership.
But you are leadership. You just told me that you came after pandemic.
I'm responsible for fixing the programs, not for creating the control issues that were established in 2020.
But
however,
you have
I
not
take
answered.
responsibility
Did
for
anyone
correcting
pay?
what I've done.
Is anyone responsible? Anyone has lost their job because of their lack of good leadership?
The 2020 Trump administration, the people who made the decisions are no longer there at the agency.
And you're back. Thank you.
Gentlelady's time has expired.
To you, Mr. Howell, thank you for your statement. Thank you very much for being here. And then I now recognize myself for 5 minutes of question. Well, I think that after having heard 3 of you, we're all on the same page. We agree that Maduro stole the elections. You guys have, you gentlemen, have said that severe and unprecedented repression, minors 10 times higher than before the elections, the detentions, that the CNE guy or that gentleman that now is in hiding said that Maduro did not win, inhumane conditions to minors. The CNE is not publishing the voting tallies. So we all agree. So my question this to you, to Mr. Sullivan, is Mr. Sullivan then is what? On September 1st, 33 days after Maduro did everything that you guys described, the United States renewed the license for Chevron to operate in Venezuela. You don't have money. You do not have money to grease the repressive apparatus or the police state. Why did you do that? Why the State Department renewed that license? Specific, general, individual. We don't need to go into the words. I just want to know, why did you do that? And do not tell me that Treasury told you, because state dictates and Treasury follows.
Thanks for the question, Chairwoman Salazar. As you know, decisions about sanctions are made with interagency consultation. They are taken. The sanctions are administered by the Treasury Department, and they make the announcements on them.
State tells Treasury what to do. Do not try to fool me, Mr. Sullivan. We know that the State Department is the one that dictates foreign policy. And if the State Department did not want Chevron, Repsol, and the others to have a general or individual or specific, whatever type of license, Treasury would have not granted it. Am I correct?
We continue to review our sanctions
Yes or no? Why did you, the State Department, renew the license for Chevron, our company, 33 days after Maduro did everything you guys described? There has to be a reason. Did the White House put pressure on you? Did they call and say, hey, we need free, cheap oil?
Well, as I mentioned, Chairwoman Salazar,
Yes, sir.
the U.S. government coordinates on these issues. Treasury administers the licenses, and we continue to review our sanctions policy with respect to Venezuela, with a view to advancing our overall objectives of promoting, in this case, a democratic transition.
How can you promote a democratic transition if we have agreed that Maduro stole the election? All we're doing is helping him stay in power and creating another migrant crisis, because the other gentleman, Mr. Roy, just said it. We're talking about 4 million Venezuelans have said publicly that they're going to leave if Maduro stays, because there's no food, because there are no jobs, because they're repressive apparatus. So again, explain to me how come you decided to not only give to Chevron, but to all the others that are just fueling the regime. Tell me.
So since the election, as you've seen, the U.S. has been very active with our international partners in developing concerted international pressure in favor of transparency, publication of the...
You are not answering my question, Mr. Sullivan. Why did you renew the oil licenses for Chevron? Why?
So administration of our sanctions policy is something that we do as part of our overall diplomatic strategy in Venezuela. And we continue to review that policy, trying to choose targeted actions that will best contribute to our overall efforts to create conditions for the Venezuelan
I
people to be
understand,
respected.
but you sponsored the Barbados Accords. And the Accords said that you were going to lift sanctions, meaning the State Department, the United States of America was going to lift sanctions if Maduro played by the rules that he signed in Barbados. Maduro, to just explain, did not play, not even by one of the rules. So then why did you give the ability for them to continue making money?
So I think you know, Chairwoman, that we about a week ago announced additional individual sanctions to hold accountable some of the key officials that were involved with the electoral manipulation that we're talking about, as well as some of the brutal repression that we detailed in our testimony. That was a way in which we are beginning to hold accountable those associated with Maduro who have been
And
most
that is
responsible.
fantastic. Those people then cannot leave Venezuela and go to Disney World or go to Broadway or enjoy the fruits of what they sold. I got it, but I'm talking about our oil companies. And not only ours, but you're not answering my question. So I'm going to go to the next one. 50 companies have applied for a Venezuelan oil license. 50. Shell from Netherlands. Did you grant a license? Yes or no? To Shell?
I would refer you to OFAC and the Department of Treasury with respect to decisions.
Treasury follows state. Did you advise Treasury, yes or no, on Shell? I'm going to make it easy for you. Shell, ONGC Videsh from India, Amos Global from the United States, Kirui Petroleum from Chinese. Because the thing is that the international community, since they don't want to have a problem with the United States, they come to the United States government and says, hey, could I do business with Venezuela? You will not be upset if I do, right? So that's why we have to grant licenses to other people who are not Americans. So I'm asking again, Chevron and the rest, 50 companies, how many licenses have you granted? And the only reason why I'm doing this is because if you grant a license, Maduro has money and he can beat Maria Corina's supporters on the streets and rape the people in jail. You understand, right? Money means repression. No money means less repression. Am I right? What am I saying? Where am I wrong? Where do you think I'm wrong?
Chairwoman, in terms of specific license applications, I really can't speak to individual decisions on that. What I can tell you...
I'm only asking you yes or no.
What I can tell you is that, first of all, we do consider the revenue that is generated for Maduro as we consider these decisions. We also consider other factors, broader U.S. interests, as well as where we stand in our broader diplomatic efforts in addressing this problem.
Sir, don't you understand that Maduro is laughing at us? And we are the leaders. You said, one of you gentlemen, you said we're trying to garner some international support. We are the leaders. The United States is not at the head. Brazil, Colombia, Peru, the rest are, you know this. I don't have to, I mean, you guys are career diplomats. You're serving the country. You're trying to do your very best. I'm not saying, I'm not passing any judgment. I'm only passing judgment on the decisions that the State Department has taken. And I'm asking you, why? And you have an answer.
You mentioned the diplomatic efforts that we've been engaged in, and the U.S. has taken a leadership role in a number of fora, from the OAS.
In a very weak manner. That's why Maduro is going like,
well,
and we are granting licenses to these people. That's the number one tool we have. Do you agree with me?
We certainly agree that sanctions are an important part of our toolkit, and that's why we have used them most recently on September 12th, as I mentioned, and we have certainly not ruled out additional actions going forward, whether individual or broader sanctions. Those
All right,
are
so I'm going to ask again, and then you're not asking me, you're not answering, and I understand your position. We're in a democracy. You're not telling me, you're not giving me any information. Is there any way that there is a conversation in Treasury or in the State Department to make a decision, consider the possibility of putting a pause on any of these licenses? Yes or no?
Yes, in the sense that we are always assessing how we can best utilize our sanctions.
Do you think that there is a movement within the State Department, starting with Secretary Blinken, to put a pause on any of these licenses and send the message to Maduro, no, my money is, no more money is coming in?
So we are going to continue to consider the whole range of sanctioning options that we have available based on what we see from Maduro, how the situation develops, as well as what we think is going to be the most effective response.
So sir, you're sending a very weak message to Maduro. I'm sure they're analyzing this hearing to the T. Now, next one, Gonzalez. Why don't we recognize him as the legitimate president of Venezuela, like the past administration did with Guaido? Why don't we say, yeah, Gonzalez is the legitimate president of the country? Why don't we do that?
There's absolutely no doubt that Edmundo Gonzalez Urrutia won the most votes in the election. We've said that clearly. Many other governments have also said that, as my colleague mentioned, the Secretary of State has spoken with Edmundo a number of times.
Why
now.
don't we recognize him? We can talk to him 1,000 times, but we got to say publicly, we, the United States, we believe you are the legitimate president, just like we did with Guaido. Why don't we do the same thing with Gonzalez?
So we have recognized that he won the election, and we have called on the Maduro institutions to release the tallies that show that he won the election, as the opposition has essentially already done in the case of 80% of the polling stations. We have also categorically rejected the efforts of the CNE to certify Maduro as the president-elect of Venezuela, as well as the TSJ's efforts to ratify that certification. And in addition,
Very weak.
in
We
addition
are
to
very weak in the eyes of the Maduro regime, and it's costing us in the rest of the hemisphere. Mr. Roy, 4 million Venezuelans, or Mr. Howell, if you want to give me your opinion, 4 million Venezuelans will be knocking on our door very soon. They have said it, they have announced it. If this money coming in continues, 1,000 Venezuelans are leaving every day. What can we do about that? Because the border is, I mean, we're allowing them because it's asylum, political asylum they're asking. So how do you see Mr. Roy or Mr. Howard?
Thank you, Chairwoman Salazar. USA and U.S. government is working very closely with countries across the region, including Brazil, Colombia, and Ecuador, which have made very bold policy commitments to welcome migrants into their communities.
They can't hold anymore. It's 8 million Venezuelans who fled. Most of them are in South America. Those countries do not have the public services to provide to these new migrants. So they're coming to the United States, including the Tren de Aragua, because that everything comes in, unfortunately. So what, do we have any plans?
Yeah, again, we're continuing to strengthen the capacities of those governments, in particular Colombia, Brazil, Peru, Ecuador. Surveys have shown that migrants from Venezuela prefer to migrate to those countries, and we will continue to work with them to build their capacities both at a national level and a municipal level to be able to welcome migrants from Venezuela. But currently, we're not seeing a significant uptick in migration since the election, but certainly it is a concern.
Thank you. I now recognize Ranking Member Castro for 5 minutes, and thank you for your patience. Thank you, Mr. Roy. Very well said. And now recognize myself for 5 minutes of questioning. I'm very happy that the State Department recognizes the human trafficking of doctors, something despicable. I mean, you cannot leave with your wife or with your kids. You only make 5% of whatever that country pays to the regime. And if you want to access the rest of the money, you can't until you go back to Cuba. That's called slavery. So thank you for bringing that up. And to you, Mr. Jacobstein, thank you once again for being here. We had the opportunity to talk to each other, so I'm very happy that we're going to be able to speak again. First and foremost, I just want to highlight that you and I were on the same page. We want the same thing. I'm the first one who wants to be convinced that in a totalitarian regime, as I said to the gentle Congresswoman from California, the Cuban Revolution is probably the most cruel and the most repressive revolution that the Western Hemisphere has seen since the arrival of Christopher Columbus. That was many years ago. That was in 1498, 92. We're talking about people who have brought repression to scientific levels, where the invincibility of the regime is in the heart of average Cuban. That's why they would rather catch a raft, meet the sharks in the Strait of Florida, and reach the city that I represent, the city of Havana. So we're talking about people who are completely different. We're talking to Hamas. They're the Hamas of the hemisphere. Now you are telling me that there is this flourishing small and middle size businesses who are independent from the regime, totalitarian regime, has controlled for 62 years every single aspect of the Cuban population. Now you're telling me that this phenomenon is occurring, and that you and I want to help them, of course, and I would love for you to convince not only me but the Cuban exile community that I represent that this is true, and I'm sure that we're going to be able to hear different reasons why, according to your statement, this is really happening. But the first question is the Biden administration planning to give the quote MIPYMES access to the United States banking sector? Yes or no?
Thank you very much for the question, Madam Chair. As you know, in May 2022, we announced a series of measures to support the Cuban people, and one of those, measures, the majority have been implemented, including remittances, including a number of the issues I spoke to already. In terms of the private sector, we've not yet implemented those regulations, and we'll provide further information.
But are you thinking about, because opening the American banking sector, those are major words, because we're talking about them providing loans to those supposedly small business owners. Are you planning to open the American banking sector to the Cuban MIPYMES, as they call them?
Thank you, ma'am. I don't have further information on specific regulatory changes at this time.
Okay. Make sure that you send the word back to the State Department that is not going to be a very good idea, because number one, that violates the United States embargo, which happens to be codified in the United States Congress, as I'm sure you know. Now, let's go back to...
What would be done under the
Please,
law.
yes, that's exactly what I want to hear. That whatever measures or regulations you are trying to implement are going to follow the United States law, meaning the United States embargo, or the United States embargo against the islands of Cuba. Unfortunately, because the real embargo is against the regime, the regime has it against its own people. Because you and I agree that if tomorrow morning the Cuban regime decides to lift the embargo that they have on the Cuban people, we would be very close friends, right? Don't you agree?
I would always be happy to be a very close friend of yours.
No, not of me, of the Cuban people. Well, thank you. I mean, I'm not sure about me, but I'm irrelevant. The United States would be a very close friend of the Cuban people if the Cuban regime decides tomorrow morning to lift the embargo they have on their people.
Absolutely. We've continually focused on holding the regime accountable and supporting the Cuban people. That's our focus.
Okay, so then now in the MIPYMES, how do you know that these are not just fronts, or most of them? We're talking about 9,000 of them. Supposedly they're hiring 250,000 people, Cubans. How do you know that this is not a facade?
Thank you, ma'am. I know there's been much debate in the press and social media about the true measure of independence of Cuba's private sector. Our assessment is that there's a range of actors working in the Cuban economy. And some would like to speak in absolutes here. We don't think it's about absolutes, that either the Cuban economy is completely free and independent, or is still 100% dominated by the government of Cuba and its cronies. Our embassy's assessment speaks to a more nuanced approach here, and our approach therefore must be more nuanced as well. And
so what you're trying to tell me is that you're willing, as long as you're helping some Cubans who have some independence from the regime, it's inevitable that you would have to help some of the kids of the dirigentes.
No, I'm not saying that.
Well, so then what are you saying?
I spoke with Cuban independent entrepreneurs this week. I have many times in the past. These are people who are as far as possible from the Cuban regime. These are individuals suffering under the economic mismanagement of the regime. These are individuals who are making very tough economic choices. They told me, you don't understand. As a private sector, we have it worse here in Cuba than any private sector in the world. They're struggling because of economic mismanagement. And
I hear it, but once again, I say that's in the hands of the regime. They could lessen those hardships in a minute. Now, let me just give you an example. I called a friend that I have in Havana, and she said, look, La Panadería La Antilla, that is in Calzado del Cerro 1571, used to belong or provide pan, bread, to El Ministerio del Interior.
They closed, and 2 weeks after, they reopened as a MIPYME. Right there. Then how can you make sure that you're not going to be helping those people who are the oppressors? Because I'm sure you don't want to be helping the oppressors, or you want to be helping the oppressed. Tell me.
Thank you. Our embassy staff in Havana regularly engages with entrepreneurs and often visits their place of business. And they hold ongoing conversations with these individuals. So any derogatory information received on an entrepreneur is reviewed carefully and shared as appropriate within the interagency. We welcome any information you'd like to share with us.
And I'm sure that I'm going to be feeding you a lot of it. Now, the imports. You know that there's something called GAESA, which is this institution, it belongs to the military, that controls every money that flows in and out of Cuba. So how is the Biden administration going to help just the Cuban people without going through GAESA, which is the one that controls the flows of dollars? How do you do that?
Thank you. This is a complicated situation. It's very tough, and we don't speak in absolutes here. We need nuance if we really want to focus on...
Speak nuanced means that you do have to be sleeping with the devil. Is that what you're telling me? Speaking nuanced.
No, I think you mean to say, if we're supporting the Cuban people, we have to work within the system that exists. This is difficult. We wish it didn't. As I said, the private sector is suffering. They admit that, and we're looking for all means possible to support that Cuban sector as the humanitarian crisis on the island deepens and as out-migration continues.
Unfortunately, you have to deal with a regime, and you know it. Now, there's another one called Guajirito that has $15 million in exports. Could you imagine a regular Cuban having $15 million in exports? Wow, that's great. Who is Guajirito? I mean, who do you think they are? Because they are being showcased by the Cuban regime. You think that the average Cuban could have an enterprise that exports $15 million?
Absolutely not. And these businesses tend to be extremely small.
All right, tell me.
Yeah, ma'am, these businesses tend to be extremely small, suffering. These are individuals who told me...
The real ones, you mean? The ones that are not enchufados with the regime.
Yeah. The independent entrepreneurs are about 1/3 of the economy, 10,000 small, medium-sized enterprises.
Right. I will just ask you one more question, and then I will recognize my fellow members of the subcommittee. On November 20th of 2023, the United States Embassy in Havana hosted a concert for hip-hop artist who happens to be a convicted felon called Big Fredia. And on June, you showed a movie, Changing the Game, which is about biological men competing in women's sports. What does that have to do with advancing the freedom in Cuba?
So the U.S. Embassy in Havana, through our public diplomacy section, we engage in a wide range of activities to advance U.S. foreign policy goals in Cuba, including respect for human rights. So events that focus on the human rights of individuals belong to often marginalized communities, as Big Fredia, a member of the African American community, LGBT community, such as the program with her, help us to engage wider and younger audiences. And during her visit, Big Fredia drew on the popularity of her music and performances to engage in a wide range of discussions with the LGBTQ plus population, with the Afro-Cuban population, and shared history on the importance of Black cultural influence in music.
Mr. Jacobstein, I believe that maybe the average Cuban who loves and adores the United States would like to be receiving something different, maybe something a little bit more edifying, more gratifying from the United States Embassy. I'm not saying that these are not important topics, but the average Cuban who's suffering exactly what you guys just told me is just, maybe we should send word to the embassy that maybe the Cubans will want to see something else coming from the United States. Now I yield back.
Democratic and prosperous hemisphere. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Camilleri, and I recognize myself for 5 minutes of questioning. I'm going to start with you, Mr. Nichols, and we're going to start with Venezuela. We're 4 days away, probably from the most important event in the recent history of that country. El Mundo is the opposition. He is leading the polls by 30 points, according to what we have access to. That means around 3 million votes. You and I know that President Maduro is in the business of power. and his intention is not to concede, but he is at a major disadvantage. So my question to you is, do you know what type of fraud they are planning to put together? What are they planning to do? Stuff the ballots, change the starmatics, el voto asistido, asking for a photo of your ballot, I mean, whatever. What info do you have? Do you recognize first and foremost that they're going to try to steal the election? Yes or no?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Well, we've already seen important steps that the Maduro side has taken, disqualifying two earlier opposition candidates, harassing opposition campaign workers, arresting them, vandalizing vehicles, punishing people that provide support. So we've already seen.
So let's put that aside. I understand, I agree with you that they tried, but now we're in the show. So how are they going to try to steal the show? What info do you have?
Well, I think the key barometer early on will be turnout for the vote. And as you know, polls indicate a significant lead for the opposition. And we expect that if they're able to turn out their voters, they should perform well.
But what info do you have? What are the schemes they're trying to put together? Do you have that info? Because something they're planning. What is it that they're planning? I cannot figure it out because there are many different ways, but I want to ask the State Department. What are you guys expecting?
I don't have any specific information on what the Maduro side might do. What I will say is that this election represents a major opportunity for Venezuela to return to the community of nations and to have an opportunity for a better future.
But you know that that's not Maduro's plan. I mean, they're in the business of power. What do you mean conceding victory? You're giving power away. No, that's not part of the agenda. So, since we know that it's not part of the agenda, so what can we do in order to, can we talk to Lula? Can we put more pressure? I mean, we are the United States. You guys are in charge. What can we do to send the message to Maduro after, let's say, polls are going to close at 7 o'clock at night? I mean, I've covered this before as a journalist. So let's say by 2 o'clock in the morning, they're still count. We know. So what are we going to do in those key hours? We meaning the United States. You, the State Department. Going to pick up the phone, and what are you guys going to do?
We continue to engage with partners from around the world to maintain a united.
Who are those partners? Tell me. Who are you calling as an ally to call Maduro and say, you got to go, guy?
Well, I think we're like-minded with countries throughout the hemisphere: Canada, Mexico, Brazil, Peru, Ecuador, Argentina.
Have you enlisted
Chile.
them already? Have you been talking to them and saying, hey, I need you to be on standby?
During the OAS General Assembly in Asunción, Paraguay, we had the opportunity to talk to more than a dozen partners from around the hemisphere about key issues, including our collective support for democracy in Venezuela. Secretary Blinken engaged a dozen colleagues during the ministerial meeting of America's Partnership for Economic Prosperity.
Mr. Nichols, I understand everything you've told me, and I'm on your side. I just want to hear something more forceful. That we, the United States, in this magnificent moment of biblical proportions for the history of the Venezuelans, that we are going to be a little bit more forceful. But I hear what you're talking. Is there anything else that you want to share with us? I have another question. I know that Maduro, when he realized that he's 3 million votes down, he calls the Biden administration through Jorge Rodriguez, who is one of the top lieutenants next to Maduro. Can you share with us what was discussed? That happened, earlier this month. They picked up the phone, they called the Biden administration. What did they say?
So we did have a conversation with some of the Maduro side representatives. They expressed their unhappiness about
what?
They're going to lose?
About the fact that we have not lifted sanctions.
Okay, yeah, right.
And we expressed our disappointment at the disqualification of earlier candidates and our hope that this would be a competitive election. And
what did they say to that?
Well, I'm not going to get into all of the back and forth that we had in a negotiation, but I will say
was something negotiated.
We value the channel of communication that we have, and it's important as we go forward to be able to have conversations between our two governments, between our government and the majority.
But you cannot share with us anything that was spoken specifically or negotiated in that.
I'm not going to get into the.
All right. What about in Qatar last year? There was also a discussion between Biden administration officials and the Maduro regime. Was a transition discussed?
As part the pending phase of the Barbados agreement talked about the next phase would be some type of a civic pact and talk and discussion of what would happen from the time of the election until the January inauguration of whomever the victor is in the election. That all of those discussions are still pending.
Moving forward, the morning after, Maduro comes out and says, I won by 50.315. What are we going to do if we know that they stole the elections just like they have done before? What's going to be our first reaction?
Well, under Venezuelan electoral law, their electoral council has until the following day to announce the results, and then August 2nd, they're supposed to publish detailed results. There'll be international observers on the ground. There'll be thousands of domestic poll watchers from the opposition as well as from parties that support the Maduro side. We want to look, and there'll be international diplomats present. We want to look at all the information. We're not going to rush to judgment, and then we will make a decision.
All right, and then we'll be in touch because, as you said, we both agree on the fact that the Venezuelans deserve to be free and choose their own leaders. Now, I just want to have a little bit more time. After that, we have to, I'm trying to be courteous to my fellow members of the committee. All right, Vice President Kamala has been in charge of the border. Her visits have been considered, I'm not saying it, the headlines say it, that a failure. Right there you have CNN, that it's a pretty friendly news outlet for the Democrats, saying that the problem is not much bigger. That's not a very good headline to Vice President Harris. She goes to Guatemala, and then she implies that the country is corrupt in this press conference that she puts together with Giammattei, who was the president at the time. And she tells the Guatemalans right there on the air, hey, don't come, don't come. Then she was assigned to go to El Salvador, where real progress, we met in El Salvador, has been made to address the root causes of migration. So in other words, Madam Harris is now in a very peculiar position. Probably everything indicates that she's going to be the nominee for the Democratic Party. And I just want to ask you, what grade would you give her? According to the headlines, she gets an F in the job or in the assignment that she was given by the president to control or to be the border czar. What grade do you give her?
So Vice President Harris launched the U.S. root causes strategy to tackle the drivers of irregular migration by improving conditions in El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras so people do not feel compelled to leave their homes. She leads the implementation of this strategy. The root causes strategy is on track to provide $4 billion in U.S. investment to the region over 4 years.
Mr. Nichols, she hasn't even gone to the border.
So,
I mean, just give me a little better explanation.
Arrivals at the U.S. border from the countries in Central America are down dramatically.
But
over
that
the
was
last
5
4 years.
minutes ago. I mean, that happened 5 minutes ago during 20, 21, 22, 23. We know reality. I mean, I just want to get some truth statements from you. I mean, why do you think that she failed so dismally at this job that she was given? Why didn't she pay any attention to the southern border being one of the most important topics affecting the national security of this country? Do you have any explanation?
I think this has been a dramatic success. We've seen double-digit drops in arrivals at the U.S. southern border from every country we measure, up to 96% drops. Even the Central American country that's had the lowest drop is still a 26% drop over the last year. Arrivals at their lowest level since before this administration took office. The Vice President has mobilized over $5.2 billion in commitments for investment in the region, generating over 70,000 jobs.
You are a great soldier.
Private sector.
I think you're doing a great
investment
job.
in the
You're doing a great job. I think that they are really definitely going to reward you for your assistance in this hearing. Let me just go to Colombia now. There are many accusations right now about President Petro's personal life. I may be tough, but I do not want to pry into anyone's private life, much less in public. All right? But the issue is that he is constantly late and has to cancel many meetings. Not only that, he has missed 150 public engagements during his presidency. Are you aware of this?
I hadn't seen that specific statistic.
150 public engagements. In the last week, during the 20 de Julio, July 20th parade, which celebrated an important date for the Colombians, that parade had to start without the president because he was more than 3 hours late. Recently, even more damaging, I think, for his image, he was spotted walking hand in hand with a woman who was not his wife, who appears to be Lady Linda Yepes, who is a trans woman who was a host on the program Buen Dia in Colombia through RCN, one of the main networks in Colombia. When did that happen? During the inauguration of Jose Raul Mulino in Panama. The pictures are there for everyone to see. He has admitted that he has been drunk at many public events. So my question to you is this. Do you think that what I just mentioned, the concerns from some Colombians, is affecting this dalliances and this new ways of conducting his private life are affecting his ability to govern? What do you think about that?
Our relationship is with the nation of Colombia. It goes back 2 centuries. They are some of our closest allies in the world. We work with them across a whole host of issues.
That he's the one conducting the ship.
Any single individual, and we will focus on our government-to-government relationship.
Aren't you concerned about that erratic behavior from one of our top allies?
I'm not in a position to verify or to comment on the specific allegations.
So why don't we then, after the hearing, we could have a conversation. We can continue talking about this because this is just not, this type of behavior is not very presidential for an ally as close as you just mentioned. Now I'm going to yield back so I can give an opportunity to gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Stanton, and thank you very much for moving.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and congratulations to all three of you. Judge Hamel. An activist, aren't you?
Thank you, Senator Kennedy. I am a judge on the Washington State Court of Appeals. I don't consider that to be a political activist.
Okay. In 2020, you and 10 of your friends issued a written statement. You entitled it, quote, Statement on Racism, White Supremacy, and Justice. Here's what you said. I'm quoting from you now. Racism and white supremacy currently plague every social, educational, economic, governmental, and legal system. Racism and white supremacy currently plague every social, educational, economic, governmental, and legal system in our state and in our nation. And they have for centuries. Both, you're referring to your state and America, both target Black, Indigenous, African American, Latinx, and other people and communities of color, resulting in entrenched inequality and inequity, manifesting in unjust, unfair, and differential treatment, and yielding remarkably disparate and negative outcomes relative to those experienced by white people.
Senator, I don't have it in front of me. I don't have any reason to think that you did not read that correctly.
Okay. You are very active in Planned Parenthood, are you not?
Oh, come here, Tony.
No, Senator.
Come here.
Well, Planned Parenthood, in its annual reports, addresses you as a, quote, silver friend, close quote. You know what a silver friend means?
I don't, Senator.
That's someone who has donated between $1,000 and $2,500 to Planned Parenthood of Greater Washington and North Idaho. That's in the Planned Parenthood annual report. You don't know anything about that?
I don't recall. What I recall, Senator, is that my husband had donated to Planned Parenthood, and I think at some point in time they listed me along with him, but I believe that was a donation.
This is you.
Okay.
And in fact, they say that as of 2018, you've been a donor for at least 10 consecutive years. Is that right?
I do not recall donating them for the last 10 consecutive. 10 years before 2018 or 10?
That's as of.
I don't recall, Senator.
Okay, you don't remember. Okay, let me ask you, you're on the Court of Appeal, let me ask you about a few cases. Do you remember a case called State v. Westwood?
I believe so, Senator.
And you were reversed in that case, weren't you?
Senator, in reviewing my cases, I think I've been reversed in about 2% of the cases that I've issued. I've issued almost...
Were you reversed in that case, though?
That was a very complicated case regarding sentencing
But
law.
I'm gonna run out of time, and I got a bunch of these.
Okay.
Were you reversed?
That might have been one of the 2% of the cases. I think so. I believe that was one of the 2% of cases.
You remember a case called Personal Restraint of Heiress?
That, I think, was the case regarding whether or not the person had been deprived.
Reversed in that case?
That was, I think I was not reversed.
Reversed in that case, Counsel?
Senator, I think that I wasn't reversed as to outcome, but it was one of the 2% of the cases where the state Supreme Court
Do you
disagreed with the
remember a
analysis.
case called Parental Rights of ALK? Were you reversed in that case?
Senator, I think that was one of the 2% of my over 450 cases where there was a reversal.
Do you remember a case called State v. Lobbaum?
I recall that case, Senator. That case.
Were you reversed in that case?
That was one of the 2% of cases. I issued an opinion to affirm a conviction, and the state Supreme Court overruled that and
Remember a
reversed.
case called State v. Barboza v. Cortez? Were you reversed in that case?
Senator, that case is not coming to mind again. I've issued over myself personally written over 450
Do you remember
decisions.
a case called State v. Kelvick?
Senator, I think I recall that name. That might have been one of the 2% of cases. That might have been one of the 2% of cases, Senator.
Another case, Hendrickson v. Moses Lake School. Were you reversed in that case?
Senator, I recall that case. I think that might have been one of the 2% of cases where the state Supreme Court disagreed with the analysis of another appellate court.
Reversed. Remember a case called State v. Curry? Were you reversed there?
Senator, I think you're reading off all the cases. I think that's one of the 2% of cases.
Okay. How about a case called State v. Rathbone? Were you reversed?
That's probably one of the 2%, Senator.
How about a case called Douglas v. Shamrock Paving Company?
Senator, that's a case where I was largely affirmed. The only thing that was a reverse, I included everything, even if it was just a partial reverse. The only thing that I was reversed on was an award of attorney fees. The substance of the law, which was rather new in that case regarding what constituted an investigation for an environmental cleanup.
You weren't reversed?
That part of it I was affirmed.
Yeah, I think that would be a surprise to the Supreme Court that you weren't reversed.
Okay, thank you, Senator.
I'm out of time. Thanks, Mr. Chairman, for your indulgence.
For the record, what is 2% of 450?
I think it's about 11 cases, if memory serves, 11 to 12 cases of the cases that I've written, many of which are grappling with really novel issues. And so that's what happens.
11 out of 450?
Oh, 450 that I've written myself.
Senators should be so lucky. Senator Booker?
I haven't been right 98.
Yes, Senator.
Those who want to read them.
Judge Lopez, I appreciate your work on human trafficking. I was so disappointed looking at your sentencing record that you would go light on those criminals. Those of us who work in the human trafficking, child abuse areas, it is so disheartening to see judges who practice leniency on these criminals. Ms. Campbell, it's nice to meet you. You and I have never met, and Senator Welch, you said the White House said we had interviewed her. We've never met, and no, we did not interview her, so we may want to correct the White House record on that. Ms. Campbell, have you ever been a judge?
No, Senator.
Do you mind using your microphone? And so you have no experience. You have appellate law experience, but no experience as a judge.
Senator, I have argued numerous times before the
Okay,
court.
but you have no experience as a judge. I want to go back to the Tennessee Bar Association. When your nomination was announced, and by the way, this was a deal that was worked out before the vacancy was ever announced. We heard about it from plenty of people in Nashville, that this is exactly what was going to happen, that the deal was done. And I'm sure you're probably aware of that. Weren't you aware of that?
Senator, I was not.
Okay, the Bar Association does note your work for workers' dignity. Did you ask them to correct that, since you said you never worked for them?
I have not asked them to correct that.
Why did you not?
I wasn't aware that it said that.
Oh, so the TBA law blog is sent out, and you read it. I assume you read it. And did you note the inaccuracy? And did you ask them to correct it? Did they issue a correction? Please respond.
Senator, I do not recall reading that blog.
You don't recall reading it. So this deal was so cooked that she didn't even look at what the TBA law blog had to say when the nomination was announced. Let's go to this support for Odessa Kelly, and we've discussed that several times today. You've never been able to say why you chose to support her, and you were tagged in a Facebook post with her. So there is a reason you chose to make your largest political contribution ever to Odessa Kelly. And we have a list of tweets, Mr. Chairman, things that Odessa Kelly has said about this committee, positions that she has taken. So why would you choose to support Odessa Kelly when you knew what her opinions were? Because when people say things like that, it's not only in a tweet. We've got it on Facebook, we have it in other instances. So would you like to provide an answer on that? Senator Cruz asked you about that, and you never could say why you supported her. Do you align with her politically? Do you agree with her? Do you think that we are aligned with the devil? What would cause you to be right out there with your best political support and contribution for her?
Senator, as I said, I'm not familiar with those statements. I do not support.
So you never heard her indicate anything. What did you think you were supporting? What kind of agenda were you supporting when you supported her?
Senator, again, I'm not familiar with those particular statements.
You have to have it. Every candidate has a political ideology. Why would you give that support for someone who has made such statements? And let me ask you, go back to the workers' dignity, that work that you've done. Do you agree with them on abolishing law enforcement, abolishing ICE?
Senator, I'm not familiar with those statements, but I can categorically say to you that I disagree with those positions.
So you would not abolish ICE. Okay. The Tennessee Immigrant and Refugee Rights Coalition, and we have discussed this, and you're saying, I want you to say this for the record, so you are saying that they are lying when they say that you gave them advice and consent and help. Is that correct?
Senator, the manifesto that was referenced, I am not familiar with it.
So why would they think that they had depended on you for advice? And why would they note this? Did you ask them about it? Did you say, why are you referencing me and I had nothing to do with this? Did you talk to anyone?
Senator, until today, I did not know that my name was listed in one of their publications.
You had no idea about that. Well, do you agree with them? And I'm pulling this from a Fox 17 news report. TIRRC is calling on Metro Police to develop clear policies and refuse to help ICE carry out civil immigration enforcement in Davidson County. Do you agree with that statement?
Senator, I'm not familiar with that statement, and no, I don't agree with it.
You don't agree. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In your 2023 U.S. Attorney Investiture speech, you highlighted the challenges you believe America faces and what justice means. You said, quote, "We're experiencing a long overdue reckoning with racism in the criminal justice system." Mr. Ritz, what part of the criminal justice system needs a long overdue reckoning?
Senator, what I was describing were a number of things that have happened in recent years in this country that framed, I would say, in some ways, the work that we do in the U.S. Attorney's Office.
Is the American justice system systematically racist?
That is not a sentiment that I hold. To the degree there is a definition of what being systematically racist means, I understand some individuals have pointed to disparities in sentencing and that type of thing, but that's not a view that I have.
So that's not a view that you have. That was your testimony. Well, you also said, quote, there cannot be one rule of law for people who look like me and another for people of color. That sure sounds like the view you just said you didn't have. Do you believe that's our system, that our justice system has one rule of law for people that look like you and a different rule of law for people of color?
No, what I said is that absolutely we cannot have one rule of law for people who look like me and another for people of color. We cannot have one rule of law for the powerless and another for there's just one rule of law. That's what I said.
You also said, when asked if the criminal justice system is systematically racist, you said, quote, there are structural barriers and disparate outcomes that communities of color experience in our society, separate and apart from any individual's views or intentions. Now, that again seems to be saying the same thing that you're saying you weren't saying. I'm just trying to understand what your views are.
And Senator, that was my attempt in that written question to grapple with again what was being asked by systematic racism. I understand some have pointed to structural barriers and disparate outcomes.
So what are the barriers and outcomes you're referring to?
I can think of one prominent example that I've had some experience with, which is the disparity in cocaine sentencing between crack sentencing and powder sentencing. This body has addressed those disparities on multiple occasions, and that has been, as I understand it, something that people have addressed as a result of disparities.
Okay, you also said in responses to questions for the record that, as the Attorney General has explained, everyone has implicit biases. So what are your implicit biases?
Senator, I understand implicit bias to refer to unconscious bias that exists below the level of consciousness, and so to the degree I have implicit biases, I think we all do. I think that's partly the point.
So everyone's a racist whether they know it or not?
And I would say that everyone might have implicit biases, and I don't know what.
So what's the difference between bias and prejudice?
I think there can be a lot of overlap in those things. It depends, I think, on the context.
So you're saying everyone is prejudiced?
That's not what I said.
You just said everyone has implicit biases, and you said that bias and prejudice, I think your words were, there's a lot of overlap.
I think that's right, and I understand implicit bias, and I'm not an expert on the subject, to refer to a set of biases that may exist under a conscious level.
So, since you talk about these implicit bias issues, have you taken a so-called implicit bias test?
We received training that was put on during the last administration in our office on implicit bias. I attended that training in our office.
And what did you take a test?
I don't believe there was a test associated with that, Senator.
Okay, you also said, quote, but you should know that for justice, for me, is about more than putting people in prison. For me, it's also about who votes, how hard it is to cast that vote. It's about where pipelines or bus routes go. Justice is about whether people in all zip codes can get a loan, whether women have access to health care. That's an interesting statement, and in reading it, what's striking is that that's de-emphasizing the core role of a U.S. attorney. The last I checked, the U.S. attorney is not in the policy business of deciding where pipelines go. That's the role of environmental activists and left-wing activists, but is not supposed to be a U.S. attorney. Why was your focus elsewhere?
Senator, and the very next thing I said was that those are not issues that we deal with on a day-to-day basis in the U.S. Attorney's Office, where we are primarily focused on enforcing criminal laws. I was seeking to place justice as a broad concept at the center of, to place our work within justice as a broad concept.
So do you agree that Memphis is one of the most dangerous cities in the nation?
It is. We have an intolerable amount of violent crime, and that's why there's no higher priority for us in our office.
Well, there's no higher priority except for pipelines, except for bus routes, except for bank loans, except for implicit bias, except for the fact that everyone is prejudiced. All of those other things are what you're focused on talking about instead of actually locking up bad guys who are murdering and raping and hurting people.
In those same comments, Senator, I said that we don't apologize for seeking significant prison sentences, and that's at the core of what we do. I mean, we have serious violent crime. We seek serious consequences.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Cruz, and thank you, Mr. Ritz. We appreciate you being here. You may have received some questions in writing. If you'll respond in a prompt fashion, we'd appreciate it.
Thank you.
We now make room for the second panel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Admiral, I have some questions for you. Thank you for being here. You authored the controversial, I would say, Task Force 1 Navy report. Is that right?
Yes, I was part of the lead there, yes.
Okay. I want to ask you a few questions about that. So on page 33, it recommends including a cultural framework questionnaire tailored to individual minority candidates for the Naval Academy. What does that mean?
Welcome back to the coolest channel on YouTube. Look, man, I'm back with another one. Make sure y'all smash that like button. Let's get this video right here to like 20,000 likes, man. There's a lot of strange and weird things going on in the world, and y'all been sending me video after video. Look, I align these things in a certain way, so if you skip through this video, you will be lost in the sauce, man. It's a vibe to this one right here, man. Make sure that y'all paying attention, but don't believe everything you see in these videos, man. Use your discernment. I'm not in charge of what your grown ass believe me. But look, let's get to this video, man. Positive vibes only. Let's get it.
I'm back with another video. I will be speaking about the drones. Alright, as you know, I'm the Army, military, whatever you want to call it. Look, we are launching the drones up in the sky as of right now, in New Jersey and stuff, in Texas, everywhere. Like, y'all don't gotta be afraid. Them are man-made drones. And we're doing the launching, whatever. Now, what you do have to be concerned, or my bad, my eye, but it's the orbs that's inside the sky that y'all see that's glowing and stuff, that's shooting down the drones and all that. That's not a part of us. Them are actually real life aliens. Like, aliens do exist. They're above, they're below us. Yes, they do exist. And 2025 come, there'll be a lot more of exposing the truth. I can't say the reason why, but because it's already out here, so I can speak on this. Aliens are real, and we will have to evacuate sooner than later. But just be careful, keep looking up in the sky at night. They only come at night. They will only come at night. I don't know the reason. I just know it's been investigated. Aliens are real. And we're trying to figure out why they're here visiting us right now. There's a lot going on within the United States. There's a lot of everything, but they're real. Be careful. Watch out.
That shit crazy, bro.
I can't get home.
Frozen doodle water.
I can't get in my building.
New York City in the Bronx. A sewage pipe burst, bro. So people is literally in doodle water, bro. Like what's going on in the Bronx? Like all that money. And we in doodle water, frozen doodle water. This shit crazy.
Is this not the right time to say it's a lot of shit going on? Like that's wild though. Like when you think that it couldn't get no worse than being in Florida and all that crazy weather hitting, and then you got gators and you got sharks in the water. But some shit touch your skin. Let a pine cone hit the water and let the water, you feel me? Freak out. I couldn't imagine, y'all. I wouldn't make it. I wouldn't make it through this one. I probably survived the gator and the shark situation, but the dirt, the doo-doo, count me out.
Hey, y'all. You see why I believe you gotta sell your soul to be really, really rich? Cause how come it's always the rich people in their damn mansions that they be finding all this weird stuff at, bro? Like, why the hell are you gonna build a tunnel system and build a whole satanic church in the bottom of your house with real human bones? This reminds me of Benjamin Franklin. He had a whole bunch of dead bodies at the bottom of his house when they searched his basement. What is up with the elite and worshiping the devil and human sacrifice? Because y'all can't tell me people are out worshiping the devil and not sacrificing anything. Like, for real, have you ever seen somebody find a whole damn satanic church at the bottom of a house in the suburbs? No wonder why they're so rich. Look at all them sacrifices they made.
And they said that you seen the soldiers say that evacuate where? Because Elon's shooting the rockets and they ain't getting confirmed. So we're gonna go underground with these weirdos? Oh hell. I feel for my life up here. Y'all good. Y'all can go down there with the creepy people.
125 years ago,
your booty's not gonna be safe.
Coca-Cola was doing the math on its sales. I believe by that point it had already abandoned the cocaine content. It was just cola at that point. But once you name something cocaine cola, how do you ever walk back from that? You know what I mean? It's too good of a name. So they noticed something. People bought Coca-Cola in the summer. A little bit in the fall, a little bit in the spring, not in the winter. People didn't think of it as a winter drink. So the Coca-Cola advertisers were like, well, wouldn't it be great if we could somehow trick people or convince people or talk people or coax or whatever, brainwash people into drinking Coca-Cola in the winter too. So here's what Coca-Cola advertisers came up with. They thought, what if we somehow worked Coca-Cola into Christmas? Now, I know what you're thinking, Christmas is such a big deal. Not back then. Back then, Easter was the big deal. Christmas was important. People would go do Mass to commemorate Christ's birth, but everybody's bored. The real interesting thing is to be killed, executed, and then come back 2 days later. That's fascinating, which is why people had focused on Easter. So what the Coca-Cola advertisers did was, they found a saint who was about to be decanonized, Santa Claus. The Catholic Church was like, he hasn't performed a miracle in a while, let's unemploy him. They grabbed him, they merged him with the story of Saint Nick, and then somebody got inspired. And the inspiration was to merge him with Kris Kringle. Kris Kringle was a Danish thief whose job in the day was a chimney sweep. He could pop his shoulders out and he could fit down a chimney. He would rob your house and then work his way back up, but you'd have a clean chimney. And they merged this together, but they then took St. Nicholas out of, he was usually portrayed as a young man and skinny young man in green and brown clothing. They stuck them in Coca-Cola colors, red and white. They even decided to give him some pink in his skin to keep the Coca-Cola colors going. So they made him an old man so he could have white hair. And then they stuck him on the bottom. That's why periodically you'll see Santa Claus on a Coca-Cola bottle, on a Coca-Cola can, around Christmas time. Because they made him up. And they transformed Christmas. So instead of Christmas being an important event, but not an especially emotional event, an especially involved event, necessarily. I mean, there were nice traditions around it, stockings and maybe a Christmas tree. they turned it into this thing where all of a sudden this mythical being who drinks a lot of Coca-Cola is bringing you presents. I guess that's how he stays up so late, because think about how many hours it would take to bring presents to everybody. And in the process now, the average Christian in the United States at least thinks Christmas is the important Christian holiday. And it's forced other religions to think about what holiday they could promote during that time period, like Hanukkah. Hanukkah was never especially important. I mean, it's a Christmas tree. You need something to compete with this. And the next thing you know, there's a Kwanzaa. Because a Coca-Cola advertisers trying to get you to drink more Coca-Cola. They've changed our religion. They've changed our culture. They've changed us economically. So you can imagine what happens when you have a government deliberately thinking about these things.
Look closely at this photo from 1813. It's the city of Krakow in southern Poland, flooded. But this flooding is not normal. It can happen after a hurricane or cyclone, but much bigger. Take a look at the surrounded building that is half submerged, completely submerged. So what could have caused this flood in 1813? It was caused by the Great Flood of 1802 following a 600-foot tsunami. And the photograph shows the waters receding 11 years later, and the buildings that were underwater beginning to appear on top. Some have doubts, saying that the camera was invented in 1839, how they photographed the flood of 1813. Well, the camera was invented long ago during the Tartars, and after Tartaria was decimated, destroyed by the Great Flood of 1802, the camera was just reintroduced by parts that control the world today. So the photo in question was taken from the roof of another building, or more likely, from a flying object, for example, a balloon, which was used a lot at the time, and of an individual who survived the Great Flood and had a camera with them.
They're board meetings, like around big board tables, and we're all gathered together, and two extraterrestrials come and they sit on one end, and we ask them questions, and they tell us what's been going on. So there is one fundamental aspect to working with the extraterrestrials. They absolutely insist that humans have to understand their composite nature, that the physical body is not who they are. The physical body is just nothing. It's like some clothing that you're wearing, and that you're actually inside that. This planet is being run as a prison by a group of extraterrestrials who they oppose. I call the ones that we work with the good guys, the good ETs, and the bad ones. They have written agreements with the United States government, and apparently a few other governments, to allow them to operate here on Earth, basically operating a huge, absolutely huge human trafficking operation. They're not interested in the gold or the minerals of the plant life. They want the people. And they want the beings that are inside the people, which are what we call is-bees, someone who is for the purpose of being. So other people call it soul, spirit, which is just stupid, because they're trying to prove that they have a soul. And everybody in the universe says, what the heck are you talking about? You are the soul. Telling us you're your body is like telling us you're your shirt. And humans have been caught in this system. This is operating literally as a prison where people can't get out. When people die, they see the light. You've heard that story a zillion times. They get drawn to the light. It's like a really strong magnetic pull. And then when they get to the light, they're zapped with an electric bolt that's way more voltage than lightning. They're totally rattled. They lose their remote viewing capability, their telepathy capability. That's normal means of communication throughout the entire galaxy. And they lose that. And then an AI comes in. It's all computerized. An AI comes in and says, we've been talking about your case with the Council of Elders. You see the Council of Elders over there? Yeah, you're a very important person, the Council of Elders. And we think that, remember that argument you had with your son or daughter or your grandmother or whatever? We think there's a couple wrinkles in your personality you need to work on. Now, with no memory, been rattled, no telepathy, no remote viewing capability, you inevitably say, sounds good to me, and that cycles you back in the system. This is a psychological prison. It's not held with bars and cement and things like that in a physical prison that we have here. It's a psychological prison. So if the psychology is broken, the prison gets broken down. The good ETs, the ones we work with, they consider everybody on earth as their friends and relatives who were taken from them like zillions of years ago and placed here. This is also a repository for bad people. That's why we have so many crazy criminals that are pedophiles, that are perverts and things like that, that violent people. Bad people get thrown here as well. But they also, because once you get in here, you can't get out, and it just keeps them out of the system. And so you also have the vast majority of everybody are just people who were, thrown here. Maybe they didn't pay their taxes. Maybe they did a wink to somebody's daughter, and it was a powerful bureaucrat. Somebody, maybe they for whatever reason, they were political opponents. They were running in the guerrilla groups. They were opposing the authoritarian groups. Whatever happened, they get put here, and it's a prison that sort of keeps everybody here. And because they don't have remote viewing or natural telepathic capabilities, they can't stay out of it, and they don't know that. So the ETs that are up there, you've heard a zillion reports. Everybody who's interacted with an extraterrestrial, they all say the same thing. They speak telepathically. That's how they communicate. They do not use English. They do not move their mouth and have sounds come out and then listen to their ears. They all communicate perfectly well with telepathy. They worked with us for years. And again, they didn't want to put any focus on it. They didn't want it to be public because they had a lot of stuff to do with a lot of remote viewers. They had to teach us how to see them. They had to teach us how to be able to talk with them, how to be able to communicate, how to have board meetings, and we all pick up whatever they say. And then they had to develop the library. The advanced remote viewing procedures that were originally developed, they were originally started with the U.S. military, but the ones that we use now are like way different. They were the ones who guided us to develop those things. We have
just addressed everybody about saying that Elon Musk was going to be president, right? How the media was making that claim. He said, Elon is not even from America, so he can't be president. But what Donald Trump didn't say during that meeting is he never said he wasn't going to be the Speaker of the House. So you have the richest man in the world who has now invested in the United States and has put $100 million into the UK's their presidential election behind one candidate. So imagine if Elon, he has that guy in Canada, he has his guy in America, and then he dabbles into Mexico's election. Imagine how much power Elon would have if he had all three of these combined interests. So it's interesting, guys. Peace and love. I'm out.
Jeffrey Hinton,
seen as the godfather of artificial intelligence, has quit his job at Google, warning of the dangers of AI.
Does humanity know what it's doing? No. I think we're moving into a period when, for the first time ever, we may have things more intelligent than us. You believe they can understand? Yes. You believe they are intelligent? Yes. You believe these systems have experiences of their own and can make decisions based on those experiences? In the same sense as people do, yes. Are they conscious? I think they probably don't have much self-awareness at present. So in that sense, I don't think they're conscious. Will they have self-awareness? Oh, yes. Yes. Oh, yes, I think they will in time. And so human beings will be the second most intelligent beings on the planet. Yeah, but as soon as it gets really complicated, we don't actually know what's going on any more than we know what's going on in your brain. What do you mean we don't know exactly how it works? It was designed by people. No, it wasn't. What we did was we designed the learning algorithm. That's a bit like designing the principle of evolution. But when this learning algorithm then interacts with data, it produces complicated neural networks that are good at doing things, but we don't really understand exactly how they do those things.
Jeffrey Hinton,
Our ancestors, light beings. That's the Merkaba, our light aura. The Merkaba. It is called the divine light vehicle. It is allegedly used to help masters ascend and connect to higher realms. That's your aura. The spinning wheel that you would see certain angels have inside the Bible, your aura. Our Merkaba, light bodies, our vehicle. Looks like a butterfly. The Merkaba. Go ahead and pause this and read it. It's like I said, it's like a butterfly ascending or a caterpillar ascending to a butterfly. We ascend and we become different bodies. You see, converting their form from mortal carbon-based to immortal silicon-based body.
So when we started splitting atoms, we're actually messing with things in other dimensions.
Wow.
So that's why the aliens came and started, making their presence known in the 40s when we started setting off hydrogen nuclear bombs. We just some guy's grandmother in another dimension.
Really?
By messing with things on a molecular cellular level.
So that being said, there probably won't be nuclear war then.
Well, that's why we're not going to have a nuclear war. They won't allow it.
Right.
They can kill ourselves in any way we want, but they're not going to let that happen because A, it's affecting them in other parts of the universe and other universes even, because it's all connected. And also because they don't want us destroying the biosphere here because they come and harvest stuff off this planet.
Now I seen this commercial right here when I was shopping for videos, and this is a commercial, and just look at everything that it's saying. It's giving us all the information that's currently happening if you know how to like read code, y'all. Just watch the video a couple times and it start to click for you. You don't have to know everything. Don't be concerned with knowing everything, but you can see the symbolism and signs. See the portal, Celestial Park, Dark Universe, Harry Potter. These are all the universes that are coming together, and that the stuff that we're going to start to see in our reality. They've been telling us this for the longest, man. Did y'all see the little spinning thing? What is that? Come on, I can't break down everything. Can y'all see it? Watch it back again. It's crazy. I ain't one of those ones. I ain't gonna break this down. It's obvious. If you don't know at this point, you don't know.
Anybody got an iPhone, they got Siri. Let me tell you something. Siri knows everything that we talking about. So I left my wallet at home, right? So I texted my wife and said, take the wallet with you to work. And when I get off, I come by and get it, right? My wife has sent me a text. So right after she texted me, she called me. She said, baby, did you know that while I was sending your text, Siri told me, don't forget your husband's wallet. Man, she said they kind of scared her, like, what kind of message did how Siri know my conversation? Man, y'all better be killing this Siri stuff. That thing.
Google just confirmed that there's multiple universes after testing their quantum computer chip. Meet Willow, its largest quantum computer chip ever. And the founder, Hartmut Neven, said it was so powerful, it borrowed energy from other universes. After it solved a benchmark problem in 5 minutes, which would take a current supercomputer 10 septillion years. That is older than the universe, which Hartmut and the team at Google believe that there could be multiple universes because of that performance. Now, for all those people that think this is fake and they're making it up, this is a real area of study in the science space, which is what started quantum physics in the first place. And not to be that guy, Marvel, DC, and Rick and Morty have been telling us about this for decades, but no one pays attention. So what's the goal for Google and why are they doing this? Well, the goal is to make it useful for everyday problems and easy to use, just like an iPhone. We are just beginning the age of quantum computing and AI, and it's gonna help us and it's gonna hurt us. But the best thing you can do right now is lean in and learn about this technology and use it, because running from it isn't gonna do anything.
Right. It baffles me too. As we progress, it's like people forget that we're actually progressing and nothing is gonna stay the same. Like, believe it or not, there's still some people out here in the world that are trying to sell DVDs and stuff. Real talk. There's still people that are, trying to sell knockoff J's in the back of the trunk still. Those are old hustles. People don't understand that you can get a crypto mining machine for like a couple $100 and be making passive income, a couple $1,000s a year to like millions of dollars a year from doing stuff like that. There's different hustles. Everything changes, people got to understand that fast food jobs and warehouse jobs are starting to get taken over by machines. So we're going to have to start thinking differently and, stop running away from technology and actually understand it. And if technology was to turn against us, I would like to know a lot about our enemy, right? But yeah, it is what it is, so let's get back to it.
What the heck? That is recording. What? Alexa, help me with the plane. What the heck? That is recording. What? Alexa, help me with the plane.
An artist from back then named Perry Lonica, right? He had claimed that there's many layers under St. Michael's. Yo. This painting is called Dante's Hell, right, yo? And I just find it funny that this shit was way back then, and he basically illustrated Hollow Earth. Now, the other thing that I wanted to point out is this. You peep how that's like the sun it look like?
Like the Hollow Earth and they're telling you something about the multiverse too, right? There's different layers to it.
Hold on, I took a screenshot and zoomed in so y'all can see. They was basically saying that there's different levels underneath us, you know? And that there's something at the bottom there, and there's also another sun. It's also funny that in the Bible it stated that there's a place called Sheol. That's like an inner earth. Like some type of hell on earth, inside of the earth though. And I know y'all remember the Hollow Earth scene when King Kong was falling, you can see the sun right there. Is it just a coincidence when you go on Google and you look up Hollow Earth entrances, right? And you see this, and there's a sun in the middle. There's literally places around the world where they say that you can walk to this place, but it takes miles and miles and miles. Like imagine walking downwards to the ocean beyond. So y'all just gotta think, yo. Is this far-fetched? Yo, I'm back on my shit, man. Wait up!
Just sent me down a whole rabbit hole, you know? Now, back in May, I remember seeing this on this app. Still Nation posted this, and then when you swipe, and I was like, damn. Apparently, Kendrick said, man, I'm way ahead of you, nigga. All right, let's get to Pick. I don't even know how to start, fuck it. So in the song, Pickable, how does it start off? Give a helping hand to your fellow man. Bro. And apparently the guy's playing video was shot in Florida and Drake gave away damn near $1 million because he was high-key making a mockery of the Give a Helping Hand challenge that Triple X. Then K-Dot said Peekaboo 17 times. Pause and count it. That's 16, right? Peekaboo 17. Why 17? In the Not Like Us video, he did 17 push-ups. Bro, why 17 though? And why do we keep saying Peekaboo? Why is the name of the song Peekaboo? Because Triple X and Juice WRLD had a song called Peekaboo that they released on SoundCloud. And no, this is not the first time K-Dot said anything about Peekaboo. On Silent Hill, Peekaboo can't hide behind your money, dog. This is the song that had Kodak Black. But why was Kodak Black up? Because when Kodak Black was locked up, he ran into the nigga that unalived Triple X, and they got into it. And when K-Dot called Wayne, he locked in with Kodak, like, let's go. And yes, K-Dot did fuck with Triple X. He brought Drum on a damn tour. If you know the history between Drum and Drake, Drum brought out Triple X and K. So when that man said the rabbit hole gets deep, I can go further, I promise. And I can confirm this because I don't got Twitter, but in one of the videos I was watching, somebody commented that when Triple X dropped 17, Kendrick was showing love to him on Twitter because he felt like he was one of the voices for the generation. So K-Dot said this is not a song, this is a revelation. How do you get a nigga gone? This is what he talking about, like, ooh. That's why J. Cole was like, I don't know nothing to do with it. I'm out of here. Yo, help me out, fam. This is a lot to unpack.
Yeah, as if we didn't have enough going on in 2020.
Like, if I understand that she about to go into some shit, but we can't move on. What y'all thinking, man? What y'all thinking when it comes to that, man? That was set up way too properly for me to just ignore that. So now I gotta go see these things for myself because there's a lot going on. It's a lot I don't want to say either because that just gets real strange. But like I feel the vibe.
24, they were about to resume the search for the missing Malaysia Flight 370. Yeah, the shit flying around in the air, and now you want to go looking for this plane that's been missing for years. We didn't make shows about it. We didn't fucking laugh about it. But now y'all want to go looking for missing Malaysia Flight 370? Y'all want to finish 2024 off like that? I don't think so. Think y'all just going to casually make the announcement like, hey, remember those hundreds of passengers and that random ass plane that was a Boeing, of course it was a fucking Boeing, that randomly disappeared up into the cosmos? We're going to go look for it now. Why now? What alien came down here and gave out a scoop on the Bermuda Triangle that y'all can go look for this fucking plane again? And I'm sorry, when did we stop looking for it? I thought like when some shit like that happens, it's like an ongoing investigation. You tell me you bitches gave up? Yeah, Malaysia approves the new search because this is new because y'all gave up. You funky dog head ass bitches. I can't believe this shit. They basically said they got to resume and approve a new search for the missing flight MH370. Did y'all remember who that is? That's a Malaysian airline flight that disappeared in March of 2014 on its way to Beijing, China from Kuala Lumpur in Malaysia with 239 people on board. Of course, they have not been able to locate this Boeing 777, and they have sputtered over the years, and hundreds of families of those on board remain haunted by the tragedy. Clearly, they said, but fuck that. We got 70 million U.S.-based Marine dollars to go and find this motherfucking aircraft. How much you want to bet they about to cause psychosis in everybody? We're about to literally, like, take my bingo card. 2024, can we just get to New Year's without some shit going on?
Guys, I'm not sure what I'm witnessing here, but I believe that I'm witnessing a portal opening up and then a 1950s plane fly out of the portal. And it scared the heck out of me. Look at this. Unfortunately, I stopped for a split second. That thing was just because it started to look like it was flying towards me. Look at this footage. Look at the portal open. Is this not completely insane? Oh God, please be a plane. Please be a plane. Please be a plane.
Strange, right? Are y'all thinking what I'm thinking? Is it what it is?
Ah, thank you, Jesus.
Here's your proof right here in this video. So what you're looking at is a drone or a plasmoid or a UAP, whatever it is, got stuck in the top of this tree. These people got it on video, and as you can see, it looks completely different when the light's shining on it or when there's not light. So this is another strange thing that's happening among many. I've recently made a friend that shot down one of these things. That video's on my page. But what in the world is going on? People are so desensitized right now, or they're brainwashed in the fact that we're seeing these things with our eyes and we're not even fazed. I mean, what type of people are we today? I remember years ago someone did a fake alien invasion joke on the radio and it caused chaos. So now we're seeing it with our eyes and people aren't doing anything.
Stop,
My question to you is, what was that? Or what is this right here in that tree? My goodness. Make sure that you're following this page. Comment below what you think. Get ready, guys. Some crazy stuff.
Plasma is now forming in the atmosphere.
They say as plasma forms in the atmosphere with strange glowing colors. Now what they call this shit? Plasmoids, motherfucker. They know exactly what's going on. Make no mistake, how could they tell us that this shit will appear in this year, y'all? How could they say that it will appear? It will look like a red cross in the sky when it appear. Now this phenomenon that just happened today all over Illinois, this shit right here, y'all see the cross? Look at the cross now, look close. Look close, just look close. That's the planet in the middle. But look at this, see, it's really like a look at this, man. I don't know what make it look like a cross, but look, see that? They're going to get a picture of it right there. And the man said it will appear in the sky and it will look like a cross when it appeared between 2015 and 2020. Did you lie? Did you lie? And they said that this motherfucker will cause plasma to form in the atmosphere with strength.
2 hours ago, the United States military shot down one of our own jets. The USS Gettysburg shot down an FA-18 Hornet holding 2 pilots. The pilots ejected, but this mistake is trying to be figured out, and little information on how the mistake occurred, how it happened, or why we weren't able to detect that was one of our own is still being investigated since it only happened a couple hours ago. But here's a picture of what the jet looked like. This is a picture of the FA-18 Super Hornet that was shot down by our own military. I'm assuming with all how active the airspace is right now, that something had to happen to where our transporter didn't pick up that was our jets or our aircraft, and we mistakenly shot it down. But it goes to show you that with all this air activity and all these things that are happening in this area, it is very difficult, and even our own military can get confused when we're looking at our own military jets. But both pilots made it out without injury. One of them sustained minor injuries, but seems like everyone will be all right. What's your thoughts on that?
Y'all see the stuff that, are y'all paying attention? Look, man, make sure y'all don't skip, man. This joint right here is crazy, man. It just gives you options to think about and put a couple things in perspective just to see if you can see that being true. You know, not meaning that it's true. We got to go out here and do our research, but we can't ignore these things. All of a sudden, they're going to look for old planes, and then we got a video of something. People have been seeing portals and everything. I'm just showing y'all the stuff that's out here on the internet, and it's getting wild. But you know, something that's crazy about it is we are so jaded as an Earth now. Earth is so jaded, bro. We don't care anymore. And I feel y'all. Let's get it.
I just fired me. I ain't gonna lie, I don't know how the fuck I did some dumbass shit like this. But yeah, this might be my last motherfucking day.
Look, I might as well just fire.
More than a dozen hospitalized. Officials revealing a Los Angeles County resident died after eating the contaminated carrots. That person was over 65 with pre-existing medical conditions. The case is linked to these brands of organic carrots and baby carrots harvested at Grimway Farms in California and sold at popular stores like Target, Wegmans, Trader Joe's, and Walmart. The CDC now asking people to check their refrigerators if they bought bags of whole carrots from August 14th to October 23rd, or baby carrots with best if used by dates from September 11th through November 12th.
Imagine living your whole life as healthy as a mug and you're eating good and you just go to your local grocery store to get you some fucking carrots and you eat the carrot and you die. That is not the way. That is not the way to go.
Something's up. Something big is up. NASA turned off all of their webs, all of the telescopes. Anything showing an image of Earth and outer space, everything is shut down. So now ask yourself, why is NASA shutting off all of the imagery surrounding Earth and our solar system?
There are people who will not even be born into the body. Yes.
How?
They will not be born. There are so many people out there you see, they were not born as children. They walk into the body. A body that was available at the stage they can operate. Wow. Good. You see? What we are not being taught, these are some of the things they have to teach us even in our schools.
Okay.
It's not everybody that lives in a body that was born. There are some people, they didn't want to go through the process of being in the womb for 9 months. Being born, learning how to crawl, how to walk, how to stand. No. Some people actually need maybe 10 years in this life and they are done. Their mission is done. The purpose of coming here is done, but they will not go through that bit. And there are other people who are also here for about 20 years and their purpose is done. Now, a volunteer can choose to be born, to use the body for 20 years. And that 20 years, that soul can volunteer the body for another person who wants to live for a period of 10 years but will not be born. So when this soul is exiting, the other soul will enter.
So it's more like the person might be sick.
It's always.
Take that, you soul.
Each one I win. Sister, what? Mama had them like a poker chara. Never do.
But in real electricity,
if I am more baking, if I am more baking, if I fell more baking, if I fell like I lay on it. Listen, Nagi Chare. Skype girl. That's true. And I know it's like a swim.
This guy.
If I fell a little and I sing to fellow Mokuin. I'm not like a.
Hide the baby. Hide him.
This was humanity's first encounter with aliens. Everyone was excited. Not only did they offer free alien technology, but they also cured all of humanity's diseases. To humans, they seemed like gods. But when humans finally saw what the aliens looked like, everyone was in disbelief. Their appearance was just too terrifying, resembling the demons from legends. But because their arrival...
So I showed a different version of this like 6 months ago. But it applies, and this is a different narrative to the story. Just pay attention to it.
Had turned Earth into a paradise. People eventually accepted this alien overlord. However, soon after, scientist Mark noticed something strange. After the overlord's arrival, Earth's technology had come to a complete standstill. There were no new inventions or breakthroughs. He quickly reported his discovery to the government officials, but they didn't take it seriously, because with the overlord's alien technology, humans no longer needed to invent anything. Then, they revealed to Mark that the Overlord wanted help capturing a sample of every species on Earth. Mark quickly asked why, but the officials said they didn't know either. Determined to find out what was going on, Mark started researching and reading various books. Finally, he made a shocking discovery. The Overlord had visited Earth before. That's why their image appeared in ancient texts, and the reason they were seen as demons by our ancestors was most likely because of terrible things they'd done to Earth. At that moment, Mark's girlfriend told him that the Overlord was hosting a banquet the next day, and all the world leaders would be attending. She'd been invited too. Mark insisted she take him along. At the banquet, Mark confronted the Overlord, asking why they were blocking human technological progress and secretly taking the animals. To his surprise, the Overlord replied, saying everything he did was for humanity's benefit. He had blocked technology to keep humans away from dangerous powers that could destroy them, and he had already solved all of Earth's problems. Humans just needed to enjoy life. As for the animals, he was taking them back to his home planet for an exhibition. The people in the room were half skeptical. To prove his point, the Overlord asked for a pregnant woman, offering to perform a gene check on her fetus to ensure the child would be healthy. He had her place her hand on a circular device, and in an instant, a white beam of light shot up into the sky. Everyone was stunned by the sight, but Mark noticed something strange in the beam. It contained a certain symbol. He quickly recorded it. Later, he realized the symbol represented a set of coordinates. This meant the Overlord's claim about checking the fetus was a lie. He then discovered that these coordinates pointed directly to the Overlord's home planet. So Mark started keeping an eye on all the pregnant women who had been exposed to the light. To his horror, he discovered that the children born to these women had developed extraordinary powers.
Time I heard you issue a challenge to any creature.
Hey, ain't that crazy though? Ain't that crazy? It's the mapping, y'all. Like, it's the shit making sense. They're getting set. It's my opinion. They're getting set to introduce themselves. And what can we correlate with all the stuff we've been seeing in the Bible, and the scrolls, ancient scrolls, all this stuff, the Anunnaki, all these different beings and stuff. It shows that these people were already here before. They never went nowhere, really. It's different factions of them, but a lot of this shit is about to be introduced again. But do y'all know what to expect? Y'all let me know in the comments down below.
For anything that dispute what you say, has anyone taken your challenge?
Nobody's taking my challenge.
Who have you debated?
Whoever debated.
Have you ever had like a public debate with anybody? Like it's on YouTube, you can see or no?
Haven't had a public debate.
You're open to debating anybody?
I'm open, yeah.
Okay, so if we set up anything with anyone else that's maybe an expert in the area of topic that you're okay with a panel like that?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so.
Yeah. I really appreciate it, Billy. Thanks so much for interacting.
So I don't know if you know what's going on. Billy Carson, that dude, sat down with Wes Huff. Wes Huff is...
Oh, that dude's sharp.
Oh,
very sharp.
Very sharp, very brilliant.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be a slaughter.
It was
I didn't know this happened,
bro.
But I already know it's like,
bro. It was a slaughter.
Yeah, it's like,
it was bad. And within the first couple of moments, he admits to misspeaking. He admits to having multiple facts wrong. Like he gets cornered, like right away. Billy gets up, walks out because he had to go. Then tells him he can't put it out. After thinking about it, he puts out a trailer. People start talking. Wes does a video explaining what happened. Mark does a video explaining what happened. The same story. Billy Carson doesn't want to.
Put it together as well.
Yes, Billy Carson does not want this to come out. He is going to put together a debate in the background in person with a real Christian scholar, and that's going to be announced soon. Nothing gets announced. There is no debate. No one is going to sit down with him.
By the way, Wes Huff is a real Christian scholar.
Wes Huff
I know who that is.
He is
I know
brilliant.
Lamar, I just didn't realize it's happening.
Yeah. Put the debate out. I know it's personal. I know it's complicated, but don't let this man bully you, bro. Don't let this man bully you. Unless, the only caveat I would say, unless he's willing to run it back with Wes in person, and I will pay for Wes's flights and accommodations and food. If he's willing to run it back or run it back with a credible scholar, that would be the only way I would release this, in my opinion.
Now, y'all been mentioning this stuff to me, man, because there's a lot of Billy haters out here. Just as it was like, a lot of supporters. See, I'm one of those people, I take the good and the bad, but usually I take the good things from every person. I can see the good in each person. So if somebody gets something wrong or they misspeak or something like that, or they're just not educated on a fact, I'm not one of those people that's going to use that to railroad you. And, you know, we might make some jokes out your ass, like, because y'all can do it about me. I be wrong about some stuff, but I be right about a lot of stuff. But it's cool, though. I won't get mad if y'all troll me. I'll probably laugh with y'all. Real talk. I'll probably laugh with y'all. You got to have fun with this stuff. You can't take everything too serious. But I'm definitely going to do some more research on the topic. I want to see the videos if it's still online, y'all. Let me know. Communicate with me. You know what I'm saying? I got a lot of different things going on, but I do want to dive into it. Even though I do like Billy, you know, I'm going to call it spade to spade, man. It is what it is. He ain't, you know, ain't nobody ever did nothing for me. Ain't nobody ever looked out for me. Ain't nobody did nothing for me. I'm not in nobody's pocket, so, you know.
No Christmas.
No Christmas. No Easter.
No Easter.
No.
No Valentine's.
No Valentine.
Halloween.
No Halloween.
What about birthdays?
Oh yeah, birthdays.
So you got gifts for birthdays?
It was really, basically, it was
I ain't gonna lie to y'all, man. Like, money can make you look a lot different.
Christmas and
That's all I'm gonna say.
Easter, because my mama said that those are pagan holidays.
Mm-hmm.
So she was like, Christmas it's somewhere in the Bible. Like, my mama know the Bible from top to bottom.
Mm-hmm.
It's somewhere in there where Christmas, like, Jesus was born on December 25th. It's made up.
Right.
And it's the people just made up to talk about Jesus.
Right. Okay.
And it's against the Bible, against it somehow. Somewhere it's pagan holidays.
Okay.
Have you ever heard of a walk-in soul before? When I first started researching this, it tripped me out. And I think what tripped me out the most is how many people said they feel like they are walking souls.
How many of y'all feel like that? I'm just asking for a friend.
Anybody who's not familiar with a walk-in soul, it's basically when your original soul walks out and another soul walks in. Down below it says, some believe it is possible for a person's original soul to leave their body and for a new soul to walk in. It has been said that souls walk in during a period of extreme stress or trauma, or during a period of intense personal problems. Occasionally, other walk-ins claim their entry was made following an agreement with the previous soul. It's like the original.
So niggas is out here just subleasing bodies? Like, this is wild.
And the soul is like, I'm ready for a break or an upgrade. New soul that walks in could be from a different dimension or a higher plane. This could have even been arranged in the spiritual realm beforehand. Probably an agreement somewhere in the spiritual realm, like, okay, you did your thing, it's time for me to take over. The old soul, like, okay, bet, I'm tired anyway. You ever ran into somebody that you know and they act, completely different from what you've known them to act like? And I don't mean in the sense of like a glow up. This person has done a total 360. That could be a walking soul. Not always the case, but I'm just saying. A lot of times after people's trauma, you will see this kind of glow up. And remember, I talked to y'all before about those cord cutting rituals. So when you say things like, I don't even want to do this no more, I don't want to be here no more, that could be you making an agreement with another soul to step in. But we got to be real mindful of our words. I'm just curious though. Do you feel like a walk-in soul, or do you know somebody who you feel like is a walk-in soul? For me, a few people come to mind. But there is a big difference in somebody having a glow up and a walk-in soul. But let me know y'all thoughts. Peace, love, and light, and gratitude for watching.
I do think that there is a link between what we call psychic phenomena, telepathy, or psionics, as is the more neutral term that's used by the military and the defense community. I do believe that there is a connection between human psionic abilities, telepathic psychic abilities, and consciousness, and that the UAP phenomenon is tied into that. And I suspect this is one of the largest reasons for why this is being kept secret and for why the NHI are not overtly showing themselves. And my growing hypothesis, it's just a hypothesis because there's a few things I can't tell you right now that I'm going to be reporting on in coming weeks, and I'm very excited to be bringing you that story. But I do know that the Air Force has been working on psionics for many, many decades. They never stopped investigating the power of the human mind and consciousness ever since the Stargate program and the remote viewing program. I know it's been poo-pooed. I know there's a George Clooney movie based on John Ronson's book called The Men Who Stare at Goats. And I know all the supposed debunkers say it's BS. But I can tell you, it's not BS. I've seen it for myself. It's real. And in forthcoming weeks, you will see why I say it's real. And I believe the United States Air Force has knowingly deceived Congress, successive presidents, and the American public and the world about what it knows for far too long. It's time for this story to be told. I think the NHI are showing themselves in our skies to twig our consciousness, to make us humans aware of capabilities that many of us don't even realize we have. And I've seen those capabilities demonstrated in recent months. I know they're real, and I frankly don't give a flying fig what the debunkers or the skeptics or the trolls would say about that. It's real, and they will soon be eating humble pie. The capacity for the human mind to engage externally with some kind of uber consciousness has been speculated about in science. Go and have a look at the work on microtubules. Let's have a look at what modern science is speculating about a quantum connection between the human brain and an external consciousness. That's where we're going in this. So what if UAPs are merely a manifestation of something that is above and around us, a consciousness? Some might call it God. Yeah, I know this is heavy stuff. But what if the purpose of its engagement with the human race is to slowly twig our awareness and to encourage us to use abilities that we don't even know we have? I'm very interested in hearing from people who were part of the GATE program 20 to 30 years ago, who found themselves in rooms with US Air Force officers and strange psychologists in white lab coats, showing them on occasion strange, apparently human objects. Yes, this has been happening. Young kids, prepubertal kids, have been misused in experimentation by our military in experiments designed to develop an understanding of how to engage with the phenomenon, with our consciousness. And I think at the same time that NHI consciousness is trying to engage with humanity individually. I've spoken to so many people. I had a message this morning from one person who's an very senior US Air Force person working in a very sensitive area, who told me that they had psychic abilities and they'd never spoken about it, but when they told me about their sighting of a gigantic craft, I said to them, by any chance, do you have psychic abilities? Have you ever had an intuition or a precognition? And they said they were very moved by my question because they'd never really spoken about it, but yes, they have. I do think that there is a link between what we call...
it's going to feel real and urgent. The next would be a media blitz that would come after that. So mainstream media will amplify the story. They're going to interview pilots. They're going to release grainy videos and have experts explain these things that are maybe defying physics. The goal, potentially, and I say all of this as a potential hypothetical, to make everybody believe this is a huge deal. Next would be a global event, and this could be something absolutely wild, like some kind of coordinated UFO appearance, maybe a simulated attack, or even some claim that we've made contact. And it doesn't have to be real, it just has to be believable enough. And of course, then we have a solution. So after the chaos, governments might roll out solutions like new defense initiatives, new military spending, government coalitions, governments kind of coming together, expanded surveillance maybe, and calls for like some international cooperation. All right, so why should we care? Even if all this theory sounds way the hell out there, the technologies exist to make all of it plausible. So holograms, drones, AI, deep fakes are enough to fool large populations. And historically, going back to the year 180, governments have shown that they're not above manipulating fear to get what they want. So now we get to what do we do? What the hell do we do about this? Number one, stay freaking critical. Do not take everything at face value. Always question why some stories are getting so much attention, and most importantly, who benefits from that story. And educate yourself. You need to look into historical precedents, maybe current technology. You could just use ChatGPT for a lot of this. and some government strategy. So the more you know, the harder it is for you to be manipulated. Focus on reality. So, of course, this is nothing but conjecture. I'm just sitting here at my house. We've got a bonfire going on outside. We're about to go sit outside for a little while and just enjoy nature around a fire like our ancestors did. And I don't know anything. I don't know anything more than you do about what's going on. So the sky's the limit for this conjecture, but maybe it's theatrics. But remember that not every light in the sky is some alien. Stay very grounded in what's provable and know that getting angry at things that are outside of your control is stupid. It's just like drinking acid. So here's how to spot a psyop. And I've never said this publicly before, but here is the step-by-step formula that will enable you to spot a psychological operation.
Well, look, man, hopefully I got a lot from this video right here, man. It was just one of those real chill, but to the point, real punchy, you feel me? And I know that y'all got something from this video right here, man. Let me know how y'all feel about it in the comments down below. You know what I'm saying? And make sure that y'all continue to tag me, send me videos and stuff that y'all want to see, you know, previewed on the channel. And we can make a story out of whatever y'all send me like we always do. You feel me? But look, I appreciate y'all tapping in with me, man. Just make sure that y'all continue to stay vigilant out here, because not everything is what it seems. And not everything that you're going to see physically is going to be what it actually is. And don't be fooled by your emotions and your feelings, your attachments to things, you know, because you're always in charge. You don't have to feel these ways. It's about balance here, y'all. So this video right here is about keeping your head on the swivel, but also creating a stable plan for, you know, things to come in the future and be ready for everything. And it's not talking about a bad chaotic event. I'm talking about the changing of the way that we operate as a people. I'm talking about everything. So stay vigilant on how you are going to be able to get your money, your food, your resources, and such and such and such and such. So therefore you can always capitalize and make sure that you and your family is in a favorable position, you know. But look, man, we did our thing here tonight, man. Make sure y'all share these videos with your friends and your family. A lot of this stuff that we talk about in these videos be actually coming true, because it's not far from the truth. It's just told from a different perspective. But a lot of people come to the channel, they just don't get that. You feel me? But look, I appreciate y'all. See you on the next video. And like I always say, spread love, because there's too much hate in this world. I love you guys. I'll see you on the next video. And I'm out though. Bye.
Hey Google, how many cups is a half a cup of water, a glass of water?
Sorry, I don't understand, but I found something else. Do you want to know how many 1/2 cups make 1 cup of water?
Okay. The moment the heart stops beating, Theo, obviously, blood.
Come on, go. Go.
immediately stops flowing to the brain.
There you go.
10 to 20 seconds after that event, the EEG, which is electroencephalogram, a measure of brain electrical activity, goes absolutely flat. There's no measurable cortical brain activity.
20 seconds after the heart stops.
After the heart stop and after blood stops going to the brain. It
Okay.
should be impossible to have any remembrance at that time, let alone the highly lucid and organized near-death experience.
So you started to kind of quantify.
25 years.
Okay.
I was so fascinated when I first heard about near-death experiences. I really wanted to study them, but with the best methodology possible.
Okay.
And that being people that actually had near-death experiences sharing their first-person experience.
Right.
So over 25 years ago, I established the Near-Death Experience Research Foundation, a research website which encouraged people to share a narrative of their experience, but also had a scientifically designed huge number of questions actually as a survey, so that not only were we getting large numbers of near-death experiences, but we were learning about them from all those survey questions at a depth that heretofore had been impossible.
Okay, so you create a website where people would go that had had near-death experiences, and they would start to just list out the information, right? Like, what were kind of some of the questions that would be that we would ask to somebody?
Sure. Well, first, of course, we have them give the narrative of their experience. We don't want any leading questions prior to that time. But then once we start, and currently the website survey has over 80 different questions. Some of the questions include the leading research tool called the NDE scale, which is a series of 16 questions that are sort of different degrees, basically demographic questions, male, female, where do you live, when did the experience occur, also content questions, which is a very strong focus of the survey, and then finally, importantly, after effects. How did their life change after that? How did their life change in response to that amazing near-death experience?
Wow. So 25 years ago, you start the website. People start reporting what's happening, and you start collecting this data. Were you surprised at the number of people? Were you like, what are some things that kind of shocked you out of the gate?
Right off the bat, I realized there was overwhelming consistency even in the first few dozen near-death experiences I saw. Everything I knew as a physician told me this is not possible. You can't have highly lucid, conscious experiences when you're unconscious or clinically dead. And yet here, the very first few dozens of people sharing with me very clearly, and what was very impressive is the remarkable consistency of the elements they were describing. What happened during the experience, the elements, or if you will, characteristics. Not only were they very consistently seen across many, many near-death experiences, but they typically occurred in a very consistent and logical order. This is nothing like dreams or hallucinations or any other type of pathologically altered consciousness. I realized very, very quickly, and as I was to learn even more and more, got more and more experiences shared with me, near-death experiences are, in a word, real.
Yeah, what were some of the things that led you to believe that they were real?
Oh, absolutely. The overwhelming consistency. Now, while no two near-death experiences are the same, if you study a lot of them, and Theo, I've studied over 4,000.
Oh, wow.
So with that huge data set,
Really
I and others, it's kept me busy. It's my second full-time job.
Wow, St. Peter over here, milling around.
It's tough to be a full-time doctor, which I'm trying to do while doing that as my other full-time job. But what I have observed, and other near-death experience researchers see, is that very consistent pattern of what happens when you have a near-death experience. Well, of course, there's that life-threatening event. They're unconscious or clinically dead, no heartbeat. But at that time, a very common first element is what's called an out-of-body experience. Consciousness separates from the physical body and goes above the body. Now, from that vantage point, they can see ongoing earthly events, often including people frantically trying to bring them back to life. They may then go into or through a tunnel, variably described. Often at the end of the tunnel, there's a beautiful, unearthly, they emphasize, light. In that, after passing through the tunnel, then at that time, they may be in an unearthly, what some call a heavenly realm, aptly described. It's very different from what we've known everywhere on our earthly life. It's literally a non-physical realm. Movement is non-physical. Communication is essentially always telepathic. Time is almost invariably described as either radically different from earthly time or not existing at all. In this realm, this unearthly, beautiful, heavenly realm, There can be encounters with deceased loved ones. There can be a review of a part or all of their prior life, called a life review. At this point, they can be colors, like in plants and landscape, that are so beautiful that there are no earthly words that they have to describe them. There can be buildings. Around this time, there's often a decision that they make as they interact with other beings about whether to stay in this beautiful unearthly realm or return to the earthly life and that body struggling to survive.
Okay, so those are the most common characteristics of the near-death experiences.
Sure.
And what would be like your strongest evidence that this actually happens? Because anybody can kind of go on a website, you know, any naysayer would be like, anybody can go on a website and fill it out, right? Sure, there's been a ton of people that have done it, but like, what's the most common evidence that you believe that this has happened, that you believe?
Oh, absolutely. You know, Theo, we talked earlier about that out-of-body experience where consciousness goes above the body, above the unconscious or comatose physical body below. What I and other researchers have investigated is how accurate are those observations in that out-of-body state. And amazingly, in my study, over 98% of what people are seeing and hearing with their physical body unconscious down below is accurate down to the finest detail. And in fact, they can make these observations in that out-of-body state geographically far from their physical body, far outside of any possible physical sensory awareness. For example...
Like, what do you mean when you say that? Just before you give the example, like geographic, like what do you, I'm a little, sorry, I got confused there.
Yeah, let me give you an example of what I'm talking about.
Okay.
We had one relatively recent near-death experience. Lady was riding a horse and was out basically breaking in the horse, and the horse threw her off, and she hit her head. Very severe head injury, immediately unconscious. She had that out-of-body experience, consciousness above her body, saw her body lying on the ground, saw the horse heading back to home, but then her consciousness went to where she had started prior to her journey, the barn, and she was able to hear other people talking, aware of what they were saying, doing. They didn't know that she was fighting for her life over a mile away because they weren't aware of that. They only were aware of that when the horse arrived without her. And again, she was able to see and bring back all that information, verified down to the finest details of what she was seeing. And a mile away, obviously, there's no way you're going to see, hear, or perceive in any way with your normal sensory function.
And so that's a common thing. People like, so hovering kind of outside of themselves. So people leaving their physical realm, right? You leave, and I guess, do they feel okay being away from themselves? Do they feel like, jeepers, I got to get back into myself, like when you lost your phone or something, you know?
Yes.
Or does it feel like, that's what I would be like, gosh, because if I'm just milling around, it's almost like you're just naked, like you're as naked as you can be. You're naked down to your soul.
You know, that's a good assumption, and I kind of wondered about that too early in my research. But amazingly, even though these people are unconscious or clinically dead and may have had, you know, severe trauma or illness problems that led to that unconsciousness, when that consciousness separates from their physical body, they essentially never describe any pain. It's unusual for them to feel fear about consciousness apart from their body. Far more commonly described is a sense of calm, a sense of peace, a sense, amazingly, that this is actually their real conscious self, that being non-physical and apart from their body down below.
So that's a common thing that people say, oh, that felt a lot more real than the existence I've been having in my body.
Absolutely. In fact, they ultimately decided about the reality of their experience. And in our survey of 834 people that had a near-death experience, where we asked that question, 93.8% said their experience was definitely real. And over as part of that, they were saying it was more real than anything they'd known in their earthly life. They typically have acceleration of consciousness. Amazingly, a substantial majority, even though they're physically unconscious or clinically dead, are actually thinking, processing at a speed they simply couldn't have done in their earthly life.
Wow.
A good example of that is we talked briefly about the life review. I mean, just imagine that. Here you are, unconscious or clinically dead, and yet about a fifth of people have a life review where they may see part or even all of their prior life. Here they are, unconscious just for often minutes, certainly, you know, less than 30 minutes almost always, and yet at that time they're reliving, viewing all that went on in their prior life. An amazing demonstration of just how rapid consciousness can be during a near-death experience.
So that's one. You said 1 out of 5 people had that.
Yeah, life review.
Okay, and a life review. Yeah, I mean, I think that makes sense because the brain is like the ultimate function of the brain is to organize, and I feel like a lot of times, I guess it would make sense if your brain is worried that it's going to shut down, it's still trying to, like, it would almost show. It almost seems like, say, if it's trying to prove at the last second, hey, what I've been doing makes sense. Here's my work. It's almost like you're trying to show your professor, like, look, I have the beginning, I have the next, I have this, I have this. Doesn't this check out? Because does that make any sense thinking like that?
Absolutely. That's how I thought for a long time going into my near-death experience research. Absolutely. I assumed, as I think most people would rationally assume, that near-death experience just had to be due to physical brain function because, Theo, that's how we think. That's how we live our life. I mean, that's what we're used to. We haven't really, in general, had any particular experience of consciousness or awareness that wasn't part of our physical brain. But that is the amazing thing about near-death experiences. During the life review, it's not a matter of them using their physical brain. It's like that consciousness apart from the body where they're seeing and hearing things. Theo, you can't possibly do that with normal physical sensory awareness. And in fact, we have scores and scores of near-death experiences that had their life-threatening event, typically their heart stopping, while they were under general anesthesia. Now, under that blanket of sleep, it should be, as many of you know that have been under general anesthesia, I mean, the brain just shuts off. There's no possible remembrance at all. And at that time, they're carefully monitoring vital signs. I know, I've been there. I'm a doctor. I've, seen that.
Do people wake up and say something racial sometimes? I've done that before. Is that crazy?
I've never. I can honestly say I haven't ever done. I've heard of people waking up and having with all brains and bizarre conversations with the anesthesia team. And ask any anesthesiologist; they'll have all sorts of stories like that. By the way, as a bit of an aside, but getting back to that cardiac arrest, heart stopping while under general anesthesia. Theo, it should be doubly impossible for the physical brain to produce any kind of awareness or experience. And yet,
from being under anesthesia, it should be completely impossible scientifically for the brain to recall anything. That's what you're saying.
Absolutely. Okay. And yet, at that time, by the scores, me and other near-death experience researchers are finding that they do have near-death experiences, typical near-death experiences like all others.
Okay.
So that is, if you will, doubly impossible that could be due to the physical brain function.
But how do you know something is not just a dream? How do you, I'm trying to think of another word for a dream, but I don't know another word for it.
Yeah, well, that's a good one. I mean, in all of our lives, we typically have dreams. That's very common. Near-death experiences are nothing like dreams. Theo, at the risk of embarrassment, I'm going to share with you how I found out about that. At the very dawn of putting a survey up on the website, I asked the question, was your experience dreamlike in any way? And I was embarrassed at the responses. No way, no chance, absolutely not. Emphatic over and over again for people having near-death experiences, emphasizing this had nothing to do with dreams. So I quickly let go of that line of questioning. So again, when you hear about a near-death experience, it seems so unearthly. People normally would think, gosh, isn't that like a dream that I'm familiar with?
Yeah.
Nothing, absolutely nothing like a dream. It's far more lucid and conscious. A dream, Theo, typically events may skip around in an illogical order.
Yeah, it's almost like that movie Gummo, kind of. You ever seen that?
I've heard of it. Yeah, I haven't seen it.
Yeah, it's like, it is what it is, but yeah, it's like it's like somebody made a collage. Dreams are sometimes for like a collage.
I love that. That's a great way to look at it. You're typically less lucid, less conscious than earthly everyday life. Events in the dreams skip around because, well, they're like dreams.
Yeah, you're hanging with your buddy, and then you got a snake, and then you look inside of a window, and then everybody hates you, and then you have to go home because you did something.
Look, we've all been there, Theo, so you're right. That's nothing like near-death experiences. While it's a different type of altered consciousness, it's actually a hyper-lucid consciousness.
Which is interesting when you say that, because like whenever I don't want to like just equate this to ayahuasca, right? But I've done drugs in my life, and have you ever done any?
No.
I won't say anything.
No, I actually haven't.
You haven't? Yeah.
No.
Yeah, and that's okay, right? And some people do and some people don't. But when I went and did ayahuasca, it was not like doing a drug. People were like, "Do you get messed up?" You know, it's like, no, dude. It is a intense, emotional boot camp where like you're like you almost your thoughts suddenly have a response to them in a way. Like suddenly you're like the world thinks back at you. That's what it feels like, kind of. I never really was able to think about it, but the world, you can feel the world literally thinking back at you and reflecting. So you get so much. There's a lot of like solving of problems because you're not just wondering and putting things out in there and waiting for you to solve them. It feels like nature or the world or God or a higher entity or a collective entity or energy meets you halfway and helps you work like in real time. And it's a very loving, helpful entity or energy. Even though it can take you through some moments that feel challenging, it feels like extremely cathartic and helpful. So that's one of the things that made me fascinated when I started hearing about some of your work. I was like, oh, this is, I wonder how much of this is similar to some of the experience that I had on ayahuasca. And I wonder what people's experiences are like, you know?
Well, I can address that.
Okay.
I co-authored a paper that was published in the Annals of the New York Academy of Sciences, and the lead researcher investigated the published medical literature about a wide variety of what we call psychotropic or brain-acting drugs, and looked at the descriptions of these experiences and compared it to near-death experiences. And the conclusion of this study, really radically different experiences between psychotropic drugs and near-death experiences. But above and beyond that, Theo, for anybody listening or viewing this, you can find out for yourself. There's a website called Erowid, EROWID.org. Erowid.org has thousands of first-person shared experiences with psychotropic drugs. It is amazing how many they have. You can look up any type of psychotropic drug. You can look up ayahuasca experiences.
Erowid, EROWID, documenting the complex relationship between humans and psychoactives. Wow.
They have thousands of experiences. It is by far the best resource for anybody that would like to compare near-death experiences and what happens in near-death experiences with psychotropic drugs. Go there. You can look up ayahuasca. You can look up DMT. You can look up LSD. There are literally hundreds of examples of virtually all of these psychotropic drugs. I've done that, and very quickly you'll realize, as I have and others do that go through that exercise, that the psychotropic drug experiences shared by people that actually had them are, in general, radically different from what happens in a near-death experience. They're more hallucinatory. They're more often frightening. They're more often dreamlike in the sense that events can skip around. All you have to do is read 10 ayahuasca, especially 20 ayahuasca experiences from that source, and read 10 or 20 near-death experiences, and it jumps out at you immediately, the contrast. And then finally, when we have our survey, people will often share, when they have a near-death experience, that they've also tried psychotropic drugs. And in general, they will state from the source, people that had both near-death experiences and psychotropic drug experiences, that the two experiences are radically different. The near-death experience is grippingly real. The psychotropic drugs are tending to be not real. That's what you'd expect with a hallucinatory experience.
Damn, dude, you make me want to. I want to have a damn near-death experience.
Oh, well, I tell you what, and I want to emphasize that. I mean, a lot of people hear about the near-death experiences and go, "Wow, I got to go get me some of that." And I have to give I'm going to give a cautionary note, Theo, and I think this is important. Some people hear about near-death experiences, and tragically, a few people will actually do something risky with their lives, up to even considering suicide. And I think I want to emphasize that people that have had near-death experiences as a result of suicide attempts learn almost uniformly during their near-death experience that suicide attempt was a huge mistake. Virtually everyone that has a near-death experience as a result of an effort at suicide and then recovers will almost never attempt suicide again. And why? Because they understand life is meaningful. Life is important. They're here for a reason, even if their life is extraordinarily difficult. And by the way, if you commit suicide and don't have a near-death experience, you're much more likely, unfortunately, to attempt suicide again at some future time.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
Well, also, if you're listening, you didn't commit suicide.
That's a good point.
You know, like no judgment to anybody that gave it a run or whatever. You know, we're glad you're no good at it.
Okay, that's good.
But yeah, you didn't do it. Did people that tried suicide, did a lot of them have near-death experiences? Well, I guess they did because they tried suicide, but that's a physical act of it.
Well, and that's a good question, Theo. First of all, I want to point out that of people that have a life-threatening event, only about 10 to 20% of them will actually have a near-death experience. 80 or 90% don't.
So you're saying if somebody falls off a cliff, somebody, you know, falls into like a butter churner or something, or somebody gets hacked by somebody gets beaten, hit by a train, whatever, domestic dispute, heavy domestic dispute, and something happens to them, you're saying only a small percentage of those will have then, within their unconsciousness, then have a near-death experience.
Right.
Does it matter how you get into unconsciousness on whether or not you have a near-death experience?
No, it doesn't make any difference what that life-threatening event was as to whether you have a near-death experience. In fact, the only good research study found the closer to death you are, the more likely you are to have a near-death experience.
Wow, so you got to walk over there, huh?
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I actually, Theo actually co-authored a scholarly book chapter where we looked at all the demographics. I mean, you name it, you know, gender, location, what led to the near-death experience, and we could find no correlation with what the life-threatening event was, what your demographic background was. Didn't really seem to predict the probability of having a near-death experience when you nearly die, nor what the content would be.
So you're saying, yeah, because I would think some ethnicities, and you know, and probably like, I'm not going to, you know, but people in like Memphis or something might be more likely to have near-death experiences because there's more near-death going on. You know what I'm saying? Like, but you didn't find that any ethnicities or genders or anything or ages had none were more likely to have near-death experiences than others.
Yeah, absolutely not. There was some earlier research that thought maybe children were more likely to have a near-death experience when they nearly died. But I'm not seeing that. So it seems to be, you know, interestingly, Theo, I mean,
children just came from life. They just came from life. So you think like, oh, they might have maybe they got a shorter tether.
Well, yeah, I think so. You know, they'd be less likely to. But on the other hand, Theo, I studied very young children, age 5 and below. Average age of the study group was 3.5 years old. Now, at that very young age, when they had their near-death experience, they're practically a cultural blank slate. They almost certainly have no formed ideas about religion, the afterlife. They almost certainly have never heard of what near-death experience is or wouldn't understand it if they had. And yet these people statistically had basically exactly the same content, the elements of near-death experience, as older children and adults, which is a very strong line of evidence that pre-existing beliefs don't really lead to people, you know, having a near-death experience or what the content of the near-death experience is.
Wow, that's fascinating. So whether it was a 90-year-old or a 7-year-old that seemed to articulate well, you found that that what they shared had a lot of similarities.
Yeah, absolutely.
Really?
That's really, and that's exciting because, you know, it seems...
It gives you some proof that you're onto something that, you know, it just furthers your belief.
Well, it really eliminates the skeptic concern that the near-death experiences are pre-existing beliefs. It's what they thought would happen. And there's absolutely...
Right, because a child doesn't really have enough time to have too much of a pre-existing belief.
Exactly.
You wouldn't think.
Exactly.
Man, I've been so dehydrated from flying around, from sweating, from letting fluid out of my body. You will be dehydrated, baby. And Liquid IV helps. Gosh, it'll turn water just into a beautiful nectar that just fills you up. It really will. With 3 times the electrolytes of a leading sports drink, plus 8 vitamins and nutrients for everyday wellness, Liquid IV hydrates 2 times faster than water alone. All in a single sugar-free stick. I've had it. The flavors are remarkable. They got one of them is called white lime or something, or what is it? Then white peach or something. God, I love that one. Rehydrate yourself in this new year. Grab your Liquid IV Hydration Multiplier, sugar-free in bulk nationwide at Costco, or get 20% off your first order when you go to liquidiv.com and use code Theo at checkout. That's 20% off your first order when you shop Better Hydration today using promo code Theo at liquidiv.com. The new year for many people means finding out ways to save some money. You know what I'm talking about. Some women will start cutting their husband's hair a lot around this time of year, and they're saving money, but the husband has to look kind of bad or whatever. But after the holidays, we could all use a little cash in our pockets. That's why Ibotta is here to help. Ibotta is a free app that gives you the most cash back every time you shop on hundreds of items, from groceries to beauty supplies to toys. Who don't want a toy? So you can make sure you're beating inflation no matter what you're purchasing. The average Ibotta user earns $145 per year. That's right. And right now, Ibotta, IBOTTA, is offering our listeners $5 just for trying Ibotta by using code Theo when you register. Just go to the App Store or Google Play Store and download the free Ibotta app to start earning cash back and use code Theo. That's Ibotta in the Google Play or App Store and use code Theo. One thing that I found that was really interesting, that really made me want to learn more, was when you said that people of different religious beliefs and things like that, and they all had the same, they had the same characteristics of their experience if they had a near-death experience.
That you're exactly right, Theo.
That really shocked. I was like, wow. So there's that. Anyway, yeah, that's one of the things that really hooked me in.
Yeah, and that's exactly right. In my research, we've had, well, the website, our research website, has been translated into over 30 different languages. So as a result, we can do by far the largest cross-cultural
you have
study
to do that, because
in the
otherwise,
world.
if you get some dude, you get some guy fresh out the barrio or something, and he's like, we was dreaming, like, hold on, bro.
Yeah, and that's what's exciting when you have pull in near-death experiences literally from all around the world in their native language. So we have about 60 what we call non-Western near-death experiences. These are in countries where they're not predominantly Judeo-Christian, and they're from just, you name the religious background, I've run into it. And remarkably, these non-Western near-death experiences, the content, what occurs, the elements are strikingly similar to typical Western near-death experiences. And in fact, I've co-authored a scholarly paper with an Iranian near-death experience researcher, looked at a couple dozen people that had near-death experiences in Iran, exactly what I'm seeing in my series. No matter where on earth you have your near-death experience, amazingly, it doesn't make any difference, Theo, whether you're, say, a Muslim in Egypt or a Hindu in India or a Christian in the United States, or no religious belief at all. Wherever on the planet you have your near-death experience, whatever age, the content, what occurs, is going to be strikingly similar.
Did you feel like over time, though, that you became, what am I the term I look for? Like you became, that's what you started looking for? You know what I'm talking about? What's the term I'm looking for? You know what I'm talking about?
Confirmation bias.
Did you worry about that? Did you take that into account at all?
Oh, absolutely. As a researcher, I have to carefully minimize anything that would affect wrongly my interpretation. And confirmation bias is one thing, but that's the glory of having the survey and then archiving the results and then posting them all. Theo, we have over 4,000 near-death experiences posted. We have scores of non-Western near-death experiences.
Give me one of those that was interesting, that kind of really surprised you. Is there one that stands out, like a non-Western?
Yeah, we have, there was a lady who was literally dying of Hodgkin lymphoma.
Oh, gosh.
And, it tragically was given basically no chance of survival. And right at death's door, she had a near-death experience, a profoundly detailed near-death experience. And as part of that, she became aware that if she was to choose to return to earthly life, that the lab results that were just drawn would come back showing she was recovering. She was starting to respond. And if she chose not to return to her earthly life, that the lab results would indicate she was on her path to irreversible permanent death. Amazingly, she recovered, And when she recovered, she had an amazing, highly detailed near-death experience with most of the characteristics we've talked about now.
Well, see, that's interesting because that makes me think that some of the information that you get or in a near-death experience, right? And I hate that we keep having to say the term over and over again, but we have to say it.
We do. Yeah, we really do.
What some of the information that you get during an experience like that, I wonder if some of it then, because at first I'm thinking it comes from the other side. It comes from the great beyond, you know, that. But then now I'm thinking that if you're getting information where you see that you may be getting lab results coming that would be different if you return, that makes me wonder if some of that information is somehow coming out of your body, like on this side, and service, and you know.
Well,
does that make any sense?
Well, normally you
does it
would
make sense or not?
Yeah, it does, because you would have to say maybe you have a personal, deep down sense that this is going to happen.
Right.
However,
if that's the case, then I would be thinking that some of that near-death experience is influenced on this side of life, as opposed to what part of me was leaning towards it being influenced on the other side of life.
Absolutely. So, you know, it's very reasonable to hypothesize that maybe something that occurs or is described in near-death experiences is just because they had that sense, that inner awareness in their physical body. But Theo, they're unconscious or clinically dead when they have their near-death experiences, so they really can't gather from that sense, that memory, that subconscious part of themselves, because everything is shut down when they have a near-death experience.
Are there other choices? I know you mentioned early on that there were choices that people had to make. So that one is a lady saying lab results could make her, or upcoming lab results could be different. Were there other choices that came up?
Yeah, I'll tell you the most poignant choice that we encounter in near-death experiences, and that is a choice to stay in that unearthly, beautiful realm, the environment they're in, off their spirits, or the choice to return to their earthly life and struggle to overcome that life-threatening event that they caused the near-death experience. What is it? And this is where it gets really interesting, Theo. At that moment of decision, even though people having a near-death experience, everything that they knew up to that time, friends, family, loved ones, decades of their life often, is their earthly life. And yet, what they're experiencing in this unearthly realm, overwhelming sense of peace and love, those are about the two most common words used. And they often describe that they feel this unearthly, beautiful realm is their real home, their true home. But the great majority of people that are in that unearthly, heavenly realm that make a decision, or asked to make a decision, want to stay there. They want to leave their earthly life and not come back. And believe me, that is a difficult decision. They will often argue with the beings there.
Oh, that can be. You go to Destin for the first time. You go to Destin?
Oh yeah, so that's really interesting. But that's just how compelling and beautiful and what the sense is like in this unearthly, beautiful realm that they're in of near-death experience.
Wow. See, and so that makes me believe that it's not like ayahuasca, because in ayahuasca, and I only compare it to that because, like, I've done, you know, some of the other psychotropics, LSD and mushrooms, right? And those are the only ones I've done. I know there's a lot of new ones, and people are, you know, sucking on animals or whatever, and, you know, licking frogs or whatever. There's some stuff.
I hope not a lot, Theo.
I mean, I don't know. Look, I know a dude who's done a thing or two down there, you know, a couple of
well, that'll leave a taste in my mouth, but moving on.
Look, I know a guy north of Panama City. I don't know if he's ever gotten high, but he's definitely done some things.
Okay. Goodness gracious.
But on ayahuasca, I never felt a sense of peace. It's always a sense of learning and constant, like, not negotiating, but revealing and catharsis, but not a big, some relief, but never. It feels very much like you're in a long period of therapy, which sometimes can be extremely intense. So it doesn't feel like you're in this, you know, a million thread count, you know, space.
Yeah.
Which that sounds like what you're talking about. Wow.
Yeah.
Now, is there a, and if so, people, some people might have near-death experience, but they just die. And you're like, oh shit, we didn't get the information.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you know, at a life-threatening event, you know, certainly, unfortunately, a lot of people will ultimately, permanently, and irreversibly die. So that's, you know, that's it. However, that brings up an interesting point. we do have a small series of what we call shared near-death experience. These are 2 or more people that simultaneously had a life-threatening event.
No.
And true story. We've got we're up to about 20 posted on the website, so it's not a real
like
small
death
series.
twins kind of.
So what happens? I mean, you name it: auto accidents, collapsing building, some kind of accident out in nature. These are all common precipitating events. So 2 or more people, boom, they're in that life-threatening event. In a shared near-death experience, they can interact with each other. They can be aware of their physical body down below. In these shared near-death experiences, at least in the series I have, one goes on to permanently, irreversibly die. The other returns back to their body, and then when they recover, they can talk about a shared near-death experience. Now, Theo, that is some of the strongest evidence I can conceive of, that for those permanently, irreversibly dying, what you observe in a near-death experience is that initial pathway.
But you're saying one of them died and one of them didn't? Mm-hmm. But if one of them died, then how do you know that that person had the experience too?
Because the other person shared an experience with them. They talked, they interacted, they communicated.
Oh, so the one that lived said that they both
of
had
them
an
were together.
out-of-body experience.
For example, we had from Canada, we had a bad car accident, and a gentleman was driving with his fiancée. Boom, car fell asleep and hit a tree.
Mm-hmm.
Both him and his fiancée had that out-of-body experience, holding hands. I mean, their fiancés rose up, and then they were able to see this unearthly, beautiful realm in the distance. There were 4 beings that came up to them. 2 of them went to her, 2 of them went to him, and they separated. They're holding hands. They felt so much peace and love, they described. He wanted to say no, but felt so compellingly. That's why it was remarkable that he felt so much peace and love that he didn't want to resist it. And so he watched the 2 beings carry his fiancée toward this beautiful, unearthly realm in the distance. The other 2 beings gently lowered him back down to the car. From way above the car, he saw the front end on fire. And then he went back into his body, and he felt, when he returned to consciousness, his fiancée leaning on his shoulder, as she was when he had the accident. And he knew immediately fiancée was dead. She was an empty shell, and that he had left her with those beings above. That's a shared near-death experience, and very dramatic. Shared near-death experiences are...
So that's unbelievable.
I mean, out of 4,000, to have maybe about 20. That's how rare they are. And yet they're so dramatic in terms of providing evidence that for those that permanently, irreversibly die, their consciousness continues to live and will eventually be reunited.
See, that's so wild. The fact that 2 people had it. Now, was there ever 2 people that had it and both of them lived?
There have been, not in my series. We have, there has been a report of firefighters. They were called the Hot Shots in Arizona, and they were battling a fire, and the fire changed direction. And the wind changed direction and trapped them. And so there were many of the firefighters that died, and certainly all of them had a life-threatening event, and they were aware of each other, and then ultimately came back to report that remarkable shared near-death experiences where several lived and several died.
Wow. Oh, man.
How's that for food for thought? Those just blow me away. I mean, I'll tell you, even after 4,000 near-death experiences, when I read these shared near-death experiences, I'm still in awe, even after 25 years.
Can you tell when some are fake?
We are very careful to investigate whether they're fake. Theo, we asked many of our survey questions in a similar concept we're asking, but worded differently in different sections of the survey. So as a result, we use that tried and true method to make sure that the near-death experience responses are valid. Above and beyond that, as a doctor, I can certainly spot things that don't add up medically. But finally, if the overwhelming majority of people share true and honest near-death experiences, even those people that share falsified near-death experiences, if they're that rare, it isn't really going to change our overall understanding of what happens during a near-death experience and what their meaning is.
What are some things that people do where that if they're telling a fake near-death experience, where you can kind of spot those?
Right.
Some of the, because there's got to be commonalities there too, I'm sure.
Yeah. Well, first of all, when we do our survey, we always post it anonymously. They don't get paid anything. They literally have no public recognition. because their
so there's no
experience,
real
no
clout.
incentive,
No
no
clout.
incentive at all, right, for them, no clout at all, no direction for them to share a falsified
Yeah, no coffin
account.
clout or whatever they call
And
it.
it would take probably most people, especially with a detailed account, over an hour to fill that out. And so people generally aren't going to do that just for laughs. So I think in general, and certainly what we're observing in our near-death experience accounts are strikingly similar to what all other researchers are finding in their research series. So I'm reasonably confident that these great majority, if not virtually all,
Are legitimate.
Are legitimate. Yeah.
What are is it mostly is it more women that fill them out than men? Because women, I think, low-key want to die all the time. I feel like.
Well,
or
I
because they
think
love date line. You know what I'm saying? They're always like, oh, you know, they're always leaving a window open. You know, like,
that's a great question. It's probably pretty close to 50-50, but I'll tell you why. I think, Theo, guys like us are just a little more inclined than women to drive the car fast, to go do risky things, you know, swim in places we shouldn't swim. We've all been, I mean, it's a guy thing. So we may be a little more predisposed to have fun in some risky way. Women, I think, are a little more less inclined to do that. So I think that may help explain why it's about 50-50.
right, because you have more men that are actually getting close with death and accidents.
Right.
But you have more women who may share stories like that.
Yeah, they're more inclined to share women, childbirth, and severe complications and clinical death during childbirth. We have a huge number of those type of near-death experiences.
Have you ever had a woman that had a child and then the child, I guess the child wouldn't be able to recollect something like that?
Yeah. No, we don't have any. If a lady had a near-death experience, there's no, obviously they are very good at delivering the baby, even if she has a life-threatening event. But there's no real discussion later from that child of, oh, I had a shared near-death experience.
Right,
I
yeah,
remember
like years
something.
later that it
Yeah,
would
because that would be,
It'd be too hard to remember.
Mhm.
What motivates you to care about this?
I am fascinated by near-death experiences, even after 25 years and
seems
4,000 near-death
You ever been
experiences.
to Busch Gardens?
Yeah, I have. Oh, yeah.
That's awesome too. Isn't it?
That's true.
And I love all that kind of stuff.
It's fun. Well, near-death experiences, to me, it continues to remind me that there's an afterlife, a wonderful afterlife, and that's for all of us. I'm a physician that treats patients with cancer. These are my patients that have life-threatening events, and I'm involved with them every day. What I know about near-death experiences help me to help them in their journey with their battle with cancer in a way with more courage, more confidence that even if we ultimately don't cure them, that in the end, they're going to have a wonderful afterlife. And as I've told them, you're going to be in a much better place than those left on our earthly life. So
Yeah.
I think that's really, certainly something to look forward to.
I hope it, and I believe that too.
Mhm.
Because even just living is so, like, that's what I always say when people are like, I don't believe in an afterlife. I'm like, all right, like, first of all, what, like, okay, because here's why. My biggest proof is that we lived at all.
Yeah.
That's my, like, at least believe in reincarnation because we already lived.
Yeah.
How do you then don't even believe you're here then if you're not even going to believe it's possible? Like, that's ridiculous. Like, I'm doing this right now. You're going to tell me, and I came out of nothing. I don't know where I was.
Yeah.
I got some vague ideas, and I'll sketch some stuff every now and then, but I don't have any real information.
Mhm.
But to think this couldn't happen again to me seems asinine. Because you have proof, like you're living in proof. Like, it'd be different if you weren't, but you're freaking living in proof that existence from nothing is possible. Now, I know you came from people when you came from sex, but they eventually, we don't know where they came from,
Yeah. Yeah.
We don't know where life came from. That's the thing.
Sure. No, and absolutely. That's
Sorry to yell at you or anything.
No, this is great. Hey, Theo, this is what I find, among other things, very inspiring about near-death experiences. I mean, here over and over is very powerful evidence that we do have a life after death. Our consciousness goes on. We're not really going, well, for us, our friends, our family, our loved ones, when we have that final end of our earthly physical life, there's a much bigger picture, a much continuation of consciousness, eternal and infinite, as best I can tell from near-death experiences. And that's exciting.
Yeah.
I mean, whenever earthly life gets miserable, difficult. We've all been there, all of us.
Yeah.
And you always have that thought in the back of your mind from near-death experiences. Wow, here is the evidence, powerful evidence that we go on.
Well, and it makes me think like, you know, we used to bring it back up that Arrowid site. Was that Arrowid?
Yeah, erowid.org. Yeah.
EROWID. So
yeah,
if you'll zoom in on here, the vaults of Arrowid, and this was the site you were talking about where people share their experiences from different psychedelic techniques and methods.
Yeah, psychotropic drugs.
Psychotropic drugs. And it also says on here there's breathing, dreaming, drumming, fasting. So it seems like there's a lot of different like modalities people use to get to different. Now maybe all these are while they're under the influence of psychedelic drugs?
No, these are obviously different ways in which an altered consciousness can be achieved.
Right, okay.
And that's what's so cool about this site. I mean, here are the original first-person accounts.
Yes.
A lot like my own nderf.org website, where there's really they're posted typically anonymously. There's no real incentive for them to make any of this up.
Right.
These are people who just want to share with the world what happened during their experiences.
Yeah.
Often they're going to select out their most dramatic, interesting experiences, but it is a treasure trove of altered states of consciousness.
Yeah, I love this. And so some of these on here are somewhere it seems like it's not just drug induced, not just so psychotropic. That means drugs, right?
Right. Yes.
Okay. So some of these it has breathing, dancing, dreaming, drumming, fasting, meditation, prayer, martial arts, yoga. Just as different modalities. Some I've used half of those. Breathing. I worked with a comedian, this girl Blair Sochi, and she does breath work. And I had an experience there that was very. It wasn't like a near-death experience, but it was beyond something I'd ever had before. Where it locked up all of my muscles, and I was just with my some like way my conscience was, you know, and it took I remember just tears coming out of me, like it was like a cleansing of some sort. Martial arts, I've done MMA where at the end of the class you just sat there and just like start crying because you've done so much, like just different ways your muscles and releasing things and stuff. And and I think a long time ago they used to do a lot of sweating, a lot of meditation, you know, historically. That's kind of what I was getting at, was like, I wonder if there was more connection with the afterlife in previous centuries and ages of time, because they used less technological modalities and more like actual physical practicing of things. You know, even if you go look at like the Egyptians, they would draw and bury their dead, sometimes with tombs, sometimes with tunnels that they said would lead to another little tomb that just had gifts of the afterlife. And like they had just, it feels like they had a much more spiritual connection maybe with here and something beyond, because they, I mean, to build a tomb and to bury somebody with all your worldly goods that you have, to take all your money and bury it with a friend so that they can use it in the next realm. It's, you know, just a lot of that's really fascinating because we don't practice a lot of that anymore. Now somebody will slip you a perk or slip you a thing of cigarettes or something on the way, you know.
Okay. You know, I'm so glad you brought that up, Theo.
Does it make any sense what I'm saying?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
And in fact, I'll take that and run with it. Near-death experiences, as dramatic as they are and as much as they point to that afterlife, they're really a subset of that bigger picture, just like what you were talking about. The umbrella is spiritual experiences in general. You know, absolutely, you can have that type of spiritual experience with martial arts. I was a brown belt in karate. I get that. I've walked a mile in those, I can't say shoes because we're barefoot.
Yeah.
So, but on top of that, you can have certainly meditation experiences, can produce some dramatic experiences. The scholarly literature describes these as mystical experiences.
Okay.
And there's a whole wealth of literature out there about people that can have very dramatic experiences. Sometimes they even reproduce many of the characteristics of near-death experiences, and yet they're all part of that, if you will, the umbrella, that bigger picture, all converging with evidence on the fact that there's consciousness far beyond what we're aware of in our earthly life, that there's an afterlife, that our consciousness is much more than just what we think with, how we interact with other people, our conscious earthly everyday experience. That's just a subset of a much bigger picture of consciousness, just like what you were saying.
Yeah, all of those things seem to touch, they seem to find ways, I don't know, I just feel like historically we probably, even though now we're able to catalog things better, I mean, back then you had to draw it on a cave wall, or you had to whisper to your buddy, you know? And if he gets damn, he comes across a rare STD on a mountaintop, and it's, nobody knows what happened. And so it's like, just different times, or it just, now we can catalog more, I feel like, but the experience we have is kind of, we have less experiences maybe. I don't know. It seems like our forefathers, this was like a Saturday night, they'd get together in a sweat lodge and they wanted to see something, but it was, you had to, make your own Netflix in your brain.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're really onto something there. Here's my take on it. I think years ago, centuries ago, I think there was probably more openness to these types of experiences. I think there was more, we didn't have that sort of scientific rigidity about what the brain can do and what it can't do. I think people collectively were more inclined to share these stories, to have people believe them, to value them. And as a result of that, allow them to be shared in a verbal tradition, probably much more so than we have today, because people were probably less afraid to share that. These were more tight-knit communities. I mean, they knew each other, they interacted with each other. And so I think there was more trust that we have today. Today, we're sort of apart from each other more. I think it's harder to develop that interpersonal trust, perhaps as much as existed centuries ago. That's a shame, among many other reasons. People today may be less inclined to share with others their spiritual experiences because they're afraid they'll be judged.
Yeah. I want to let you know that the best way to learn a language is immersion. That's right. Living where the language is spoken and using it every day. But if that's not in the cards this year, you can still learn a language the second best way, and that's with Babbel. That's what I like to use. Don't pay hundreds of dollars for private tutors or waste hours on apps that don't really help you speak the language. Babbel's quick 10-minute lessons are designed by over 150 language experts to help you start speaking a new language in as little as 3 weeks. And here's a special limited time deal for our listeners. Right now, get 55% off your Babbel subscription, but only for our listeners, at Babbel, BABBEL.com/Theo. Get 55% off at Babbel.com/Theo, spelled BABBEL.com/THEO. Rules and restrictions may apply. And best of luck in learning your new language. And that's really, really exciting. Yeah, or it's interesting because it used to be, I mean, sometimes you would be the chief of a village if you had if you had gotten to, connect with the third eye, there was a lot of enhancement there seemed to be a lot more of social value to it. And I think we're still going through this metamorphosis maybe where, we tried a lot of medicines to cure people, like a lot of Western medicine that is proven to be, or slowly more and more proving to be very much not as helpful as we thought, causing more addiction than it is like probably benefits overall, maybe. Maybe I'm saying that to a doctor, maybe I shouldn't be, but that we're getting more to where people are, I feel like we're trying to get back to nature and to finding ways to A, take care of ourselves better, and then B, use other modalities to solve particularly things that we struggle with thinking and feeling wise than medicine. Does that make any sense or not?
Oh, I think I see where you're going with that, Theo. Now more than ever, we start with a focus on the patient. What's best for the patient? Well, prevention, certainly. Treatments that have less toxicity, very strong focus in my specialty, radiation oncology, where we treat cancer. We're interested in the totality of the patient. how are these treatments affecting them? How can we mitigate these adverse effects? How can we sort of consider the patient totally, mentally, physically, spiritually, and help be everything that we can as healthcare providers in a way that we perhaps haven't even thought about before. So there's a real, it's kind of interesting. We're really kind of at a threshold now where with a focus like that, I know we're curing more people, especially with cancer, my specialty, than we ever did before. But I think importantly, we're helping people to live better than ever before because we're so focused on the total patient.
Have there been experiences where you've been able to discuss with cancer patients who weren't fortunate enough to get into remission, that you felt like talking about the afterlife and possibilities and people's experiences have been helpful to them?
Oh, absolutely. Of course, I'm a well-known near-death experience researcher, so over and over we have patients or their family members Google, who is this Dr. Long guy? And oh my gosh, here's my hundreds of times I've talked to the media and been around. And for people that are aware of that, they will generally come talk with me about that next time they see me. That can be profoundly inspirational to somebody who's got a life-threatening illness. They're in fear about that. Their family, their loved ones, they know they might not make it. And yet here's the research, the information I have, powerful evidence that there is life after death, that there's a bigger picture for who we are, what we are, that we're not just physical brain function, that we are a consciousness that's going to survive our earthly death. It is incredibly important to patients that come to that understanding. I've spent huge amounts